So, evening all, and welcome to Friday night live stream as usual, 8 p.m. on the dot. Only literally got in about 20 minutes ago. Simon is going to be joining us shortly. He's popped off to get some beers. We will fill you in on more of that, but before we do any of that, just a quick hi to everybody in the room. So, MT Tank's here, Crazy Dad Biker, Crumbly's here. Hayden is here. He's obviously watching the rugby, and down the bottom to bring the man in. He owns a big bike. Yes, it's Andy GSA Tractor. Evening, Andy.
Hello, and evening all.
How are you doing? All good?
Yeah, all good, mate. All good.
Yeah, quick one. Jonas has just joined us, and Aprilia SRGT. He's here. We've got a newbie into the room. He doesn't pop in very often because he's obviously a very, very busy guy. But we are graced from America, the presence of Ben from Bikes, Beards and Brews. How you doing, brother?
Yeah, real busy. Busy making people angry at me.
I haven't watched your latest one, so I am going to have a go and watch that later on tonight after the live stream. So I'm looking forward to that. But you've done some really good grind my gears issues at the moment.
I think this time I'm just making Screaming Eagle and Harley mad at me, so whatever.
As always. Well, it was Royal Rock and it was Indian, and now it's Harley. So yeah, I did like, because obviously you had to go. I think it was Junkyard you did, wasn't it?
It was Mr. McStash.
That's it, Mr. McStash. Yeah, I noticed you had a pop at one of the bike. I'm like, oh, here we go. Yeah, all in tongue in cheek though. If people don't like it, then don't watch.
Yeah, he's actually the first moto vlogger I've actually roasted on my channel. So
yeah, his views have gone up incredibly.
He's a real good guy. I like him a lot. So we're supposed to meet up at VAM this year, so it'll be good to meet him in person.
Yeah, I've noticed Hells on Wheels is obviously down at Daytona Bike Week, and did you see his trailer last week?
I have seen it, like as he's rolling it out and stuff, which is just, I guess to make clear, that video I did about do you trailer your bikes was not about Hells on Two Wheels.
That was great. It's I'll tell you, that thing is 45 foot long, and you can fit the two bikes in the back. But it's like, whoa.
Oh yeah, at that point you just live in that thing, man, because that costs as much as a car. It costs as much as a house. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Quick hi to obviously Duncan's in the room. Evening, Duncan. Welcome along to the live stream. I'm going to post up the invite one more time. So if you do want to obviously come and jump onto the live stream, there are 10 places open. We've got 3 in the room at the moment. It does get very, very busy. Once Simon joins us, obviously we all jump across to Simon's channel later while I grab some shut-eye. I tend to get up at 5 o'clock every morning, and Andy has to be out of here at 10 tonight. So we're going to try and cover as many subjects as I can. And obviously, if you've got any comments, any questions, chuck it all in the side chat, especially if you want to have a chat with Ben from Bikes, Beards and Brews, because it's not very often that he jumps in. And yes, that is the real ET in the background, and the real bike, and the real blanket. So
yeah, I always see you pop up and like you're like, oh, I'm doing my live, and it's always like off schedule from when I can show up. So it's like I try and make it a point to pop in here and there, show some support.
Well, we obviously got Simon started on this because he was just doing vlogging for the simple reason that he rides to and from work. That was the only reason he put his videos up. Quick hi to Grant, Rhythmic Bikers here as well, guys. So yeah, but obviously Simon's done that. Hi to Greg as well. Simon does it just for the reason that he uses a camera while he rides to work. But obviously his channel is jumped up. I think he's at 940 at the moment. His channel's gone absolutely stupid. The next one is to obviously get this guy over here, more than 51 subscribers. So if you haven't subscribed yet, pop across into YouTube, type in Andy GSA Tractor, give him a like, follow, share, and give his channel a good follow, because he does some really good stuff. And he's just had his new logo done. So Andy's done a really good intro to his channel now. So it's all singing, all dancing now. He's done really good now. And obviously, if you haven't seen Andy's bike, that bike is absolutely gorgeous. When I get to retirement age, I may get myself a BM, but not yet.
You never get your leg over it when you turn 60, 70 odd.
I'll tell you what, Simon, we were getting the bikes in tonight because obviously Simon needed to be away from the garage with me at 6 o'clock. We delivered a Yamaha XT 500 back to the customer, and it's a mint condition bike. Had it stood on the yard. It came in originally, it was leaking fuel from the bottom of the float chambers. So carb strip on it, seals on it were absolutely horrible and gritty, but managed to save the seals, put new seals in it. Got it all sorted out, and then found it was leaking from the fuel reservoir, the fuel tap. But he'd obviously had his tank resprayed, but not sealed correctly. So he's going to do that. But while it was on the yard, guy walked in. He said, "Oh, is the XT up for sale?" I went, "No, so sorry, it's customer's bike." And he went, "Phone the customer. I'll offer $5,000 now." I said, "He's not interested, mate." He said, "Oh, sure." He said, $5,000 cash. And I went, "Not interested." So, yeah, he's got the 500, he's got the 250, and he's now looking for an XT 125. So he's got the complete Yamaha collection, and they are all mint, literally like they've ridden out the showroom. So, yeah, good to see everybody in the room. But obviously, give Andy over here a follow on his channel. And of course, down the bottom, Bikes, Beards and Brews. Go and jump on his channel. As I say, if you do want to jump in on the side chat, or if you want to jump in on the main StreamYard link, the link is up one more time. Come and join us in the room. I'm sure we'll get Grant to pop in, or Rhythmic Biker to pop in when he's got a bit of time. But going on to obviously Rhythmic Biker quickly. If you don't follow Wolf Tales, there are some really, really good videos, especially their ones on smart motorways. He's got a new one up for Uncle Red, the birthday one. But follow the Wolf Tales, because that channel is really doing well. So, yeah, good to obviously go and check it all out. And as Rhythmic says, definitely go check out Andy GSA. He's awesome. Yeah, most of the guys that are in this room are all sort of the clan from Milton Keynes or in the surrounding areas, Beds, Hearts and Bucks, as we call them, in North Hants. But there's some really good bikers. And the only reason we do this live stream on a Friday is just to bring everybody together, because normally the wives are all doing their own thing, watching TV or out with their friends having dinner. So it's time for all the boys to get together. And quick one, Boo is in the room. So if you haven't seen Boo's bike, he needs to get a YouTube channel up, because I don't think Boo's got a YouTube channel yet. But he rides a BMW S1000RR that is remapped, and that thing is just absolutely awesome. And quick one is obviously Exeter's in the room. If you haven't seen Exeter's, and we call it the Vogue or the Vogue, go and check out his latest video. That bike review is absolutely stunning. And I was chatting to all the crew from Lex Moto today, saying, you need to get some bikes out. We need some more demo bikes out. When are you going to start shipping stuff out? And I said to him, "Have you seen Exeter Riders one?" He went, "Yeah." I said, "Have you seen the Vogue?" No. They have looked at it now, and they've all said it's probably one of the best videos they've seen in absolutely ages. All the managers are talking about it at the moment. So time for me to obviously up my game and see what I can ride from Lex Moto to come back at Exeter. But he does it, and all good. And MT Belly's in the room. Hi, Matt. Hope your arm's a bit better now. But for everybody in the room that hasn't met up with Bikes, Beards and Brews, I'm going to let Ben tell you a little bit about what he does, all the roasts and that, and the story of ET that is in the background that side.
Well, I guess we'll start with ET first then. ET is the first movie I ever saw in movie theater, so it's a special place in my heart for him. A couple years back, my wife wanted to surprise me for Christmas, and she knows I'm just a giant child, so she shops for stuff for a child to make sure it fits an adult. She tracked down that ET and got him, and then a few years later, she tracked down a set ready version of the bike he rides in the movie, and got that. So now I have the full blown ET setup going on behind me. As for what I do in my channel, I guess the easiest way to put it, I'm a sarcastic asshole. I don't take things really seriously. I just kind of joke around. I have fun. I have a series that comes out on Fridays called Grinds My Gears, where I basically I pick different stuff every week and I make fun of it, and just have some fun and stuff. It actually wasn't meant to be a series. I made a video just kind of like giving shit to Rock when the 3.0 came out, and it just exploded. So I've been making them ever since. And people seem to like them. Aside from that, Wednesdays I do my normal videos, which also have loads of sarcasm and stuff. But it's me riding, going to different bars, drinking different beers, unless it's an IPA that makes me want to puke, and just going out and having fun.
Brilliant. Just a quick one. Obviously, I went into I normally pop in and get myself a bottle of wine on a Friday night and sit here with a bottle of wine, manage to finish it and end up with a massive hangover the following morning. Quick one from Mace. You can't get over how much bikes it looks like Mikey from American Chopper.
Well, I have a mohawk, so I mean that's slightly different. My beard's usually a lot longer too, but I did a charity toy drive over the winter, and all those jerks that want to see me shave donated more money than the people who didn't want to see me shave. So this has been growing back since December.
Brilliant. Quick one, because obviously we're normally joined by Zhead, and he said, I've got the bottle of Bucky. I actually went in and asked for a bottle of Bucky today. So I've got myself a bottle of Buckfast. And I went, is it Scottish? And he went, no, it's made in bloody Devon, mate. And I'm like, all right. So it's Exeter's neck of the woods, Buckfast tonic wine. And it's sweet, but it's quite nice, actually. So, quick one for Dionysus. £2 a litre. Yeah, it's the same in Milton Keynes, mate. I think it's about $1.94 a litre down here. Absolutely crazy prices for fuel.
Quite ironic, really, because the RAC announced that the price of oil's gone down.
Yeah.
The days running, but they've not dropped it at the pumps. They're just jumping on the bandwagon.
There was a very, very good post. I'm just going to obviously bring Grant in the room. I'm just going to comment on Grant. Obviously, Grant down the bottom, rhythmic biker. His partner Kinjal bought an LXS from us last year, enjoying the bike, and Grant did the test ride on it. Now I did the test ride on that LXS, and it was test ride for Kinjal. It's hit, I think, about 2,500 views. Grant did his video of it. It's at 3,700.
No idea.
Yeah, it's but there was obviously Grant posts up on a lot of biker pages like I do. Now you know what I'm talking about, Grant, with the certain page and that guy that's basically giving you a load of oomph.
Yeah, mate. It's one of those, isn't it? It's always interesting when someone tries to call you out.
If someone tries to do it, obviously he's come back at you giving a slate and why are you posting on this page? But the guy has not posted any of his own material on that page.
I don't know. Does he make material?
No,
does he do anything?
He rides a bike, but he's obviously in there, and it's not just you that he picks on. He's picking on loads of people. He commented on the Oakley run. And now, obviously, Oakley Bike Meet is 500 to 600 bikes on. Well, and you'll know what Oakley Bike Club's like. It is absolutely massive down there. And they did a ride out recently, and it was a charity run from the local church. Now, he actually came back and went, I'll do the run, but I'm not into that religious. And I'm like, really?
It's one of those, isn't it, mate? It's like if you've got nothing positive to say, or you're not going to praise the people that do it, just shut up and get in the bin. Like, do you know what I mean?
What page is this? I love to annoy people.
He's on our
place to be.
He's on our Facebook page in Milton Keynes called Bikers MK. So
Exeter's got the right idea. He sounds like a first class one. He's proper up there, Exeter. I promise you. Yeah, I'm one of those. Unfortunately, I can't because he commented on my stuff. I have to admit, I hadn't seen any of his comments on any of the other posts. But as soon as he commented on the one I put up, and I got told he had done it before, I thought, well, that's it then. Unfortunately, I'm going to get involved. And so yeah, I've tried to be a bit, as pointy as I can be, try and get him rolled up. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with that.
Yeah, Rev, DM me that link on Instagram later.
Let me just let me just go into the Facebook page. I'll actually bring up.
I sure do love trolling people.
Good lads. I would love this guy to be trolled
the page on YouTube is called Bikers MK. So it's all the bikers in Milton Keynes. Now we all share our material up. Be a Better Biker night on there. The local bike dealers, guys just showing their bikes off, going down memory lane. Now, obviously, Grant's posted the episode 3 of the Wolf Tales, Rhythmic Biker, Uncle Red. So that was a good one. But I was just scrolling through. Now, obviously, if you don't know who Uncle Red is, very, very big biker in Milton Keynes, comes into our garage a lot. The comments have actually been removed.
No way. Yes. Proper rolled him up, haven't we?
No, it's I actually messaged one of the admins about 3 o'clock this afternoon and said, this guy is just trolling the pages. Something needs to be done. And they actually came back to me and said, do you want to be admin? I'm already admin on about 12 pages on Facebook. So I said, I haven't got time. Obviously, I run Moto Vlog Central with Adam. So,
I'm the thing that needs to be done. I troll the trolls.
I'm all for it.
You've seen my Instagram. You know what I do. I specialize in this.
I'm all for it. We're gonna have to bring him in. We're gonna have to bring him involved. He's you're gonna have to get on the Facebook page.
I know Reb's seen like some of the stuff I posted on my Instagram. Like this is what I do in my spare time.
Oh God, yeah.
I just troll trolls, and like the problem is most trolls are really bad at trolling.
Exactly. Yeah.
So they don't like it when they run into a bigger, better troll.
I had one on my YouTube the other day, and he said to me, and we get it a lot because there's obviously Lex Moto Owners UK, and you've got the Lex Moto Riders and Lex Moto itself. Now, Lex Moto are a Chinese brand. They're doing very, very well for themselves. Obviously, 3 or 4 years ago, they'd just come on the market. They weren't all that, but they've upped their game. They've really pushed the stuff out, and they're doing well for themselves. And yet you still get people going on the Lex Moto page going, I wouldn't buy a Chinese piece of shit. All right, so what do you ride? I've got a Yamaha R125 and it's the fastest bike out. And then you see them 10 minutes later. Has anybody got a spare part for this? Because I've knackered my bike out. Yeah, because you're riding it like a complete and utter knob.
Well, we get that. We get that stateside too. You always get the people who are like, I wouldn't ride like Rice Rock. I wouldn't ride Jap crap, or like this is all foreign. And it's like, dude, do you know how much foreign shit is in your Harley and in your Indian?
Exactly.
Like, are you familiar with globalization? Do you know why you can't get parts for your bike? Like, spoiler alert, the US does not use container ships to send their parts to another part of the US.
He's finally arrived. He's in the background somewhere. I'm going to bring him in. Simon's literally just joined us.
I've seen his comments.
Me and Simon had a little bit of a ride tonight. So we took the XT500 down the A5. We got as far as, well, if you know the garage, we got out of there. I got as far as the Asda turn, and the chain jumped the sprocket. Well, I just couldn't get no gears. It was like the bike was stuck in gear. But we rocked the bike backwards and forwards. It got back into gear, and off we went. Poddled down the A5 at 50 mile an hour. So Simon's video that he's got of me from behind is going to be interesting. He's probably going to be like, "Come on, Rev, put your foot down." But customers,
so bike, you wanted me behind him, so all the lorries would go round me, not him.
Yeah, but customers' bike, and I always ride at 45, 50. A bit of care and attention to, especially a classic bike like that. We got to his house. But the best bit was the ride home. I rode pillion. It's the first time I've done pillion in 3 years. And I rode on the back of Simon's bike. It was great. We got round, nice little corner onto the A5. And then that bike it went. And I'm like, ooh, smile.
My hand slipped.
But
just like him sliding forward on the seat behind you, didn't you? A bit of spooning.
It was a nice ride.
He didn't give me no Lockwood love, though. He didn't give me no Lockwood love.
I did actually mention, I said, I'm on the back of Simon's bike. I wonder what it'd be like on the back of Lockwood's. Now you lot are going to mention something.
Yeah, there you go.
But that video will be probably up in the next couple of days. So, but I did say that we'd probably be up after the live stream. But thanks very much, Simon. That was much appreciated. And you've
no worries. I said anytime you've got to drop one off and I'm happy to give you a
it was worth it just to get some shots of that XT500 because that was a gorgeous bike. That was really nice.
Considering the age of it, it is in such good nick. It's been so well restored and looked after. It's absolutely fantastic.
Hmm.
Hi, Alison.
Alison's in the room. She's in there with Hayden. They're watching the rugby at the moment, I believe. So they've got it on backwards and pieces. Yeah, keep it as a backup. Now, obviously, I was chatting to AB's in the room. So just a quick one. Hi to AB. Eagles, yeah. Send me that coaster. Keep an eye on the side chat, guys, because it's scrolling and remind me of the Chuckle Brothers. To me, to you, to me.
To me, to you, to me. No.
Yeah, yeah. Let's get Rhythmic up to 500. So Simon's on a good one at the moment. So down in the bottom left-hand corner, down here, Rhythmic Biker. Go and follow him on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok as well.
I just want to beat Curious Goose. That's all I want to do. As soon as I've beaten Curious Goose, we can stop pushing the channel then, and I don't care.
How far are you off 500?
So what are we on? 432. So we're about 68 odd away now. I am in the lead. Like Curious Goose is on 350, so I am doing really well. But I just need to beat him.
We'll just declare you the winner now, then, and be done with it. Yeah.
So for everybody that's
what you want to do is you want to plug that a bit more on Wolf Tales, because I really love that channel.
I know. Yeah, this is it. I think that's going to be the secret to it, isn't it?
There we are.
You're going to have to get Red to interview you on Wolf Tales with links to your personal channel.
Nice.
Use everything available, everything you can.
Do a bunch of videos where you're dropping your bike. I mean, it works for $1 Million Bogan.
Do you know what? Do you know what's so funny? You say that. I did a compilation video a few weeks ago, and in there was like some road rage clips. Oh my god! Straight away, like we were going up subscribers. The comments went up, and I was like, "Oh, this is the way you do it, isn't it? You just go punch a wing mirror and you
you just you know what you do? Just take the kickstand off your bike and just fucking keep filming it. I'll drop it again.
Oh no!
Right.
Or the other alternative is a boob job.
Yeah.
I've already got the hair for it, so I'm sorted, didn't I? There.
You got the hair, you got the locks.
I've got the locks. I've seen MT Tanks asking for some of my hair, so yeah.
Because he's got none of his own.
Quick
so MT Tank's going to want your shirt soon as well, because he's only got baby ones.
Quick one from MT Belly. Did you get your bike sorted, Grant?
Yeah, so obviously for those who know, the TPS sensor went on my Triumph Sprint. So we've got the TPS sensor sorted, and then because the TPS sensor has to be programmed, it messed up with my custom remap. So it's now gone back. It's had another new custom remap done that's sort of made it a bit more fuel hungry, which isn't great now, but it has improved performance and it goes with the TPS. So yeah, all sorted now, riding like a dream.
Oh, brilliant. Just a quick one for everybody that is watching on catch up, or anybody that is obviously just jumped into the live stream. All these guys here, follow their channels. So Andy GSA Tractor rides a BMW 1250 GS, the latest one with all the mods, bells, whistles, and little add-ons that you can find on it. Over on the very right of the screen, as you're looking at the screen, is Bikes, Beards and Brews. That's Ben. He roasts a lot of people, so don't annoy him because he will come and you to hell.
I was about to say, if I run my mouth off, just tell me to shut right up. That's a dangerous guy, Bennett.
Yeah, I have fun with it.
Down the bottom, Simon GTR 1400 Ride Pal, and then of course down in the bottom corner on the bottom right is Grant Rhythmic Biker, who rides with Uncle Red. So Uncle Red's not here, but obviously jump on that channel. You can find Uncle Red on that beautiful, I would say it's orangey red Vulcan.
It's so funny, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's funny how it's called Uncle Red, yet he rides an orange bike and his gear's orange. I don't know what he's playing at.
It's a Kawasaki that's trying to be a KTM, isn't it? Let's be fair.
Quick one. Tom, he's at a high exit. How are you? Yeah. Quick one from MT Tank. For the boys, delivery expected this Thursday. The order got delayed due to a printing error. So they basically said to me, we've reprinted them, redone them slightly different because we can't fit the logo on the back for a simple reason. You know why. So the logo's all on the front, but they should be here Thursday, which means if I get them DPD'd, everybody should be having them Friday for the live stream. So keep an eye on this. Quick one from MT Tank. Andy nods at everybody.
No, he's just got an affliction. He does that a lot.
True. Mind MT09. So I'm going, at some point, nice little bike. To be honest, his shots fired.
Bang,
brilliant.
bang.
Yeah, all good. Busy on the day job. Yeah, Exeter's got a lot going on at the moment. So, and Howie, I ride a BMW. Howie, the link is up. I'm going to bang it up one more time if you want to come and join us in the in the stream. Quick one for Kareen, just sub to Rhythmic. Thank you very, very much.
Appreciate that.
Yeah,
Aiden sub as well. Look to Andy. Cool. Look at it.
Another one for Andy. So another subscribe to Andy. All good there. So StreamYard link. T-Tank Buddy BMW ride. It's only because you can't keep up with them off road.
Ooh.
Ooh. Well, it's like Andy said. He'll give MT Tank a race on his MT10 any day of the week. The only stipulation is Andy's got to pick the field.
Exactly.
I did have to laugh when he MT Tank said, "Oh, Boo said he sort of like, you know, tore past you and roasted you." I said, "Bloody hope so. I've got a GSA tractor with the missus on the back. It's on a pocket rocket.
He's got 1,000 RR, yeah."
Yeah. When he has to stop up with fuel 3 or 4 times more than me, I'm always ahead. It's like a
You're
tortoise.
beating there, wouldn't it? It's the rabbit and the hare situation going on here, isn't it? Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know that Bell End video I put up last week? I decided to share it on 2 BMW sites. And in the last 2 hours, it's had over 400 views.
That just sounds wrong, MT Tank. That just sounds wrong, Brandon.
Yeah.
Give us a set of nobblies and I'd ruin you. Really? Right, quick one. I'm going to go on to obviously with what's going on. We're not going to cover that because we covered what was going on abroad last weekend. So
is there something going on abroad?
Yeah, something going on abroad. With,
is there something going on abroad?
Yeah, certain. Putin it in this hole here.
Yeah, put it in its place. Put it in its place. Yeah, exactly.
But obviously, the fuel costs over here, the price of oil has gone down, but obviously, petrol prices are going up. And if you happen to be in the supermarkets this week, I sent the missus shopping for a change, rather than me doing it on the Sunday on the way back from the Super Sausage. She said people are starting to stock up on pasta and toilet rolls. And I thought, here we go again. It's COVID. Yeah, everybody's stocking up on everything.
Stateside, everyone buys like shit paper, like milk and bread. So they eat milk and bread sandwiches and then they blow it out their ass for like the rest of the week, apparently.
Yeah.
Apparently so.
But everybody's out panic buying again. I was thinking, oh, it's going to be World War III. I tell you what, the easiest thing, if it does get to World War III, people, there is only one thing to do, and that is to place your head between your legs and kiss your ass goodbye.
Nah, man, do like the States did back in the 50s. You just hide underneath a school desk and you're safe.
Exactly. Yeah.
But you had to paint it white, I do believe.
To reflect the radiation, yeah.
Yeah.
If you did get nuked and they hit London, most of us in the south have got about an hour before radiation kills you. So I vote 1 for rape and pillage.
So did they get power back to Chernobyl yet? Does anyone know if they got power back at Chernobyl?
I have no idea. No,
see, all you guys are watching for World War III along with the rest of the world, and that's fine. But I'm the guy who's watching like Chernobyl like went off the power grid yesterday, and it's been on generators. So I'm watching that sequel while you guys are sitting there going, "Oh, World War III's coming."
What they've done, what the United Nations have done to combat that, all the Eastern European countries there, like the Poland and everything else. What they've decided to do was supply them with lots of fans and point them towards Russia. So if it all goes fucking wrong, it all gets blown that way.
just giant pieces of cardboard wrapped in tinfoil with fans in front of it, so you can reflect the radiation and blow it that way.
Yeah, blow it all that way. We're not interested. Thank you. Go that way.
But that's a real thing. It is it is on generators right now. So you're more likely to have Chernobyl Part 2 than World War III next.
Well, did anybody see them when they was actually attacking the nuclear power station in Ukraine? They decided to bomb it with fucking artillery first before they sent the men in. It's all like, what kind of idiot called that one? You know, we're going to take over the nuclear power plant, but we're going to artillery it first. That's a good idea, isn't it? Unstable nuclear power and heavy fucking artillery shells.
Yeah, what could go wrong?
Quick one from Howie. He said, what tyres and engine oil is everyone using, and what should my rear tyre pressure be at? I'm going to kick it off, actually. Most bikes run on a decent 1040. That XT that we took back today, I actually checked out my technical specifications on it because it was right on the bottom of the dipstick, and I went, chuck some oil in it before we take it back. And he went, is it 1040? I went, let me check the tech spec on it before we send it back. And it's actually 2040. It's a lot heavier oil being a single cylinder. And I went, oh, crap. And he went, have we got any? And I went, back cupboard, old bottle. I've got about a litre of the old 2040. So we had to put I've literally only got a litre because most of it is 1040. My quacker, when I did the service on my GTR, now Simon, I think Simon just uses normal 1040. I actually put in that, I put liquid moly in that, and I've got the 7,500, which is the bright green one, just to be a little bit over the top with my oil. But that worked out at £32 a litre, and there's 4 bloody litres of it.
I always try and get synthetic or semi-synthetic to go in it rather than just the normal, just because it's a big lump of an engine.
Yeah, exactly.
And it just needs that extra protection, especially as I'm using it so often as well. So.
As for tyre pressures with the Kawasaki's, me and Simon both know the numbers 42 and 42. Andy,
I don't know what bike how we got.
It's 42 and 36 tyre pressure on mine. I ain't got a clue what oil goes in it. I just paid BMW a ridiculous amount of money and they put some shit in it.
BMW kissed oil, salvaged by virgins. Yeah.
Siphon it out of a Kawasaki and put it in the
That comment from Exeter.
They charge you twice as much for the BMW oil, but it comes out to Triumph, you know.
That's it, yeah. They just put a can underneath it.
Yeah, just put a litter tray underneath a Triumph when it parks up, and they use that. Yeah, whatever it leaves, they'll use.
Let's not.
Oh, now come on, Triumphs are known for marking their territory. Come on,
let's
do that.
Let's not look at the Triumphs.
I think you're mistaking a Triumph for a Harley.
Yeah, do people run gold chains or silver chains? I don't know because I got shaft drive, so I wouldn't know that one. We actually had.
I've got a silver chain. Yeah, it's here. Just about it.
A lot of people run the DID golds. But we actually had a customer that come in and asked if he could have the DID blue. And I went, really? He said, yeah, they do the red, yellow and the blue chains now. Why would you want a coloured chain? A chain is a chain. Gold one, yeah, he said, I want the blue one. And it actually worked £5 more.
Wow.
Yeah. How we read one, it's a rivet link, not a clip. A lot of them are the pressed rivets now. A lot of the big bikes tend to be a pressed link, as they call it.
It depends on the power of the engine, doesn't it? If it's got plenty of meat on it, then they're going to use the pressed rivet rather than a clip. Because let's face it, you don't want it breaking, do you?
Yeah. Another quick technical question from Ayn: is it okay to mix and match tyres front and back? I normally say go for a match pair, but it doesn't make a difference as long as you've got a decent one at the front, decent one at the back.
Unless you're going to take it out on the track and you're going to run it like a bloody lunatic, it's going to make no difference at all whatsoever. So, I mean, unless you're the doctor or whatever his name is, I don't know, one of the other races I can't think of at the time because I'm old. It's going to make no difference. The reason you run it like that empty tank is you couldn't afford 2 PR5s. So, there you go.
So it's got Pirelli 5s on the rear, S21s on the front. Good bike, good tyres. Yeah, I used to run. Obviously, the ZX has got. I have Michelin. I had pilots on it, and I went to the powers. So I've got power frees on that at the moment. But then I wanted to go Michelin on the GTR because I've squared off my back tyre. I've cornered it too hard. One of those things where you're riding a sports bike, you've got to learn to take it easy with those big bikes and not push it over so far. But when I actually spoke to our tyre people, I said to him, he said, "Oh, best thing for that, get your Pirelli Angels, but you need the GTs." And I went, "Oh, right, fine." He went, "Yeah, but you need the reinforced GTs because you will fold the sidewall on them." I went, "What's the difference?" He went, "Standard Pirelli GT, you're looking around 140 quid. The reinforced one, 180. And I went, "I'll go for one of them." He went, "Yeah, plus the VAT." Okay, so you're looking to about 220 for the rear wheel on that, but it's if you are buying tyres for a bike, make sure your dealer is supplying them fresh. We had a guy phoned up and he said, "Oh, can you quote me for a set of tyres on my bike?" Yeah, you're looking about 220 for the pair. And he wanted Pirelli Diablo Corsas, and I went, "Yeah, I could do you 220 for the pair. Pretty good price on that." He come back to us and said, "I've got a pair. I managed to get a pair for 140 quid." And then came in the garage and said, "Can you order me a set of tyres?" Why is that? He said, "Because the tyres they've given me are 2-year-old tyres." Bike tyre got the crackle.
I thought that was kind of weird.
Yeah.
I didn't hear a crackle. Was it me?
It might have been you.
Must have been.
Pink
I was playing with my phone. Sorry.
Oh.
Hayden's got.
I'm a teenage boy. I can't put my phone down.
Yeah, Pirelli on the front is fine, Hayden. You can mix and match tyres as long as you've got a decent tread pattern and it's
just on tyres. I mean, if somebody's got somebody that will fit them for you, have a look at Demon Tweaks, and they quite often do really good deals. That's where I tend to get mine from, and I'll get sent them to our mechanic friend Darren, and he rings me up and he says, "You got a couple of tyres here?" I say, "Yeah, I'll be in tomorrow because the front one's bald or whatever." And yeah, but I've managed to get before now. I've managed to get a pair of tyres for my bike for about 160 quid, and that's Pirelli's Angels. So,
quick off from Crumbly. Anyone had a split link in a chain brake? Not done that.
Thankfully, no.
No. We've actually had one come in about 6 months ago, and standard MOT thing. You check the chain, you check the horseshoes on the right way round. Spun it up. There's the horseshoe. Spun it another 4 links. There's another horseshoe. It's got 2 split links in the chain with a 4-inch gap. MOT failure. One.
Foxter just answered that. He said split link isn't advised in anything over around 50 horsepower. So
exactly. Yeah, empty tank, run pilot 5s. Yeah, you get square tires and riding in straight lines, not cornering. Mine is corners. I've actually cornered off mine. I've got loads of tread in the middle, but I've got nothing on the sides. Quick on from Aiden. Knocking on the door, so brilliant. Instead of white wall tire, pink and yellow dots to max the chain. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Split link. Yeah. Ponkster is bang on the mark there. Anything over 50 horsepower. Yeah, absolutely spot on, Ponkster. If you haven't followed Ponkster's channel and you happen to be out on your bike and you just want to do a bit of camping, check out Ponkster's channel. I've been following loads of his stuff.
And we don't mean camping. We mean camping in a tent. Yeah.
Proper camping.
Don't
camping. Not camping.
Don't give Ponkster a tent. He's literally a bivvy sheet in a tree.
Right. Ponkster put a really brilliant video up about the use of silver foil tape. I won't spoil it. Go and watch it.
Yes,
it made me chuckle. It did make me chuckle. It was a nice one, Ponkster.
Yes, it is a good one. I'm going to keep that to myself. I'm going to go and find that. I'll post the link up.
Is that the don't hate it when? Is it that one? Okay, I'm gonna add that to my watch later.
It's definitely it's one of his good videos because Ponkster does a lot of good videos, especially sort of going out and camping, just taking your bike, and just camping out in the wild somewhere. And it don't cost you nothing. You go. A lot of bikers will be like, "Oh, I go touring. I'm going to stay in the local hotel and I'm going to be nice and warm and snuggly in a bed." Whereas, like some of the motor rev boys. Go out and just literally just chuck a tent up, little party, build a fire, and job done. I don't remember.
No, I'll tell you what. Look, if I'm closer than 3 foot to the earth under my feet, then I ain't sleeping. It's got to be a hotel. It's got to have a lockable door and a flushable toilet. Otherwise, I ain't staying there. It's simple as that.
I didn't realise you were such a man of luxury.
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. I'll tell you what. I've done my years of tents and sleeping in fucking bus shelters and all that shit. I've done my years of that. Sleeping on my bike at the coastside. I've done that. I've been there. I've done that. It was not pleasant. I'm not going back there. If there is no hotel to stay in, I'm off.
Yeah.
You're a dude. You don't need a flushable toilet. You just need a wall or a tree or a tire or
Yeah.
Have you seen me
Dark
trying to have my
spot.
morning shit in the fucking bush? It's not pretty. You don't want to go there.
Sounds
you
like
don't,
sounds
you
like a
don't need it
wild
there
boar is
either. I mean, there's
nearby.
like a Starbucks on every corner. That's why they're there, so you can go in, get a coffee, and shit. and leave.
Starbucks now. Starbucks,
honest-
Costa, you got my attention. I'm interested. But
To be honest, I don't know what's going to be worse. I don't know what's going to be worse: the bush, the trees, or the public toilet in a
Quick
Starbucks.
hello,
to be honest.
hello, crazy dead biker. Sorry, yeah, but
He's
yeah,
back
yeah,
again.
no.
Right, quick one. I've just posted up Ponkster's link to that how to use a decent bit of aluminium foil.
Good.
Excellent. Now everybody's going to go and stop watching the stream. We can have a break
Yeah. See you
while they
later,
watch
boys.
that. Yeah.
Quick one for Crazy Dad. Empty tank. You can't go around. It's true. He's only good in a straight line. Yeah, but I can't.
Well, I don't know. I mean, when he was wearing that T-shirt the other week, straight wasn't the first thing that come to my mind. So.
No,
Is that why he goes out with a lot of 125? So he looks quicker than.
Yeah, that'd be it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I knew there was a reason I hadn't been to any of those social rides.
yeah, I'm going to bring up that social ride because MT Tank's last social ride, he took a couple of 125s out. Did you see where he's bombing down the outside and that guy's just whoomp, no shoulder or mirror check? And I'm thinking,
Yeah, Andy and I spoke about that with MT Tank. Was it last week? Probably, I can't remember. We did talk about it, and I'll tell you what, when you're riding in a group, we had this discussion before, when you're riding in a group, you've really got to trust the guys you're riding with, and you've got to know what they do. Now, if I'm out with Andy, and we've got Crouchy, people like Darren, we're out, we all know what each other's going to do. Crouchy and Andy have been riding with each other so long, they know what each other's going to do before they do it. They're that sort of that synced up. But even when I'm out with Andy, we've done it a couple of times just recently. I know Andy's going to go for that overtake, so I'm in gear. I'm ready to go because I know as soon as that's done, and then he's going to go, and there's enough room for me to follow him through. If I hesitate, I can't get through. So, and I trust he's going to do it, and he's going to leave room for me because he will leave room for me. I know he will. But then when you go out of a group of riders that you've never ridden with before, the danger elements and the unknown elements are so great. And at some point, you've got to say to yourself, do you know what? All these guys need a talking to before we head out. I've been out on ride outs where people have had accidents because they're just stupid. Hi, Zed.
Zed's in the room. Evening, Zed.
Zed's here.
Yeah, I've been out with ride outs where people are just stupid and they don't look, and people have had accidents and things like this. And you sort of say to yourself, well, at some point, you've got to go, right, okay, see ya. I'm not riding with you. I'll make my own way home now. Thanks.
Just bring up, obviously, the Soup the Sausage run that we did a couple of Sundays ago. Now, obviously, Boo's in the front, Andy's in position 2, Steve's up with the Harley. I'm up the back on position 4. Now, I think it was Boo and Andy that actually took the car coming up the hill, and they had the van in front just coming up for Cherry Tree Lane. Steve had taken the car.
Wait, you going to see Mary Poppins? Like, what was going on here?
I come over the hill.
The words super and sausage were mentioned, and I'll see you glaze over then, or you lit up, which is one of the two.
It's a bike, Kath. It's a bike.
The super sausage thing, I keep trying to block out because, like, I always see his videos and it's a bunch of dudes going to
flashbacks to childhood. Yeah.
It's absolute sausage.
Blue Oyster Bar, yeah.
I mean, you couldn't find like a different place to go, like meet up, like maybe like the Crazy Ham Wallet or something like that.
There used to be, didn't there? There used to be Jack's Hill just up the road, but that's closed now. So that's it.
Yeah, I know, but weren't the food absolutely awful at Jack's Hills as the reasons why it closed? Yeah.
Don't get me started.
I would appreciate it much more if it was just like, come on, guys, we're riding out to Sally's Squish Mitten or something like that. Like,
not super sausage.
The minge muffin.
Yeah. So I came over we came over the hill, and I took the overtake on the car just as the van started braking. And obviously, Steve's watching me in his mirrors, sees me coming in a little bit hot, and he moved over and give me that little bit of runoff room. And he knew exactly what I was doing because he'd already seen me start the overtake. But that is the mark of a good rider. And then obviously the same thing with you, Simon. I'm sat on the back with you, and I'm like, you'll see it in the video. And I'm like, do you know what? for once in my life, I'm sat here having a bit of comfort and just enjoying being sat behind Simon, because I had my total trust in you as a rider, and I knew, being an experienced biker, I could just sit back and relax. Now, if I'd have gone out with
Well, that's very big of you, because I had my eyes shut most of the fucking time. I was terrified.
But yeah, if I go out with someone else that I've never ridden with before, you're putting all your faith in that person in front, and it's the same when you're sort of in a pack. You know, you're basically putting all your faith in that person in front to be reading the road correctly. Because if they go and hit the anchors a bit quick, and you're only in sort of position 4 and they're in position 1, you're not going to get that runoff room in front of them, especially if you're all in a straight line together. And you see so many bikers doing it. They're all in a line together, one behind the other. And you're thinking, God, if that bloke in front hits the brakes, you're going to have a huge pile up.
When you go out for actual rides with advanced riders, that's how they ride, line astern, because you're in the best line for the corner. That's the way you ride. But if something happens to that guy in front, every one of you knows there's a left or a right. As a motorcyclist, you know when something happens in front of you, your first instinct is not to brake.
It's to
your
get
first
out
instinct, because you have maneuverability as a motorcycle, you get out of the bloody way. You're looking for the escape route before you're braking. Now, if you're in the car, you've got one option: brake, or 2, brake or have an accident.
Exactly.
On a motorcycle, you've got options: left, right, brake. You know, there are other ways around it. So as the advanced motorcyclists, they are all line astern, because the first motorcyclist will be in the best place and position for the corners. So you're all going to be there. If you're changing position, you are then compromising what you can see and what you can do. But there you go.
Uncle Red's in the room, guys. Zedhead is here. Who else have we got just joined us?
Uncle Red, isn't he the guy that Rhythmic said has got the orange KTM earlier?
Who's Uncle Red? Who's Uncle Red? I've never heard of him. He must be some small guy.
And it is true. Obviously, I do go to Super Sausage and I do get a free bacon roll every now and then. Yeah, because they sponsor me for obviously promoting them all the time. So MT Tank is in the room without the tank top.
No,
he's actually got an adult top on. Well done, MT.
He's got
a big boy top.
He's pinched it off of Dad.
Me and my dad's tops. Oh, bloody hell. But like wearing a thong, wouldn't it?
Exactly.
Oh no.
There we go. StreamYard link is up, Red. If you want to drop in, mate. Yeah, come and say hi. We've got Grant in the room. Jump on camera, mate. Come and join us. You can tell us all about yourself and obviously promote your channel as well. So
he's having withdrawal
actually, get Uncle Red in here, and we'll get him and Rhythmic to tell everybody about Wolf Tales. I actually love that.
We have got to plug Wolf Tales, because Wolf Tales on YouTube.
You guys are too kind. Yeah, you guys are too.
No, I'll tell you what, I love it, and it reminds me of like across there's a bit of like Top Gear theme to it. There's a bit of what's the other one they did on Amazon? Grand Tour, and there's a bit of that to it, and I love the fact you're inviting. You had the RTW Dave, whatever his name is, with a dog. You had him on there, and you had the guy with the FJR on there, and And I've got to admit, I haven't watched the Smart Motorway one, because Smart Motorways pissed me the fuck off, so I ain't watching it.
It's fine. I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you.
And the MCE one you did was brilliant, because I was in the same position as you.
You and me both got affected by it, so it was just.
But yeah, get Uncle Red in here and let them plug that away, because I mean that is a brilliant channel. It's a brilliant concept.
I haven't watched it yet.
If we bring in Uncle Red, can we hold up one of those color wheels? Maybe he thinks orange is red.
He's colorblind, completely colorblind.
Before we do that, we've got one more person about to jump on the stream, guys. I am disheartened. He is selling his bike, and I haven't got the money to buy it. But if you haven't seen,
be Gareth.
It's Gareth, yeah. He's selling his Harley, and I'm like, no.
Oh God, Burning Gas is here.
Burning Gas, Gareth.
BG.
How's it going, guys? All right.
I'm going to mention.
Welcome back to the UK.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Most appreciated.
Of Sarah riding her Indian. That was hilarious.
It went down like a lead balloon with Harley Davidson. Trust me, when I was there yesterday, they said, "What the hell is going on with Sarah riding an Indian?" And I says, "We should have done a better job trying to sell her a Harley then."
It's not her fault. She wanted something that starts on the first try.
Well, that's exactly it, man. You know what I mean? It was like yesterday we went in and they were saying, "Oh, so this is our new 2022 models," and I says, "All right, cool. I like the Fat Bob." 18,000 something pounds, and I just went, "How much?"
And it's exactly the same as last year's model, and last year's model was probably like 16,000 pounds.
Well, believe it or not, you used to get one of these things for 14 grand, and I was always like, "That's a good bike for 14 grand, for the kind of bike it is." But when they started bumping these things up to 18,000, and then I seen that ST yesterday as well, and the guy goes to me, "Yeah, so we'll put an exhaust on it," and I went, "Right, I'll be over 30 grand," and I went, "I'll be exiting stage left then, because I ain't paying 30 grand for shit." That's a lot of money.
30 grand for a bike that they're telling you is meant to be upgraded.
Well, exactly. It's like, as a diehard, and everybody who does know me, and I'm a diehard Harley fan.
Yeah,
right?
me too.
But we know that. But at the same time, though, my Harley enthusiasm died when the M8 came out.
See, I actually like the M8 once you make the needed changes to it.
Right. Okay. Right.
You take out the catalytic converter, you bring it up to a stage 2. It's good.
Right. So, have you ever parked your bike next to a big twin, an original big twin?
I was gonna say, are you saying my bike's not a big twin?
No, I'm talking about the original big twin, the twin cam, the big twin cam.
Yeah, no, I used to have the big twin cam.
Yeah, but the build quality, the build quality is totally different.
Oh yeah, I mean, I love the 103. Like that's a fantastic engine. I think it's absolutely great.
That's right.
When I first moved to the M8, I was actually kind of let down because I was on the 103 for a year and I loved the thing. And then I got the M8 and the thing was just so smooth and boring. And then once I made it, I made it like an EPA nightmare, the thing's fantastic.
I know, it's like yesterday, right? Sarah had her bike through for an MOT, right? And the guy basically took her bike round the back to the MOT, and then we're there, and the first thing he said is, "Never sell that bike. Never sell it." Sarah's got
her Softail, right?
Was that?
Her Softail, right?
Her Softail, yeah. And the guy, the guy said. He goes, "Never sell that bike. Never sell it." He says it's better than an Isa. So as in it'll go up in value, guys. Before, if anybody doesn't know what I mean, so that's all. My God, it's went quiet in here. I'm the only one talking.
Carry on, Gary.
Sorry, Gareth. You sent us all to sleep.
What do you think?
I said you all to sleep. All right. Let's all discuss what you were all talking about before. I had no idea.
Of course.
Well, if you ask Red Bomb, it's super sausages, isn't it?
We're not talking about Super Sausage Sunday. Right.
We were talking about.
Let's talk
I do apologize.
Scottish motorcycle.
There we
show
go.
weekend.
I've just put the link up for Wolf Tales, guys. That is the link for the channel Wolf Tales. Like, share it, bang it up on your own page. I've been hammering the crap out of this for the last 2 weeks trying to push this channel. So yeah, it's a really. Oh God, we've got someone. What the bloody hell has he got on his head? It's the man himself, Jim Diesel.
I've got my Jim Diesel hat on.
Diesel hat.
Hey.
Got my Diesel hat. Oh, fellas.
Friday.
How is everybody? It's good to see Gareth. I haven't seen you for ages.
Oh, I know, man. I was like, I've practically been away for 7 weeks each time, so
yeah,
long time. So,
dude, couldn't even take the time to come down to Florida and meet me. Sent his wife instead.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
I mean, every good man has a good secretary.
How was the tone, Jim?
I don't think Sarah would appreciate you calling her a man.
No. I like it. She can hear me. She's next door.
It's like, yeah, but it's like, who's got the bigger one? And we're talking beard.
That's true.
I'm more in.
Hey,
Tracy.
Tracy. Simon's other half in the background.
No, I'm going back in
Christ.
June. We're going back in June again, so it's not too bad.
Down to Florida?
Yeah.
We'll take a trip up to Boston. What the hell?
Well,
actually, depending on in June, I might actually be down in Virginia or Georgia at the time.
Oh, well, you're not far away from Florida.
This is true.
But obviously every time I go, it's business, so it's like, well, I'm not going to go into it on here, but you know why Sarah went over. She probably told Ben, so.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, if you happen to be down in, I don't know where it is, but it's Sequoia. Is it Sequoia in Georgia?
I think so. I'm actually going down because, like last year, I went to the campsite for Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
And I'm heading back to that again this year. So.
Oh, cool. One of my friends is actually flying out tonight. He's flying down to Sequoia in Georgia tomorrow.
Nice.
For the Walking Dead thing, because obviously they've started the new series of Walking Dead.
Yep.
Great.
He is a spitting image of Negan. So his name's Darren Tilson. He's a Negan lookalike. He happens to be on TikTok, IB Negan. But he is the spitting image. And obviously someone picked up that he's a biker and he looks like Negan. And then, of course, he bought the Negan bat. The Walking Dead actually invited him over last year to double up for Negan on the comic shows, on the comic cons that they do. And he actually walked in at the Comic Con going, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, little piggy, where are you? And everyone's like, God, he looks a bit young. And then the real one walked out.
which is funny because Jeffrey Dean Morgan is a biker.
Yeah. And he obviously picked up that Darren is as well. So the pair of them hang out together.
Oh, that's cool.
They actually own farms right down the road from each other in upstate New York because they're really good friends and they like to ride together.
Hey.
That's cool.
Because one of my friends, and I tend to Skype with her. I only Skype with her. But she's a Harley girl and she has 9 Harleys. And I said to her, why have you got 9 Harleys? She said, in America, we get taxed on our earnings. So I buy a bike. When I run out of money, I sell a bike and that's my money. Because otherwise the IRS come after you for the tax payment. And I went, how the hell can you afford to have 9 Harleys? I'm a bike mechanic. All right. So what? Do you just serve? I do all different bikes and I do cars. Well, what do you do? Oh, well, I just service bikes for this one guy. And all right. Who's that? And she said, oh, it's the guy that plays Daryl in The Walking Dead.
All right, okay.
It turns out she is his bike mechanic and she works for The Walking Dead.
Nice.
But then she was like, look at my house. She said, I've only got a 4-bed house. And I went, blimey, how big's your garden? Oh, it's only small. It's 4 acres. It's absolutely massive, but you've already got... She is face tattoos, arm tattoos, body tattoos everywhere, and yeah. And her husband.
You Skype this woman?
I chat with her regularly once a month. Her and the family. No, she comes on with the boyfriend. Quick one, KG's.
Welcome to Rev Bomber Royer.
Mad. So what you should be doing with her right now when you're Skyping with her is being like, hey, so did he sign that contract with Marvel? Is he going to be Ghost Rider? Because that's been the rumor going around.
Yeah. I can't think of what his name is, but I know it's. Oh God, what's his name? Because I know it's Daryl Dixon, isn't it, in The Walking Dead? But
yeah.
Norman Reedus.
That's it, Norman Reedus. Yeah, because he did a little biking series where he went out riding bikes.
Yeah, that's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, but let's not forget his absolute like swan song of a role, which is Boondock Saints.
But
Actually,
go on.
I just was thinking about. I know who you are. I know who you are. I know who you are. I definitely know who bloody this is in the far corner. I've met this gentleman before. I know
Right,
Simon.
so I'm going to go around the room. You've met Andy, haven't you?
Hello, Andy.
You know Ben up in the corner, Bikes, Beards and Brews.
Yep.
Yeah, just down below is Grant. So he's
That's
over.
who I don't know. No,
Grant, we don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
So go on, Grant. Introduce yourself. His partner actually bought an LXS from us. Grant is a local moto vlogger with Uncle Red, who rides a Vulcan 650. And they have a channel called Wolf Tales, which I've posted up already, but you can find it by typing that into YouTube. Go and watch some of their stuff about smart motorways. Grant, tell us about yourself.
Oh, it's all right. That's on the spot. I'm so glad Simon's kept up to date with the latest news. Ex-partner, but it's cool. Don't worry. Don't worry. Every time you keep doing it, man. I don't know, how do I throw myself into it? So yeah, myself and another motor vlogger called Uncle Red. We're now presenting a show called Wolf Tales, which is more. It's very like TV, like production value, quality sort of thing. We've got a studio. We bring bikes in. We do a deep dive into the bike. We then do personal stories about like the rider. We're basically trying to sort of put this production out that showcases the experience and the stories of bikers from all across the UK. Like it's meant to appeal to both bikers and non-bikers. So that's pretty much what I do. I don't run my own channel, but now Wolf Tales has really taken over this mad push for me.
So I'm going to ask the question because I don't know if anybody else is. Why Wolf Tales?
I was thinking the same thing.
Why the name?
Yeah.
Because bikers, aren't we? We ride together. It's almost like a pack. So these are the tales of the wolf thing. Yeah.
And also, you're out on your own, lone wolf. There you go.
A lone wolf, yeah, exactly.
I'm happy you called it Wolf Tales and not some sort of pride thing, because that would have been taken some other way, wouldn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Some wolf pride. Yeah. What other pride to you into, boy?
It's a pack of wolves, not a pride. Sorry, that's a pride of lions.
Exactly. That's the channel link. It's up again for Wolf
Cool.
Tales. Do go and watch that.
I'll check that out.
See, literally, you click an episode and straight away, like me and Red, we're just the presenters. We've got an actual production crew who are the actual brains and brawns behind it. They do all the editing. They are super fantastic, and just the value we can't, it's second to none for us. And we've got the easy job.
Good birthday graphics too, apparently.
Yeah. They got that all set up for Red in the studio. We tricked him. We made him think that we were going to be filming for a Wolf Tales episode, and then just got it all going for him, which was nice.
See, I do watch.
Yeah, you're on it. I know you're watching.
I've watched up. I've still got to watch episode 3, so don't tell me what goes on in episode 3.
Won't do.
So how long have you been? How long has it been going for? Is that a new thing? Is it?
Yeah. So myself and Red, we've been motovlogging for a few years. Just obviously, I say solely, but we ride together all the time. And then I know the people who decided, Joe, what they're gonna get their own studio. They've been doing filmography and photography for years, and they thought, you know what, we need to start doing this full time. They approached me and said, we want to do a show with you. You're quite confident. You want to do your voicing and stuff like that. What would you think you could do? Like motorbikes, straight off the bat, motorbikes. Let's do a show about motorbikes, very Top Gear style. If you've ever seen that. And then I just sort of said, if I do something, I've got to do it with Red. Red and me work so well together. It's got to be that way. And here we are with the birth of Wolf Tales. So we're 3 episodes in.
Who's Clarkson and who's James May? That's what I want to know.
For those of you who have met Red, you'd know that Red's he's very sophisticated. Like he has a very good manner about himself.
Saying he's Captain Slow. Is that what you're getting at?
I'm not saying he's Captain Slow, although the Vulcan.
He's James May, then, yeah.
His Vulcan S, if it goes above 90 miles an hour, it just starts to shake all over the place. So he doesn't normally do
James
it.
May. There you go.
I'd probably put myself more as a Clarkson type, because I will just run.
No, you're the other. You're the short fella, but you're
the short fella.
I'll take Alan.
Because I'm sorry, you cannot be rude enough to be Clarkson. I'd make a brilliant Clarkson, because I would tell people as it is and tell them to fuck off.
It's fine, Simon. I do plan to get you on.
There we go. Rick is May. It's the hair.
It's the hair. Yeah, it's the hair. I'm definitely. I must be Captain Slow, because my Triumph Sprint barely works any of the time. So So yeah, it's never.
Well, there is
Well,
an aim to it.
It's a triumph. What do you expect?
Oh,
Shots fired. I tell you what, there's a lot of shots fired in this live stream, isn't there? If I knew it was like
Oh
this.
yeah. Oh, that reminds me, we are past 9 o'clock as well. So it is.
I've already sworn once, so you've probably got
right,
to strike
so,
again.
yeah,
oh wait now, right? I'm sorry. I'm sure I've heard more than at least 2 sweary words in the
I was
last.
about to say,
10
Yeah, I was
minutes.
gonna say, I've
Okay.
definitely swore quite a few times
I was
already.
about
I
to
think
say
most of them came from Simon.
Simon and Ben.
I
Simon and Ben.
We actually
Ah.
did. We got to 9 o'clock. I think it was 2 weeks ago, and I said to them, "Right, people, it's 9 o'clock. What do we tell everybody to do, Simon?" Simon shouts out, "F off!"
I swear.
I actually had an adult comment monetization strike, so I went from a green to a yellow.
Ooh.
You need to
All 'cause
control.
I
You
said
need to
flip
control
flop.
your guests.
Yeah,
So
but
what
you
you're
did
saying
get-
is I should probably drop off soon before you get like flagged some more.
Yeah.
I don't care. I'm just thinking how many strikes has military got? Because he's like if every other word.
I'm thinking.
I,
in
thi-
the morning.
I think someone must have complained. So if there was a
Yeah.
jelly top watching and they found that offensive,
Oh,
I'm
God,
sorry.
yeah.
Fuck off.
Jelly Tot, you calling me fat?
A
Yeah.
jelly tot.
There we go. MT's offered to be your Hammond because he's good at falling off a bike.
He is. He's amazing. Did you see the video of him coming off? I watched that about a million times. It was like I honestly didn't understand how it happened at first, and then he explained it, and I was like, "Oh, okay, that's fine." But it caught me at first. I was like, "No."
Well, it's just I was just having a conversation with some other guys. I think Code Gray was actually one of them, where somebody was asking, do I like rate my videos? Do I do the
Oh, he's here.
not for
Hey.
kids or
There you
adults?
go.
only and all that?
Rude!
Bottom corner, everybody. It is Uncle Red is in the room.
Who are you?
Can we now have Uncle Red and Rhythmic please promote Wolf Tales? Tell
Yeah.
us how wonderful it is, because we all know,
Right.
but everybody else doesn't.
I'm
And
gonna have a
tell
quick
us
smoke
how
break.
child friendly it is.
Right.
Child friendly.
Let me
Oh,
see if I let me just see if I
Yeah,
can bring,
yeah. Don't come to my channel; it's not child friendly. Go to
right.
yours.
Yeah.
Let me just bring up a crop layout a minute. So I am going to do.
here we
hang
rock
on,
and roll. That's a
hang
zoom
on,
in.
let me
That's
just
a
bring
Oh,
up
we're getting technical now. Look at this. Everybody's moved.
moving, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look
Oh,
at that.
So
let's
we're gonna
zoom up to
do-
Ben's face. I can't handle this.
Like that.
I was about to say, unfortunately, Dave,
I'm
we're
trying
not
to bring up
lookers.
Grant and Red, so they've got the screen for the next 5 minutes. So they
Oh,
can.
Red, are you ready for this, mate?
Oh, don't put us in charge. Bloody
Go
hell.
on, Red.
Before we
Is he
start,
making himself a cup of tea there, Red?
before
No,
we
it's
start,
resin.
Uncle Red, what color is that wall behind you?
That's supposed to be red, but we all know that I don't know what red looks like. So
Hey, Red, what colour's your bike?
should
KTM
I just
orange.
leave now? Should I just
You
go
should
now?
just leave that.
Right, let me just do this and organise the stream. So bear with me, guys. So we're gonna
Exeter's got
go.
the right
I'll
idea. It's
start
like the
talking to
Muppet
Mr.
Show.
Diesel.
I'm gonna put him up.
Oh,
there.
hello.
Hello, Diesel.
Right.
Was Mr. Jim?
Hello.
Sorry.
There's Rhythmic. Right, where's
Hello, Gareth.
You doing all right, mate?
Yeah, got a sore toe. Apart from that, all
There
good.
we go.
Right.
Right, solo layout.
That's
Now I
Oh.
can kind of
Wait, where are we?
burning
It's
gas
this-
in the
this
head.
way.
This is great.
We...
Right, we will figure this out. All right, let's do that.
Right, ditch everybody else from the stream except fucking them two, and then they
I was
can
about to
do
say,
it.
God.
Yeah.
I'll tell you
No,
what. I'll tell you what. I'm going to check your channel tomorrow morning, Dave, and it's just going to say Rev Bomb account suspended. That's all it's going to have.
Right,
Yeah.
I'm going to shift myself off down there. There we go. I'm going to be
Where
off
is he
down the
going?
bottom. Me and Simon down
Western
there.
Rock, yeah, well.
Well, I gotta jump off for now, so that'll open up another tile for you. But I'm gonna listen in the background.
There
see
we
what's
go.
going
We'll
on.
do it that way round. There we go. So thanks
Oh,
very
Gareth,
much.
Thanks, John.
Thanks for
Gareth,
jumping
you're on
in.
the
Cheers,
top row.
buddy.
Oh,
See you
no.
later.
Western
So, welcome to the Gareth Show.
Except it's like the Muppet Show. It is. Right, I have Rhythmic and Uncle Red top
No,
end
no,
of
no,
the
no.
screen. Prime positions, guys. The room is yours for the next 15 minutes.
15
15
minutes.
Oh, bloody hell.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right,
Bloody
fantastic.
hell.
Right, I see you
15
then.
minutes.
Yeah, cheers,
You're
Red. Thanks for
privileged. I
that,
never got the room for 15 minutes.
mate. See you later, mate. Okay, so where to begin? Like I've already explained how it all started. You know, me and Red are very passionate bikers. We've known each other for a few years. Wanted to do something that was a bit more better than just, you know, what we all do, you know, sticking a camera on a helmet, riding around, doing a video. We've done that for a little while and so forth. You know, we need to get more done for the motorcycle community, and ultimately that's our that's our goal. It's to promote. It's to represent. It's to showcase all the highs, lows, difficulties, challenges,
and to sort of give something back as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty much the whole in it, the whole biking lifestyle. Therefore, like, our guests have been totally different. So we've had Keith, who is your very sort of standard biker, if you will. Like, he grew up, his father was a biker, he got into bikes. You know, he's rode I think for more years than myself had been alive. So he was very experienced. He knew, do you know what I mean? He knew the ropes. Whereas Dave was obviously a bit weird because he's got a sidecar and a dog. So it's a bit like the dog travels with him all across the world. Esther, who we've just had in, is a delivery rider. I won't spoil the episode, but yeah, she's a delivery rider. So that's a totally new challenge. In the future, we're going to have a racing couple come on to the show who do track days and they actually race in competitive series. So we're trying to get like all the avenues of motorcycling onto the show, telling us what it's all about, and hopefully encouraging more people to get into motorcycling, because I think that's what we all want, really.
Cool. Yeah.
Red, have you got anything to say? Or I just... Oh, actually, it's all right. Simon's got a question. Go for it, Simon.
I was just going to say, if one Wednesday evening you're free and you want to come down and meet a guy from the original Ace Cafe Ton-Up Club.
Yeah.
A couple with children that both ride bikes. A couple of biker groupies. We have a bike meet every Wednesday night in Dunstable. Come down, say hello to them, and see if any of them would be interested as well. Because I mean, Ian, Andy knows Ian very well, and he's a member of the original 69 Club from the Ace Club as well. So, or 59 Club, sorry.
No way.
So he's an actual original member. So it'd be awesome to interview, and he could talk your ears off. He could fill up a 2-hour episode.
No, that'd be fine with us. We're not in any rush.
So, you know how to get hold of me now. So yeah, anytime you want to get hold of us, come down. Everything else,
I was about to
I'll
say,
make sure he's there as well. Yeah,
mate, I'm out on the bike most days. Yeah, myself and Red will go to anything. We've travelled much further to go to.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Reason. Come on.
You say within reason, but we've rode some ridiculous places, like ridiculous distances, just to go see something. So yeah, by all means, mate. We can.
I need to introduce you to Silver. He rode 1,200 miles in 24 hours just to go and find some pussy.
What? What the guy?
You don't want to interview Silver; it won't be a good interview.
We was in Saint-Tropez in France, and he managed to get hold of this. Someone he'd been talking to for quite a while, and she lived in southern Spain, and he just rid constantly, permanent. One didn't even stop; he stopped for fuel, and that was it. Straight down to see her. Yeah, and the funny thing was, he never actually got any, which was absolutely hilarious for the rest of us.
That's got to be the most devastating.
We've got some real good characters in our group as well, and also there's guys like Nick Sweetman, who spent his life dedicating it to motorcycle safety, advanced motorcycling, and he's a blood biker as well. So you know, I mean, there's that way as well. So
I think
there's plenty of ideas coming up.
Yeah, I think what we'll have to do is just get me and Red, just literally bring us in together, and we'll just sit down and talk to everybody, see what we can get. And
I think we should definitely get Nick in there, because now obviously I've been riding a long time. And Simon introduced me to Nick, said, "Come out and do this Rosper ride." I thought I was probably so aware of being a good biker. And Nick said to me, he said, "We'll basically grade you out of 100, and little mark of a sheet, and I'll sit down." We went to H Cafe in Berrinsford.
Was that the day you got lost? I don't want to keep mentioning it, but was that the day you got lost?
That is the day I got lost. Now, obviously, we were following Simon. We got stuck at traffic lights. Now, you lose points for every wrong move you do. And Nick said to me, he said, "What did you rate your score?" And I went, "I reckon I'm about a 50 or a 60%. And he went, "You're nowhere near it. You're 14%. And I went, "That bad?" And he went, You can ride, but you've made so many mistakes on this Rosper ride. You left your bike in gear when you parked up." I said, "Well, I always leave my bike in, but clutch in gear." He said, "If you get hit from behind, you're going to drop that clutch. The bike's going to take off. You've got a top box on the back. That bike is going with you. Get your bike out of gear." And I went, "All right." When we went onto the country lane, how many times did you cross the white line? And I went, "Well, I don't know, because I took the racing line through the corners." And I do take racing. I was so used to being on the ZX7 that I took the racing line. If there was nothing, I could see nothing, and there was no cars, I would take the racing line through the corner, cut the corner. And he said to me, you crossed that white line 6 times and you crossed the double white on one occasion. And I went, 3 points. I got 14%. The second ride I went out and we did another ride with him. And Nick actually said to me, you're getting better, 65%. But you still need to, he said, just things. He said, you're coming into a junction, you don't look left. And I went, He said, watch the road coming in. Is that car coming in too fast? And we learnt it all. Find my phone in a minute. But I showed Simon the ride. One of our customers from our garage, Vincent, on an LXR, coming around the IKEA roundabout. Bike comes in from the other, a car comes in from the other way, sweeps his front wheel away because the car was coming in, didn't see the bike. But me and Simon both picked up on that red bike coming in, the red car coming in. And it's simple things like watching your junctions. And Nick said to me, you've got to do more shoulder check. And he taught me this thing called 7s, limit points 1 and 2, in front of you 3 and 4, 5 mirror, 6 dash, 7 is right mirror. He said, count it in your head.
What language is this?
The same.
Sorry, Gareth?
Not everybody's going to ride to that standard every time.
Fuck
that. Exactly. Yeah.
We all know what we. I mean, we're like, I don't know. For the people I don't know how it was for everyone else, but like as soon as you pass your motorcycle test here, as soon as I got my A license, you know what I mean? I just was like, oh, thank you so much for that. You've taught me so much. I got out that place and straight away gunned it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
I ride a bike with 19-inch 8 hangers. Right, up here, right, and this is how I look over my shoulder most days.
His armpits have never been wet since.
I was about to say the amount of air.
When I passed my bike test, a long time. Well, okay, I'm not gonna. It wasn't that long ago. It was like 18 years ago or something. Full license. I never taught me how to ride a bike with 19-inch 8 hangers.
No, that is
right?
it.
So
learn that.
Exactly right, and it's like, well, I go out, I probably cut across white lines. I probably don't look over my shoulder all the time. I'd probably forget to turn the indicator on sometimes.
Yeah, it is interesting, isn't it? Because
nobody's perfect, you know.
Like, don't get me wrong, there are different cars. There are different cars, obviously, you know, like different styles. Like you've obviously got your Ferraris, your Aston Martins, your Fiats, and stuff like that. But they mainly, do you know what I mean? The principles all the same, and I get, but the principles aren't necessarily the same on bikes. You know, you do your test on something like a big famous bike, sort of, obviously, you know, in the UK is obviously the NC, the Honda NC, which is a very sort of very basic, very useful, but very basic style of motorcycle. But you know, if you get on, say, an R1, or you then get on a Triumph Bonneville or a Harley Davidson Sportster, or, you know, or a Street Glide, it's going to be totally different, and they don't accommodate for that.
Do you think when you're on it in an R1 that you've got time to go, oh wait, they're just white light?
You're just checking your mirrors, looking for the blue lights in the background.
Yeah.
Right. Wait, mirrors? Wait, you've got mirrors on your R1.
This Grant will know where this is, the IKEA roundabout.
Oh no.
So me and Simon have watched this. He's obviously given me permission to share this because they paid him for the accident. So coming up to the roundabout, first shoulder check, second shoulder check, third. Now look left on the camera, look for the red car. So there's the red car.
Yeah.
Comes into the roundabout. He's not watching for the red car.
Right. So quick question, right? I'm going to add to that. Right.
Go
Do you
for
think
it.
the car or the motorcycles was at fault? Now, before you jumped down my throat, if I seen that red car, I'd have backed off.
Yeah,
naturally.
Yeah,
but he saw it. He didn't recognise it was approaching the junction so fast. That's what he did.
Right.
Yeah.
Because
he assumed because he's on the roundabout, the car is going to stop. But any experienced motorcyclist is going to say that car's moving too fast. He is not going to stop, and you will have backed off. Yeah, that's what we're saying about experience as opposed to
Every car on the road is out to kill me.
Yes,
exactly. Yeah.
Right. I don't care what side.
They're all assassins. Yeah.
Right. My eyes. If somebody was to film my eyes in slow motion, they're probably doing this left and right, like constantly. There's a car at junction. There's a car ahead of me. There's a car behind me. There's a car beside me. There's this, and every one of them wants to murder me.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. And that's why, you know, and it's the first thing I think to myself is, I'm going to slow down because I don't think this car's going to make it. Right.
When I used to teach,
See you, mate, code.
when I used to do motorcycle training, that's what I used to tell every single student, that every single car driver is an assassin and he wants to kill you.
Yes.
Your job is to prevent it. So even if you have priority, if he looks like he's not going to stop, back off, get out of the way, look for an escape route, do something rather than just plod round the roundabout like I've got right away. You have an accident, but I was in the right. It doesn't hurt any less. You was in the right, but you're still in hospital in traction.
I'll tell you what. I mean,
whereas
I like
a simple manoeuvre, slow down, change something, do something,
change lane even,
prevent you from being in hospital, and then all that's left with you saying to the bloke, "You're a cunt. You didn't fucking slow down. You didn't see."
Well, exactly it, right.
I think it's one of those, isn't it? Like Hayden's comment there, I really like it because it sort of says, like, obviously the car driver's at fault, but the biker could have prevented it. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's absolutely.
Yes, that's exactly what we're saying. Yeah.
Prevention is better than a cure.
I mean, that's what ROSPA stands for. It's the Royal Society of Prevention of Accidents. So you're doing everything you can to prevent that accident happening.
That's right.
So that's what the training is all about. It's all about preventing that one thing, hopefully, that will cause you to have that accident.
Perfectly there. The instructor told me to look at the front wheels of the car, not a drive. Even rolling up, you're coming down a straight road, you've got cars at a junction. Watch those front wheels. Is his front wheel moving?
I'll tell you what, I do that slightly differently. What I do is I look at the car as I'm approaching them at a T. We're talking about a T junction now. So if I look at a car at a T junction and I look at the car and the background is moving, the car is stationary. But if that background is stationary, the car is moving.
Yeah.
So that tells you
that's some proper
what you are
Yoda
going
level
to do
shit.
next. And that is a far easier thing to do from further away.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
You know,
the movement is fast with this car. Yeah. Back right off.
Yes, you become Yoda, and then what you can do is you can put your hand out, go like that, and the car goes away.
You ever seen him sound like that guy at the Mystery Men? To go fast, first you must go slow.
Yes, you must. You do though.
Yes, slow.
I'm going to have a quick dig at Uncle Red now because everyone else has been having a dig at Uncle Red. We both started a certain model at the same time. He's built his, and it's on his shelf behind him, you bugger. We both started the Kawasaki H2.
Oh.
Rivik has
Incorrect.
that.
Incorrect. I have that. That's actually now mine. Yeah.
That is how far I have got with mine. That is as far as I have got.
Red
Wasn't
gave
that
me
over a
the
year ago?
completed one.
That was over a year ago. I just haven't
hell.
had time to get onto it.
Is this the new thing? We just build motorbikes Lego or something?
Yeah.
This Lego.
Oh dear.
Well, this was the thing. I can't build stuff like that, but Red very generously he just gave it to me. He just went, "Oh, by the way, I built this," and I went, "Oh, that's cool. I'll have that." Yeah.
I haven't even got on any further with it. It was a race when we first started. I'm like, oh fuck, this is too hard.
Well,
I thought it was one of those things that you buy a magazine a week for £7 and you get like the wheel.
Oh yeah.
I gave up because I opened the manual for I can do this. 90 pages. There are 90 different things to fill in on that. I thought, oh right, I'll go at the ZX10. And it was easy. I have built the ZX10. six pieces.
Oh, 6 pieces. Oh, well, there you go then.
Is that something you win at like Scarborough in the machines?
Yeah.
So
you should do bike build giveaways.
But I
look at that.
Finished the other one last week.
Yeah, that's what we're talking. That looks like Warhammer to me.
There we go.
That is, yeah.
That
took
Warhammer.
me a year to put together.
No, yeah, I'm into that stuff. That's rocking that stuff. I like that.
As you can clearly tell, I mean, this is how Red spends, his evenings, every waking moments of his days.
I just naturally think to get
that literally is a weapon. If you threw that at somebody, they're out.
Yeah.
Because that's not what they're made of, you know.
Yeah. Can you put my H2 together? Thanks, boys. I've still got. I still don't know who has sent me that present because it came in. It came in a box, and the wife said, "You've got a box arrived from Royal Mail," and I went,
What funny?
"I haven't ordered anything." In it,
flashlight.
No, I wish it was.
What was it? What? You not got my flashlight I sent you?
No.
I'll tell you what. Thank goodness you've got the disclaimer at the bottom, eh?
Yeah. In the box was a little message, and they signed it.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, and it said, "Really enjoyed your Lockwood ride out where you have a go at the Scottish people." And I went, "All right, this is for you, just to show what sort of Scottish accent you are." And I went, "All right, brilliant." Open the box up. This is your Scottish accent.
Yeah, Dave, I've got to ask, mate. I have got to ask. What on earth was it? As soon as the video started and you went for it, I was like, what on earth is that? What accent is he even trying?
Are you trying to go all pirate on my ass, are you?
That's what someone said to me.
That was the challenge from Lockwood and Zedhead, weren't it? To do the vlog.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Listen, like, I know Zedhead's watching this, but he doesn't talk Scottish. He talks a whole different dialect in Scotland, okay? That's one little corner.
We've got the old...
He's Norwegian, isn't he?
We've got the Buckfast.
Norwegian Scotch.
Yeah.
I'm sure, I know you're aware. Rev, but you've obviously seen now that Red does quite a decent, I think, impression of you. I think he's got that nailed down.
Oh, I've got to see that.
When he's selling the car at the time,
Called out.
He was showing the car.
And now you're thrown in at the deep end.
That's it.
23,000 miles, and it's one careful owner.
Dave, if I wasn't looking at him, I honestly would have thought it was you.
But I'll tell you what, it's had a few views, isn't it?
I want to do a little video of it because I think we should do that as a challenge, shouldn't we? The motovloggers out there in the world, you should do a video where you just have to impersonate another motovlogger for like 10 minutes.
Oh, mate, I'm down. I'll do it. I'll do it all day long.
Empty tanks down. So there we go.
Don't ask me to do any Scots.
Yeah, this is it. We'll have to do a rule, innit? Because the Scottish people, they ain't going to be able to do the Scottish either. They're going to have to try and imitate one of us lot. So, that'll be fun to watch. That'll be entertaining.
English.
It's worth it just to get the views to the channel and just share up the live streams because obviously everybody knows it's the triple normally on a Friday. So it's normally me, then Simon, then we jump across to it's normally military biker Stevie if he's on stream. But obviously Stevie's got other stuff going on at the moment.
Yeah.
But then we normally have like, Rowley comes in. If you didn't see Rowley jumping on the live stream, but I think it was it a week ago, Simon? Down in Australia? Yeah. In his garage with his M109 and then he unveiled that Chevy at the back and I'm like, Jesus Christ, he's got some vehicles.
No, I'm still having wet dreams about the ZZR he unveiled. Yeah.
Oh God, yeah, his ZZR as well. So that went really well. But we get a really good crew in on a Friday night, and as I say, it's just bikes, beers, and a load of bollocks after 9 o'clock. We just have a little bit of fun. All the boys having a chat, just chatting bikes. Zed's just gonna have to disappear. Just to let you know, Zed, I found the Bucky, so it's not bad stuff actually.
It's a Scottish bike show this weekend, Zed. I don't know if you're going.
Oh, of course it is. Yeah. Scottish bike show, isn't it? Yeah.
We're going through tomorrow, so Sarah and I. So,
brilliant.
We'll see the new FTR.
Hey, MT. Yeah, that 109. If you haven't seen the 109, Sarah's in the room somewhere. So
is she?
Yeah.
She's been chatting away, mate.
She's in the next room. Oh, she's in the next room ignoring me though, but she'll talk to you lot.
Yeah, she's ignoring you.
What's going on there?
Got to treat your women right, yeah.
I was not telling you, I've locked her in the room next door.
Oh, you're locked.
Lockwood? Someone say Lockwood.
Guys, I've got a question for you all.
Yeah, go on, mate.
Completely off subject again. So you know that we all post kind of like long kind of videos, like 5-6 minutes, just talking absolute bullshit, basically.
Well, Dave does it for 23, 25 minutes.
Yeah.
My question was going to be, so obviously I'm kind of new to this whole thing. And my whole background, like, I used to be kind of nerdy at this. So I used to play a lot of Call of Duty and make, like, sniper montages and things like that. So I'm really good at, like, editing videos. And, like, I really like the whole aspect of editing. Like, you know, like, if you check out my latest video, you'll see, like, I've edited it a slight bit. And it's just funny. Like, I was editing it so much. I was crying. And, like, I sent my dad a voice message. I was too scared to ring him. I sent him a voice message, like, crying and laughing down the phone at him because I'd literally just bullied him. And I wanted to, if I wanted to make a montage, would I include that on a YouTube channel, or would I make a separate YouTube channel for, like, a 2-minute, like, montagey edit? Like, or could you mix them?
No, chuck it all on one channel, mate. So,
YouTube
well, I
shorts.
tend to do obviously long videos, short videos. My average video is about 300-400 views, so I'm not worried about how many views I get because a lot of our stuff is rides for customers. But as I said earlier, I did the ride of the LXS, and I've got about 2,700 views. Now, Grant above me, he's done the same video but riding from our garage, and he's got a damn sight more video hits. And it's all down to the title, and it's how you title a video, how you hashtag it, how you put stuff through. So it's I just tend to put ride test for LXR or LXS.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I've just posted a video and the title says I've been shot, where in reality I haven't been shot. Maybe that's maybe that's a bit too drastic. But
no, that's what you need to do. Yeah.
See, Andy and Simon's, now they tend to do their just normal, Andy calls it a bimble. Someone's actually picked up and started using bimble on the American channels.
Oh, yeah. Cold stole it. Let's talk it out.
Yeah.
Cold stole it. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of people are starting to use this bimble thing now. A quick bimble around town or a quick bimble in the countryside.
Sounds like
obviously Andy, and the credit to Andy over here, he started the word bimble. So that's one of his. Now Simon uses bell end of the week, so Simon puts a lot of the cars that cut him up. But
Simon's videos crack me up. I love them so much. Every time I'm just like, oh, Simon's. I can just picture it. He's fucking epic.
There we go. Yeah, Dino's just said it all. Clickbait titles. Now there was one up earlier, and it's like riding my bike. Can I hold it up? And the guy had actually put a picture of Gollum on a bike with the skinny ribs. And I'm like, all right, I'll go and watch that. And the guy's about 25 stone riding a big Harley in the States. And there's no sign of that Gollum, but that picture instantly draws you in. So it's that first picture that you see on YouTube that is going to drag you in, followed by the title. So, for instance, like I went to the beach and spotted boobs.
Yeah.
And it could be, oh, right, we go down the beach. Oh, there's a couple of boobies. And it'll be a couple of the birds called boobies. So,
gas lit up then.
So maybe then, where I've titled my video, I got shot. Maybe I just put a picture of a school up or something like that, you know.
See, like Mark Ash Vlogster, he does literally just him riding his bike, and his videos are mostly 12, 18 minutes.
See, everybody's got their own. They're obviously their own in their mind how long a video should last. Now, as somebody who is right into editing, I always tell a story. Start, middle, and an end.
Yeah.
If that's start, middle, and end, and as long as it's relevant to the video, if it lasts 12 minutes or lasts 25 minutes, that's how long it is. It's up to the individual.
My original videos used to last nearly 30 minutes when it was just me talking, because I love talking, and I'll start talking and another subject will pop into my head and I'll add that in. But then I've decided to discipline myself and say sort of like, I want to talk about this bit, and then that bit can be for another video. So I will edit that bit out and then use that for this video. And
I actually have.
So I'll try to keep everything under 20 minutes.
I reached out to a load of people on Instagram who do like stunt riding, Not so much on like private land. Like they'll go down the M25 on their back wheel sort of thing. And I reached out and I was like, "Oh guys, I'm mediocre at editing videos. I want to add some flashing effects and everything like that." And they're like, "Yeah, let's do it." So I'm meeting up with them at the end of the month, and hopefully have a video up at the end of the month of them just basically pissing around on their back wheel.
The thing that's always good to say, Exeter Riders comment there about thumbnails. Like, so when I first started YouTube, I had to rely very heavily on the man to my right, Red, because he was very familiar with it. He knew how it all worked, and he has taught me so much about YouTube's algorithm and what you have to do in order to get the spotted, to get the recommendations. So I'm going to just repeat basically what he's always said to me, like bright colors. Like YouTube seems to love bright colors in thumbnails. So if you can get that, you know, like the Batman old like movies where they punch someone, it'd be like pow. Do you know what I mean? If you can throw one of those in there, like stuff like that will be awesome.
You look at some of them crash compilation videos on the very front. They'll have a motorcycle halfway through an accident, and they'll have owl, kablam, splat, whatever on it, and they get people go, "Oh, that looks good." You know, and then that's the same videos you've seen on every other compilation. But
your biggest issue is people who make thumbnails in the wrong size, the wrong dimension. Right.
Yeah.
They make a cracking thumbnail, and it's wrong.
What are the dimensions?
It's not the right dimensions for the YouTube thumbnail, because right away, if you fail at the first hurdle, if you don't get the dimensions right, and you don't get, like as you say, the shop front up to see, you know, you've really got to like target your audience as well. You know, look at search your description, look at other thumbnails, look at their views, and go, what's different between theirs and yours? And you think to yourself, well, if the thumbnail brings you in, you do something better or make it the same or improve it. You know, so.
£50 a week to feed this animal.
Hello.
Somebody's crying.
Oh, you're not giving the money, are you? You're giving the money away.
Oh my god! He's on the midget porn already.
There's obviously certain ways how you make the thumbnail as well, and depending on which software you use to make the thumbnail.
My missus has just, obviously the missus has gone over to her mum's for the night. She's just sent me a video. She went, "Can you please YouTube this and make us some money?" And I went, "Why is that?" She went, "Look at him. We've got a lurcher. Obviously, you know what lurchers are, right? Very ribby dog, very bony." She went, "Look.
Can you give just £50 a week to feed this animal?"
Like you poor little sod. £50 a week will feed this dog. And I'm like, oh, for God's sake. She went, "Can you put it on your TikTok?" And I went, "No, I'm not putting it on my
I can
TikTok.
put it down for you.
I'm going to take a picture of my motorbike and say it takes £50 a week to feed this animal at the moment.
I'll tell you what, I've spent nearly £90 this week on fuel. So no, don't tell me £50 is good enough.
It's also
I'll do commuting and other stuff, but 90 quid this week. And the worst thing that happened to me was I pulled out of Banbury and I was going to get fuel in Banbury at the local Morrison's because it was cheaper, and I forgot, and I just went and headed down the motorway and went, "Oh dear, I need fuel." Motorway service is 180 a fucking litre. I fucking got daylight, and they might as well just bent me over the bike and shafted me, because that's what it felt like.
How much is it for fuel down your way? So
I'm paying about between 160 and 180 a litre down here. So.
It's going to be £2 at the end of the month.
And no, I'm not getting a fucking electric bike. Sorry, no.
No, fuck that.
Quick one from Exit. He said, downside of thumbnail draws, it clicks on it and people realise it's clickbait. They'll click off as though it's bad for viewer retention.
We moved on from that. We're ranting about fuel now. Sorry, so I've got to have me rant.
I'm going to bring up.
I want hydrogen fuel, and I want it now, because that is the best.
So I'm not going to go into the science about all that right now, but it's going to be £2 at the end of the month.
Yeah, of course it is. But,
quick one for you. Go and check out Burning Gas Holy Gap.
Is that burning gas all in ass?
Yeah,
that was Mrs. Burning Gas all ass on board her new Indian.
I'll tell you
chief,
what,
may I
that
say.
as a short video, that is absolutely brilliant. And Gareth's got the shorts down to a T. So has Zed as well. He's got it absolutely spot on.
You know, that's what's one. It's like, you know, everybody, like, that's what I use on other social media platforms to bring people in. You know, like, and it's not clickbait or anything like that. It is more of, this is what Sarah and I do with our bikes. You know, we have fun with them. We do what we can, and you put these little funny videos out on like TikTok, Instagram, blah 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 blah, and then people click on it, and you think, well, maybe they'll make go over to the YouTube channel. You never know. It happens. Something. You know?
Yeah.
No.
Nah.
Yeah, I'm very good at clickbaiting. I mean, I've got just over 19,000 followers on TikTok. That's all I do is clickbait. I'm pretty good at it. I just talk shit. And like when I say clickbait, I mean mega clickbait. Like I said, my latest video says I got shot, where in reality I didn't get shot because I'm still here. I don't know. But the thing is, like, you've got to make it intriguing, right? You got to make people want to watch. And I think that's probably the hardest bit, isn't it? Really?
Just need to be a fit blonde bird. That's what you need to be.
Yeah, oh, here we go.
You need to get a surrogate. You need to get yourself a surrogate woman. That's what I'm going to do. Or I'm thinking of going down, get the LGBTQ community, and call myself the Brokeback Mountain Biker. See if I can go down that way.
Yeah, the thing is, with obviously YouTube, you have to hit 1,000 subscribers before monetization. TikTok, I think, is 10,000. Brandon.
Yeah, I don't know. 10,000
yeah, but they pay out a lot more money for monetization than YouTube do.
Oh, I don't know. It's like it's 1p or whatever per 1,000 views.
Yeah, which it ain't bad really if you're ramping the views in.
No, it's not. No, you're right. You're right. Especially if your average viewage is probably like 320,000 views per video.
See,
yeah,
my nephew Sam, he's got he plays this game. I think it's called Fortnite.
Oh God.
Yeah,
oh,
so
boy.
all the kiddies play Fortnite, but he is very fast at getting through the levels and actually not cheating, but getting through the level really fast.
Right.
Sounds
and
like
he said to me, he said, "I'll give you a challenge." He said, "I'll play Fortnite with you." I didn't know what the hell it was. I lost in the first 20 seconds, so I died. But I said to him, I said, "You're really good at this. You need to do a YouTube channel how to play Fortnite." I said, "But your dad's going to have to set it up because obviously he was only 12 at the time." Dad set it up, got him monetized. He hit 1,000 viewers in 4 days. He's at, I think, 12,500 followers at the moment doing his Fortnite. And all of his videos are hitting 25,000 views per week. And I said to his dad last week, I said, "How are you doing? How's Sam doing on his account?" He went, "All the money goes into a trust fund for him when he hits 17. He said, "But he's done in just under a year, he's hit 2.5 grand.
Yeah, you know, I think TikTok is actually bigger than YouTube. I don't want to say it, but I generally think it's become bigger than YouTube. And the reason it is because you only need to post 7-second clips on TikTok. And you got all these kids all over TikTok. I mean, how many times do you see an 11-year-old pop up on your fucking YouTube page? Unless you're fucking weird, never.
Yeah.
But it's all over TikTok, isn't it? I mean, TikTok this, TikTok that.
The real money's in. You got to get yourself your OnlyFans page on Instagram, mate.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
That's where the real money's at.
Uncle Red follows around.
I've got a lot of sugar daddies and stuff on there.
I've already got one. MT tank tops.
Paying for my new bike, that is. You know what I mean? I've got to get you some bikinis and stuff, and you know what I mean, and do some. You've got to do what you got to do.
The thing is, when it comes to platforms like YouTube and TikTok, I think YouTube
Grant's
typically
disappeared. His Wi-Fi's gone down. I wonder where Grant had gone.
Now we can talk crap about him. Hey, dodgy connection boy. Yeah, I follow a lot of
connection boy, leaky triumph.
Leaky triumph, love it. When it comes to YouTube and such, and you know, Twitch is having the issue now where people sit there, live stream, talk, get their tits out, whatever, and they'll have music playing in the background.
Yep.
Now they're being caught up with copyright law the same way that YouTube has. You can't just play music left, right, and center because you don't have a license for it. I think the thing is with TikTok is fair use comes in. I think you're allowed to play about 9 seconds of a song before you either have to have a license for it, or you are going further into it and trying to break that song down, or it's adding to your video. So with TikTok, typically, you know, how long is a video going to be on that? 20, 30 seconds long. So, you know, you can tell I don't go on the platform very much, but yeah, I think it could be that copyright law has yet to catch up with TikTok as a platform.
Yeah.
However,
the TikTok right now has increased their video lengths now to 10 minutes to try and compete with YouTube, because obviously YouTube doesn't have that limitation. I mean, TikTok's went from 1 minute to 3 minutes now to 10 minutes. You know, how long is it going to be before TikTok allows you to post unlimited time videos? I mean, that's the next thing, because that's what they want. Was that?
So is it turning into YouTube then?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
But at the same time, though, YouTube is okay for the shorts with the phone. And talk about the mobile phones, right? TikTok's really good for the random person who whips out their phone in portrait mode and does a quick blah blah blah, sticks it up, and then all of a sudden hits 10,000 views and blah, and the rest of it. Whereas YouTube's more of a more creative.
Yeah.
You know, you could use like your backgrounds, your more editing, videography, more audio, all that. There's more to it. Whereas TikTok's more fun. Does that make sense? It's like TikTok's more of a
more fun,
impromptu. You know what I mean? I'll just make a quick video.
Mobile, isn't it?
TikTok strikes me as the platform where if people can't keep their eyes on something for more than 30 seconds, that's where they go.
Bullseye.
So meanwhile, we're over here trying to tell a nice little story for 8 minutes, and someone's just there like, "Oh, it's more than 5 minutes long. I'm not doing that. No, go away."
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, great. Exactly. So I guess our content means little to the newer generation.
That's right.
You see, I did one from I think it was Super Sausage a couple of Sundays ago, where we put all the bikes up, where Andy had been out with us. Shared all the music up, and with TikTok you can put your own music title up. So I just basically click background music, ride my motorcycle, shared it across to Facebook. Facebook actually said, and basically deleted it, said we're blanking the audio, and I'm like, hang on a minute, I'm sharing from TikTok to Facebook, what's the issue? And I actually sent a copyright claim back saying this is a TikTok video, and they actually put the audio back up and allowed me to have it as it is a TikTok video.
They did the same with one of my TikTok videos of one of the bike mix. I did a We Are Family when we had one of the probably there was a lot of us, and there was mothers and children. Yeah, there was wives, girlfriends. We was all there, and I took loads of pictures that night, and I did a We Are Family tune on TikTok. Of course, if you share to TikTok, you can share it to Instagram. You share it to Instagram, it automatically goes to Facebook. Well, Facebook decided that the audio needed muting, but Instagram didn't. So I don't know. I mean, they're not consistent with it, but
But I use Epidemic Sound for quite a lot of stuff, not just for videos. I actually download this music from Epidemic Sound and put it onto my mobile phone.
But don't you have to keep subscribing to Epidemic?
Power Director.
I come unstuck with Epidemic. I subscribed, then I stopped subscribing, and then they done me. They copyrighted me for using some of their music because I wasn't subscribed anymore.
Okay.
It's only while you're subscribed to them you can post videos. As long as you posted it while you were subscribed to them, then you've got it. But if you posted it after your subscription is finished, then you've got a problem.
That's the thing. So I'm subscribed to a music and sort of video site where you can just get this stuff. Obviously, you pay a subscription to it, but when you download it, it also gives you the option to download a license. So the amount of times I've uploaded a video recently with some of this music and it's immediately been claimed by X group, I then have to go onto their website and say, no, here's my license, here's my subscription information. Piss off, basically. It's annoying as hell. But it does stop people from.
Because I download some of that music off Epidemic Sound and make playlists just to put on my phone just to listen when I'm like at work. Some of the music's actually really good.
That's a great comment.
Oh, here we go. We've got a fan grant.
It's because everyone's picking on me on the Triumph now. Everyone's constantly.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, everyone's picking on you.
Kerry,
are they?
poor
I
deluded
have
woman.
been slandered left, right, and
Quick
centre.
one. Rowley is in the room, guys. If you haven't seen Rowley's 109, oh god, yeah, I'll tell you. We had a quick
You
one.
made me say it. Yeah.
Cutting across to the garage this afternoon. I'm in reception. I think it was about 10 o'clock this morning. We had a phone call from PRS, Performing Rights Society. And she went, "Oh, we've had a report that you're playing music in the garage." And obviously, Rebecca took the phone call this morning. She went, "Seriously? Yeah. Do you have any music playing in the garage?" She went, "We're a bike garage and a car garage. Do you expect us to be playing music?" Well, we just want to check that you're not, because you need a PRS license to play music.
That's true.
What?
Yeah, we've got power tools going, we've got cars running, we've got bikes running. How the hell do you expect us to be playing music in a garage? And of course, she went, "Well, I can hear music playing in the background. That sounds like Professor Green." And she went, "That's actually our bike sales ringtone." He said, "It's the guy's phone going off in the because we have to put our phones in the door in a holder." She went, "That's his phone going." And she went, "Can you prove that?" And she went, "Hello, Eclipse, Dave speaking. How can I help you?" And she went, "Oh, it said here's his ringtone on his phone. We don't play music in a garage with power tools and bikes running." Oh well, we need it. And she went, "Do you want to take this?" And I picked the phone up and I went, "Hello, PRS." And she went, "Yeah, can I help you?" And she went, "Oh, have you got a PRS license for playing music?" And I went, "Don't need one, love." She went, "Why is that?" I said, "I'm a professional DJ and I've already got a PRS license for public performance. Piss off."
Saucy.
Yeah.
That was a bit harsh, wasn't it?
Yeah, you could have handled that so much better, mate.
I was like,
Yeah, it was a bit harsh, wasn't it?
"One to Dave."
Verbal abuse.
If they ever send an inspector around, you're going to have to be like tracing the decks. You are. Do you know what I mean? You're going to have to.
They can see my license. I've still got my license because basically I still own my disco company. So you know Gary anyway in Bletchley. So Gary that does the DJs. So he's basically taken over my company to run Pinewood Studios, but I've still got the copyright on T-Sound. So, and I'm still paying my £76 a year to PRS for public performance.
Nice.
So I can play music wherever I go.
So, how often do you perform publicly? And is this in a local dogging spot or
only on a Sunday morning in Pink Panthers or at Super Sausage?
I don't know. I swear I've seen you. At
Probably dogging at Super Sausages.
I've seen him at the lake.
Just get some decks on the back of your bike.
dog license?
Now you're talking, Jim. Now you're talking.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
If, quick one for Boo. He's tell him it's your band. I'll tell you what. If you just behind our garage, and Red knows about this, is a wonderful little studio. And I'll tell you what, Mr. Gigs in Milton Keynes, if you need a rehearsal, I'm going to plug this. If you need somewhere to rehearse with your band or you need to go out recording or anything, check out Mr. Gigs in Milton Keynes, Mr. Gigs Studios in Milton Keynes. Red will tell you about it. It's a bloody good studio. One of these days,
you do your thing first.
Yeah, one of these days, I am going to get in that bloody loft up there. Because I have got a Jackson Charvel 5A.
I think you're going to see a Jackson Pollock up your loft or something.
No,
Yeah.
I've got a Jackson 5A in the loft.
You've got the Jackson 5 in your loft.
Yeah, Jackson 5A. It's about an £1,800 guitar. It's not been out the loft for about 10 years, so it's going to need restringing. But one of these days, I shall dig it out. I shall pass it across the Red. And if you haven't seen Red play guitar, I tell you, he plays pretty mean guitar.
Well, let's hear a tune then. Don't leave us hanging.
Oh, the pressure is always on him to the
guitar.
Down the peer pressure.
Ignore that. That's not
He
there.
plays a very, very mean guitar. But the one tune that I do well is
I'd let you hit my strings.
Freebird, the acoustics at the bit at the end.
I'll let you hit my.
Mr. Gigs recently done up a few of their rooms, and this is one of their rooms. He's put LED lights in the soundproofing around the outside, wooden floor and everything. So yeah, if you are in the area and you need a practice place, then absolutely Mr. Gigs is going to be the one to go for.
Yeah.
Could you give us
Dylan
could you
is
give
a
us an
very nice
example?
guy.
No.
Could I give you a what?
Could you give us
I
an
said
example
Dylan.
of something you might practice in there? In other words, mate, grab a guitar, play us a damn song.
Oh, right. I can give you.
Come on, Red.
I can give you one of those.
Come on, mate. Let's hear it.
Come on.
I don't have to get my ukulele out and show you up.
Not only does he own an orange Falcon, but he plays guitar. Come on, Red.
Falcon, I thought you had a KTM.
I thought it was a KTM.
It does have a KTM.
Yeah.
All right, the insults. I ain't doing anything for you now.
Oh,
That's it. I'm just going to sit here and enjoy the stream.
Oh, quick one. Rolly, is it my glasses or is empty tank sitting in the bar?
Oh, mate, here we go.
What is it
He's
with
got
you?
Vaseline on the
smoke
lens.
machine
That's what he does
jokes,
in the
mate?
porn shoot. Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh, yeah, rhythmic as a drummer. Yes, he is. Yeah.
Ah.
Must be.
I play bass.
If Empty Tank says it, it must be true here. Like,
Yeah, go on, push him. Yeah, come on.
He's
come
got the
on,
hair
Red.
for it, ain't
I have. I'm ready, mate.
All right, let me get the
really
acoustics. See if the
Yeah,
tell you what,
what a
oh,
guy.
I'll tell you
You
what,
get
Red,
started and I'll
Red.
accompany you on the bass. How's that?
before you come off your speakers, Red, next time, if you're ever up in Brick Hill, pop up to my house, mate.
Oi, oi.
No.
Oh, yeah.
No,
He's always trying it on, isn't he?
I bought this as a birthday present for my daughter
Okay.
about 12 years ago because she was going down to Ronnie's place at Wolverton. What was it called? The music shop in Wolverton.
No.
Oh, that's going back.
No, Red, I will not go with
no.
you.
I can't think of what they're called.
Wasn't it the old?
I will not
Hollywood
help you
music?
string your guitar, Red.
Ronnie from the Pear Tree Bridge family has got a music place where he sells band gear out of Wolverton.
Okay.
But my daughter used to go
Right, Andy.
drumming, but she gave up on the drumming. But for her 13th birthday, I got her this Lost Without Cause and a pair of signed drumsticks. But I actually wrote to America, Foo Fighters, and I've got a pair of signed drumsticks from Dave Grohl.
Oh.
If you want that, mate, and you want to stick it up in Mr. Gig's studio, it's yours.
Wow.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
what the
I'm sure
boss?
Dylan would be well.
Right,
happy.
Andy's about to shoot, so we'll all say good night to Andy.
Oh, see you later, Andy.
All right, see you later,
Lovely
Andy.
talking to you again, mate. Hope to see you up the sausage.
I've got a load of drumsticks here.
Enjoy your seat.
Compare. Compare the market.
Compare them.
You
Off
say,
the wheels.
Quick one.
At least MT Tank is wearing an adult top.
Oh,
Yeah.
you guys are
Yeah.
obsessed, ain't you? You're
Empty.
obsessed with this
I've-
love machine. This
I've
love
got-
machine you were
Did
obsessed
nobody
with.
see the live stream where he's wearing the fucking child's tank top at the
I
time?
must have missed it.
No, missed that one.
Was it skin tight? Was it like proper tight?
Well, it's as tight as you wanna
It was
make
proper. Two straps and a bit of string, and that was it.
Did it look like wrestling attire? Like
Yeah.
there we go.
Wrestling attire is exactly what it
White
was.
beater.
white feet.
It'd be
All he
like,
needed was a can of Stella. That's all he
Yeah.
needed.
Oh,
Brad C. Nesbitt had nothing on him, I tell you.
Rabsy Nesbitt is a national treasure. I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this.
oh.
right, I'm going to make a quick coffee, grab a quick cigarette. I should be back in 2. I'm going to let Red
I thought you were
entertain
giving
you
up
for
the
the next
flag.
5 minutes.
Yeah, and you're about to get a copyright strike for whatever he plays. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's after 9 o'clock, guys. I don't give a shit.
I thought you gave up the cigarettes.
Sound
Oh,
check. Can you hear this?
I thought you gave up
can
the
hear it.
cigarettes.
Yeah.
I am
was
down to
lovely.
about 5 a day, so I'm doing well. I've gone down from about 20 a day to down to about 5, so I'm doing well.
That's good going.
Yeah,
That was lovely,
You
Red.
freaking liar.
he's gonna do a Japanese song first. It's called Tuning.
Yeah, this is it. I
Oh,
love it.
That sounds like Deliverance to me.
Hey boy, you sure got a pretty mouth.
You got a pretty man.
Swivel like a pig.
Fuck you know, that killed me. He's got me. He's got me.
Right. Come on.
That's the most awkward
Oh,
clap
Sarah.
ever, isn't it?
Right, Sarah.
Hello,
Hello. Like that
Gareth.
one.
You've changed. You've had a shave.
For the better.
Come on, Uncle Red, show us how good you are with your
Nice to see you, Sarah.
I was gonna say Red.
Kind of. I need a wig.
Yes.
Yeah,
That does sound pretty cool.
Very good.
My guy.
Fair play.
Red. I was me and MT Tank. We were headbanging. Don't worry, mate. We were proper rocking and rolling for you.
That was actually pretty good, mate. Fucking well done. Nice.
Thank you. Thank you.
I like that.
It's always good when you can raise the pressure, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
If you come on and bottled it.
That's it.
Pressure on
Anyway,
one.
here's Wonderwall.
No. It's the worst thing in it about playing a guitar. You go to any single party and they're like, "Oh, do you know how to play Wonderwall?" And it's like, "Do you know how to fuck off?"
I tell you what, I purposely not learned how to play near enough any song because when people come up to me and say, "Can you play this one?" I say, "I'll tell you what I can play. Nothing."
Yeah.
Nothing. Yeah, I can put the guitar down and I can go.
I can play the long, awkward silence and walk away. How's that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've got an encore in the chat, mate. From,
Yeah.
From Dino.
Yeah.
Dino,
Yeah,
mate.
Dino. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dino's like pressure's on now, pal. Oh dear, how do you handle the pressure?
Easy.
I don't
I'm
know.
a one-man band. So
Anyway, Rhythmic, I've just sent you I've sent you an invite for our group, and you'll get notified of the next meet and where it is. So you
Oh,
can.
hello. You're gonna regret that, mate, because I'm gonna be everywhere with cameras going, "Hey, Simon, entertain me, entertain everyone."
Just because I'm inviting you there, doesn't mean I'm going to fucking turn up.
Yeah.
So when you say
You'll be there like, "Where's Simon? Where's Simon?" Yeah,
Where's Simon?
he's sat at home. Fuck off. No.
you don't know where it is. Oh.
Let's follow the bad
No,
language.
we,
Yeah.
yeah.
There goes my one-man band dream.
Oh, that is it.
We meet every Wednesday at the White Lion in Dunsport, which is just at the Chalk Hill Cut.
Oh, yeah.
So it's, we meet there from 6:30 onwards. There's usually
Mm.
15-20 of us. We've struggled to get
thought
bikes
both.
there. Some nights it's only me, but yeah, it's the nicer weather brings us all out, doesn't it? So
I could do it in the work van, mate. To be honest, because I inspect the roads in Dunstable.
yeah, tell you what, you want to come down in the van, come down in the van, mate.
Come down in
It's
the van.
meeting the people that it's all about.
There's
and
nothing
they're all
more
buying it,
dodgy.
so-
There's nothing more dodgy than a white van, man. I'm telling you, I know it. I am one.
I won't struggle. Just take me away. Just tie me
take
up and take me away. I'm not going to struggle.
Red, you found yourself. In
Anyway,
the white
change the
van.
subject. Dave's back. Change the subject. Dave's back. Right. Okay.
Oh, stop talking about it. Stop talking about it. Stop talking.
Yeah. Pretty flowers. Clouds.
What was
Oh,
that,
lovely.
Rhythmic? You said something about White Van?
I said Dino.
Have you got this guitar out yet, then?
He's done it.
He's done
Dave.
it.
Oh,
He's done it.
Look at it, mate.
Where
He
was you?
extracted the white guitar and he's put it back again. So.
You've not done the 4 opening bars to Freebird.
Oh God, another one. It's that other
Here
song.
we
isn't
go.
it? Yeah,
I must
here we
say,
go.
actually, Red, I'm going to say about one of your videos you did where you was at Milton Keynes Station, you went up in the multi-story in there and you did the sunset and everything else.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Love that. That was brilliant.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I've got to say, because obviously me and Red ride together like pretty much all the time. Yeah, when you're riding with Red and he's like, "Oh, can we just stop here? Can we just stop here? I just want to set up a time lapse." Also, and trust me, like it comes out brilliantly at the end. It's fucking well annoying when you're there, but it's the end result is brilliant.
When have you ever disliked hanging around
Red
with me?
is the professional photographer man, isn't
Proofs
he?
are coming out
There's-
now.
Oh, what Red,
when I met him up Super Sausage, he was there with his big flash camera and everything else. He was completely
what
shown
Red
up
can
by
do-
MT Belly's daughter with a
he
mobile
was.
phone.
I preferred her photos, to be honest. I preferred
Right,
that with
I'm
a
gonna-
mobile phone.
I'm going to drop this on.
To be honest, yeah, she was getting better shots than I was.
But let's face it, she could get closer to the ground than you
She
could.
did the anger. If Red got on the floor, he was never getting back up, mate. That back.
No, that's it.
I'm going to drop one on Red and Rhythmic then, because obviously they're the musos in the room. I have been invited, possibly around about maybe July or August, to go and watch a band called The Rock Show. They are huge on YouTube. And they do a lot of rock covers. I think it's about 12 musicians that do different rock covers. I know a couple of members of the band very, very well, and they've invited me down. They said, we're out of COVID. We're looking to do our tour, UK tour, around July, August. Do you want some VIPs? And I went, yeah, if you boys are out. He's offered me 4 VIPs. My missus is not into rock music, so if you guys want to join me, go down to rock. Yeah. Go onto YouTube and type The Rock Show band. I'll put their link up actually. Let me just
that'd be cool.
Let me just jump onto YouTube and find, because the last time I went to see them, they did Freebird, and I said to him, I said, I used to play in a band back in the 80s, and we used to go down to a place called the Cosgrove Lodge. And obviously follow these guys. Where are we? I've got to find them now.
It's come with the classic rock show. Is that the ones you're on about?
I've got to find them alone. I've got to find them because they do one called Freebird. And the 2 musos, I actually know the guitarist. Who's a very, very here we go. The classic, they're called the Classic Rock Show.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So their guitarist I know very, very well, who was the long-haired one. He looks a little bit like Lemmy from Motorhead with long hair.
Look a bit like a gay cowboy, don't they? Really?
Yeah, he basically dresses like a cowboy. So I'm gonna chuck that up. There we go. Oh, I've chucked it up on the wrong link. I've gone and chucked it up on YouTube.
I'll tell you what, Red. We've done well tonight, mate. We've been invited to a bike meet on Wednesday, rock show in July. We've done
there
well.
We go. Classic rock shows. I posted it on YouTube, not the StreamYard. So it's gone up twice. But that is their thing. When we went to watch them, I was down the back in the audience, and obviously took the missus with me. And the pair of guitarists are both wireless mic'd up, and they walk around the whole audience doing the end solo to Freebird. And it is stunning. To say it blew me away. It was like, but they spend about 2.5 hours on the first set. They don't have a break. They do 2.5 hours full in on the whole show, have a 45-minute break, and come in and do a final 30 minutes, which is like all the encores. But it is a full night on. But I've been given 4 VIP tickets for when they do the next tour. He said, if you want to bring someone with you, I said, well, the missus isn't rock music. She didn't like it. But I know a couple of people that are. So if you guys want to join me on that. So,
oh, yeah.
All good to
I'll
go.
be down for that.
Quick one from MT. Said, how do I contact you? Instagram, blah, blah, blah. Brandon, message me. And I've got Red's and Grant's phone numbers on my phone, so I'll if you guys are all right, I'll share that phone number directly.
Yeah, if not, it is just literally a case of the Rhythmic Biker on Instagram.
Or send the guys a message, drop the guys a message, and
Instagram would be the best way.
All right.
Yeah, if it's from numbers I don't know, I just
TV sitting blow a TV with Rev Loco.
Interview MT Tank over his event he's got coming up in August.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
About the mental health,
let me chuck it. My thing pops up in the corner, so it's
pressure's on you now.
Well, what's up? I'm not even listening. I've got 3 monitors right now. I'm just looking at a different screen.
We want you to promote your event happening. Mental health.
We all want to be on it, guy.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've got a mental health awareness event coming up, specifically for motorcycles. We're saying bring your whole family with you, but at the moment we're just specifically targeting people within the motorcycle scene, as they're the main people who buy motorcycles buy them for like escapes, right? That's kind of the whole thing, and the community. Anyway, we've got a venue over in Surrey. We've got loads of shit going on. The people we're supporting is called Mental Health Motorbike. and they're a charity who go out and they're like first responders within mental health, all run free, obviously. I think they charge, £300 to train you up to being a first aider within mental health. So say Rev is having a really shit day, you'll meet up with Rev or whatever, sit down with him and talk with him, sort of thing. I know that sounds like something extremely simple, but I think there's a lot behind it, right? Like, you want to be making sure you're saying the right things to Rev in the first place to kind of cheer him up. Not that he's just some old guy with glasses. But anyway, so at this event that we're hosting, we're going to have a thing like a wheelie machine's going to be there. I'm really excited about this wheelie machine. That's why I keep going on about it. So we're going to have a wheelie machine there. We've got a raffle going on. We've had people like J&S, Superbike, no, not Superbike, Sports Bike Shop, and Infinity Motorcycles. So they're our three top donators at the moment who have reached out and donated stuff like new lids, new gloves, new jackets, the lot basically. We're gonna have like cake sales going on. Possibly a barbecue at the moment. We're kind of hindering between. There's a calf on site. We don't want to give them too much pressure, so we're thinking about maybe getting like a hog's roast going or something like that on site. Expecting around 1,500 people. It's going to be mega. And then we've got this guy, right, who's reached out to us. He's 87, right, and he's got a house, and it's kind of like a museum, and he's got all these old like motorcycles in it from like the 60s, and it's just awesome. And I'm like, that'd be awesome if you could bring one of these bikes to this event. It was like, I'll do one extra. He's part of this Facebook group, and he was like, what I'll do, I'll reach out and we'll get 5 or 6 of these bikes, as long as they could be stored undercover. And we're like, that's fine. So we've got these massive event gazebos coming, and we're going to organize that to be arranged so he can come down and show his bikes off, which I think is going to be awesome. And then we've got trophies that we're giving out. So like best show and tell sort of thing, best classic bikes, furthest distance traveled. I'm kind of hoping maybe one of the Scottish lot are going to come down so we can just give the trophy straight to them. That'd be cool.
Is that just a mileage thing? Is that just a mileage thing? So if I arrive there the day before and just do laps of that, I'll win, right?
Yeah. I'm so excited. So that's happening in August. But I wanted to touch on this quickly. So now I'm doing this event. The guy who runs Cotswold Wildlife Park over in Cotswold. The owner reached out to me and suggested that I do a separate charity event to do with motorcycles again. But he says he wants to target like a family sort of event. So I'm thinking, so maybe a group decision here. I'm thinking maybe target kids with cancer, something that kind of hits home, sort of thing, you know. I mean, I'm a young dad. I have a daughter who's 4. I think, you know, when you see kids suffering, especially like, you know, the war at the moment going on with Russia and Ukraine, for example, when you see kids suffer, it does really hit home. And I think something like that, and then they can go around and see the animals and stuff. I think that'd just be great and fantastic. And we'll have like venison burgers and everything like that. So that's another separate event that I'm looking at the moment. But anyway, this mental health event's the 14th of August of this year, so 2022. Yeah, awesome. That's it.
Cool.
Rate it. Where is that happening?
So that's Surrey. So that's a place. Where is it? I've got a leaflet. One sec. Let me just have a little ganders on the leaflet, and I shall tell you. I can't remember off the top of my head. Pulborough. Called Totes Calf and Hand Car Wash is the area. Don't know why you need a car wash. But... Yeah. I've sent you a leaflet anyway, Simon, so you just double check off that.
I've got it. I'm going to start pumping that out nearer the time. So yeah, I'm going to start putting that out on all social media.
It's going to be absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. We've got the local fire department who's coming over as well, which I think would be great because I think we want them there mainly to share awareness, right? Just the safety on motorcycles. Why not? You know, it's 1,500 of us, and when you've got a big event like that, you need first aiders. Now, I'm a qualified first aider, but I don't want that responsibility. So it's better to have. So it's better to have those people on site so you can just kind of go, right, you're here.
Right.
this is your job.
Approach the local St. John's.
St. John's.
So St.
Approach
John's,
the local St. John's, and they will stick up a tent and do all sorts. Yeah.
they charge. They don't do it for free. They charge.
Right.
So
ask them to borrow their tent, and I'll do it for free. So
I'm in as well because I'm a registered first aider for the garage, and I'm Pack 1 trained as well. So.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Wow,
let me have a think, and I might be able to get you a very lot of first aiders because I work for a national company. A very lot of first aiders that be interested in attending. So, let me have a think.
Brandon, quick one for you. You were looking for some giveaways.
Yep.
Yeah. Obviously, I'm gonna show the T-shirt, Viper.
Okay.
I've spoken to Kevin from Viper, which are basically Motohawk UK. Viper helmets, Viper bike gear, Viper gloves. They do the whole lot of bike protection gear. I've spoken to Kevin. They are looking to bring a stand down to you and do a Viper Day.
Wow. Okay. No, that's awesome. I mean, any more detail on that? That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
And then we
I'm
can
going to
sort
get
it
Kevin.
out.
I'm going to get Kevin to hook up with you directly. Speak to you. They're going to give away one of their Bluetooth helmets. A £200 helmet with a. It's got a Bluetooth helmet, but it doesn't connect to another rider. It connects to WhatsApp. So you can WhatsApp your phone call, basically connect to your rider group, kick your phone on, connect to your rider group. Very, very simple. It's a great helmet. I did the first video of it on my channel, but he said, yeah, we'll give away one of those Viper helmets. So 200 quid helmet to you, mate. So they're going to come down, possibly do a stand on the day for you with all the Viper gear.
Yeah, we've got plenty of room. That'd be mega.
MT, leave the first aid stuff with me. I'm gonna go away and talk to a couple of people over the next couple of weeks, and I'll get you a load of volunteers for first aid.
No, that's perfect, mate. Let us know how you get on with that because I need to order a massive bag, like a massive first aid bag. So let us know how you get on with that.
Just a quick one for this guy over. Where are we? Reverse the camera. This side. Simon was at 900, I think 940. He's just jumped to 960 subscribers now.
Oh,
I said, fucking don't mention it.
I'm gonna mention it. It's good.
What a lad! What a
I've got up 20 this evening. I'm having panic attacks. Shut up.
Yeah.
It's all about getting the subs. As I say, it's not about the subscriber count. It's not about getting huge amounts of money. I started off when I first started off at Eclipse, I was on, I think, about 70 subs. And we started doing videos, banging out the Lex Moto crap. I took a lot of shit in the first 2 years. Oh, why are you riding shitty Chinese bikes? Grant's had it tonight. He's had it on the Bikers MK page. You get the haters, you get the likers. I'm not in it for the money. As I say, I do it for the love of biking. And I think all these guys in the room do it all for the same reason. We just enjoy making videos. And, and obviously Jim being
I've said it before.
Go on.
I've said it before. I started my channel up basically because I wanted to talk about something while I was riding. I was recording my rides back and forwards to work every day, and I thought, do you know what? I'm going to buy a mic, so I did. And that was 18 months ago or so. And I put my first video up, and I think 20 people watched it, and I went, "Oh, that's interesting." And yeah, I just carried on doing what I've been doing, and I don't do anything special. I run a bike group called Bikes, Beers, and Bullocks, because I don't want to say bollocks.
We love a pair of bollocks.
We meet up every week, and I put a ride up about that, and I've done a couple of videos about this and that. And I never thought I'd get to where I am now, and that's amazing. And
it's just what we do. We do it for the love of biking. We just share our videos.
Well deserved, Simon.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just a quick one. Obviously, I'm way past that. So, because obviously military messaged me this week and said to me, Jesus Christ, 700,000 views, you're at 2,500. And I went, It's not about doing that. I said I just do it for the love of it. Every person that buys a bike, I do a test ride.
Yeah.
And well, Simon saw it tonight. We took that customer's bike back 50 mile an hour down the A5. I could have been hammering down there at 70 mile an hour. But
instead, you decided to upset me and do 50. No, I know.
I banged along at 50. Taylor messaged me half an hour ago. He is still in the garage. So it's 20 past 10 now. He's literally left the garage at 10 o'clock tonight. For those that didn't know, I've had my GTR resprayed in green. So
horrible green.
Horrible green.
Looks awful.
Yeah, Simon doesn't.
Right. I'm going to be completely honest now. When I saw the pictures of that green, I went vomit. Do not like it. It's fucking shit. And I told you that earlier, didn't I? Yeah, I said I do not like that green. That is horrible green.
I'll be honest. I'll be honest. I don't mind it, but I am. I'm looking forward to seeing it on the bike. Like, you know what I mean?
Rhythmic. I started seeing it put together tonight.
I've had shits,
and with the silver, it dumbs it down a bit. It's not as bad.
Yeah,
okay?
So that's the silver.
It's not the Kawasaki green I like.
No.
Yeah.
But
it's trying.
It's not the green I like, but it once I saw one side finished off, and I said, you know what, that doesn't look too bad.
It doesn't look as bad as you thought it was going to look.
Yeah.
When I saw the bits laid out, sprayed up, I went, "Vomit City, here we come." You know, he's now going to be growing. Oh no! I had all sorts of insults lined up. I had the insults lined up; they're ready to go. But once I saw one side put on tonight, it didn't look too bad.
It's not that bad, but obviously, you are gonna. As soon as that bike pulls into Super Sausage, you're gonna know it's me. And everybody's got a silver.
Here's Red Bottom and his vomit bike. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm gonna get
everybody always used. Everybody leaves the car park when you turn up with your bike.
Everyone leaves.
I'll clear the car park.
There'll be space. There'll be nobody will park near it. Yeah.
We already know it's you. You're the one doing 40 in a second.
Can we all organise that? Everyone who goes to Super Sausage next time we go with Dave, can we just let him park up and then park as far away as possible?
Yeah, as far away as possible. I'm going to park where the cars are because it's.
There we go.
Allville. Yeah.
Reserve.
I wish I could fly.
All right, here we go.
Love it, Jim.
With this not bike. I love it.
Yeah,
I've got to admit it. I did not love that green on its own, but when you actually look at it mixed in with the silver, because it's a dark silver on the Kawasaki, it doesn't look too bad. It doesn't look too bad. I'm not going to say I love it yet because I haven't seen the finished article.
Have you done it because of the Ninja? Have you done it because you're having a bit of withdrawal symptom, maybe?
I'm having major withdrawal symptoms on getting rid of the Ninja. I have been offered very, very. Someone actually messaged me and said, "Would you take 2.5 for it?" And I went, "No." It's a P2 Japanese import. It's the thing was the only reason I want to get rid of it. I was going to.
I can't believe you turned down £2.50.
No, someone actually said to me. He said, "Why are you selling the ZX7?" And it's all down to the fact that Bikeshore have restricted my insurance this year on the bike. Because
I'm sorry, I always just put a comment up. Rev Bogey.
I know. I've just seen it. I wasn't gonna put that. I went to them last year for my insurance, and they said to me, "We valued your bike," and I've actually got the paperwork here somewhere. So let me just find it.
You picked the worst time to try and sell the snot bike during a COVID pandemic. No one's going to want it, mate.
No, I went to Bikeshore when I first insured the bike, and they said to me, "Did you realise what you have bought?" And I went, "As far as I'm concerned, it's a P2 ZX7." And they went, "No, you have not bought a ZX7." And I went, "All right. So what have I got?" They actually sent me this. So there we go. Oh, better not show me address. Oh, you haven't paid your 15 quid. 15 quid valuation fee, but they agreed the bike value was £4,000. And I went,
Oh,
well,
right.
I've only paid £2,000 for it. And they went, you bought a P2, but it's a Japanese import. And I went, all right, we've restricted your mileage to £2,000 a year, 2,000 miles on dry
Right.
days only. You're not allowed to ride in the wet. In
How
case
are they
you
gonna know?
if you do ride all year, instead of 360, it's going to cost you 770. I'll take the cheaper insurance. Yeah, I'll take the cheaper insurance. They came back to me this year and said to me, this year, if you keep the bike, you're restricted to 1,000 miles a year, dry days only. And we valued it now at 5,200. And I went, right, but it's going to cost you £125 for the valuation if you want it actually proved on paper. And I went, nah, I'm looking to sell the bike. I've got the GTR. Why is that? He said, it's the last one in the country because all the other 4 are in exhibition. And I went, all right, so I've advertised it up for £4,000 to get rid of it. Had a guy in this week, he said, I'll give you 2,500 for it. I went, you realise what? I'd rather sit on it. If I have to keep the bike, I'll keep the bike.
Yeah.
Because it will only go up in value. So we'll probably end up draining the oil, taking the fuel out of it and leave it sat in Phil's garage until the right buyer. I want it to go to a loving home where someone's going to look after it, ride it, rather than someone go out and track ride it all day.
Yeah.
So, and obviously I've chucked all the money now into the GTR. But I've spent, well, Simon knows, I spent £550 on spark plugs last week because
you were robbed.
Yeah, someone.
Wait, sorry. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, say that again.
Yeah, these spark plugs are gold plated and never need replacing. Yeah, no.
£550 to change the spark plugs.
No, to change the spark plugs on the GTR 1400, they are about a 4-hour labour.
Jesus Christ.
By the tears of angels.
Gareth's wetting himself in the background there. Look.
Because the simple fact is,
I'm in shock.
I'm going to swear now, my fucking bike technicians that take the bikes out in the morning are meant to fire the bikes up for 10 minutes, leave them running, take them out, park them up. Last thing at night, 5:20, start the bikes up, run for 10 minutes, bring the bikes in. They took my bike out. 40 seconds later, turned it off. Brought it
You
back
ain't
in.
running. Give over.
Yeah. Second day, took the bike out, brought it back in. Third day, I go to fire my bike up. It will not start. Phoned Simon. My bike's not starting. How long have you leave it running for? 40 seconds. You've fouled your plugs. It is a full panel strip, screen off. Whole front of the bike has to come off. You're left with a 2-inch gap to get your hand in to change the spark plugs. 4.5 hours later, I am still changing fucking spark plugs. At £20 a spark plug because there are iridium spark plugs in that bike.
Iridium spark plugs, 80 quid for the plugs, and 4 hours later.
Get yourself a Triumph Daytona, sell it.
Yeah, but I've changed the plugs. What did I do tonight, Simon? Brought my bike in, left it running inside the garage for 10 minutes, shut my bike down. You have to wait until that temperature bar hits number 2 before you turn the bike off. Otherwise, it fouls the plugs.
It fouls the plugs.
Should have bought a Triumph Sprint, mate. That's
yeah, get a Triumph, mate.
Yeah, you could have just kept replacing the oil then.
Yeah.
It's such a prick.
Or the endless.
Oh my Lord.
I don't know.
So this is what I don't understand, right? Why would you run iridium plugs in the first place? Because iridium, you need heat to run iridium, which means you need more compression, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to run like shit if it's cold.
Yeah.
You need to warm the bike up before, because one of my friends runs an R1 and he says his bike runs like shit on iridium plugs to start with. Unless you're messing around and tuning it, iridium plugs are kind of pointless, right?
True.
Do you know how quickly a 1400cc engine warms up?
Well, don't know. Probably no quicker than a 125.
It don't take long. Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much,
Mike is right.
Mike, thank you very much. Much appreciated. As I
Whose
said,
wife is that? Come on, own up.
Yeah, who's Biker's wife? Own up who you are. Any subscriptions to my channel, I am actually sponsoring Military Biker's channel in America. He's got a thing
Food
called
bank, yeah.
the Calgary Food Bank. So that money will not come to me. It will go direct to the Calgary Food Bank in America or in Canada to sponsor all the veterans and all the army guys that cannot afford food.
Can I just say, can we send help to Rhythmic Biker? I think he's passed out and fallen on the floor.
Where's he?
I think we're up too late for him.
Where's Rhythmic gone?
I think he's passed out. He's on the floor.
Is he?
Gone to bed.
Oh, brilliant. Excellent. Quick one. There we go. I am so. Oh, Outback Outlaw. It's Outback Outlaw's wife. If you haven't checked out Outback Outlaw, go and look at that channel. Jesus Christ, yeah. Oh, thank you.
Well,
very
God bless
much.
you, Biker's wife.
Yeah, I'm going to send that. I'll send that on to obviously Stevie Military Biker. It's another $7.99 into the Calgary Food Bank.
Can I just interrupt? Paul Keating's here. Paul Keating, mad old biker. Hello, mate. I've replied to your channel over my logo, and I want it. Where can I get it? Come on.
Yeah, I'm looking for because obviously, if you watch the intro to the live stream every week, it's got the old ZX7. I need my channel redesigned. We've got the new logos now with the Rev Bomb logo, but I need you, Paul, jump on and redesign me a new channel intro. If you haven't seen Gareth's one probably ranks everybody out on the channel intro. That's probably because Sarah did it for him. So,
Oi! I can hear that. Actually, Sunshine, that was me.
Yeah, Gareth's intro is very, very, very hot, and it's short, it's sweet, it's to the point. My intro on my channel intro is too bloody long. It needs to be 10-15 seconds. Red Bomb, but I need the GTR added in. So if you can do something with that, Paul, give us a shout. Let me know how much it is. Quite happy to chuck the money to you. But as I say, with my YouTube money that comes in, I chuck it back into the bike. I'm not into taking money from people. All my funds go back into the bike. So that paintwork on the bike's just cost me 400 quid. That's cost me my last 3 months of YouTube
I'll
money.
take the money.
Yeah. But as I say, when we come down to you, Brandon, I'm gonna get Viper behind me. I'll probably bring Kevin with me for the day, who is the area rep Southern England for Viper. He'll probably come down and advertise a load of stuff to you. But I'll get him a chuck away a free helmet, do a load of stuff. If he can give away more, but he's obviously got to clear it with the managing director. But
absolutely,
we'll bring a load of people down. I'm just going to be chucking it out there. I'll tell you what, I'm more concerned about how big the event's going to be, because it's going to be good. It's going to be good.
We've estimated 1,500 people, but people seem to think there's going to be more than that. And the venue can only hold 1,500 people. So if we have to start going on the road, we have to start going on the road.
Yeah, we did. Because obviously, when we did PC Harper, and that was a big thing in my brain, because he is obviously he was a forces guy that got killed in the line of duty. We was expecting 12,000 bikers to turn up at the RAF base. We had 25,000 bikers turn up. And obviously, I've been in contact with Sean, that was PC Harper's best friend, his wife's best friend. And then, obviously, we got down there to do the ride. And she said to me, we're looking for a tail gunner, because the family went out in pack 1. Friends of the family went out in pack 2, but no one would take up the offer of being the tail gunner. If you've never been tail end Charlie, it's probably the worst place to be in the pack. Simon did it tonight. He was tail end Charlie for me. But you run the risk of getting hit up the arse. You run the risk of having everybody up behind you. You're trying to block traffic. You're in every roundabout blocking the traffic off. I actually got to be tail end Charlie for pack 2 on that. And it was a great day until my clutch went halfway through. I actually lost all my clutch cylinder halfway through, but it was a good ride. But the things that we do, obviously, we do a lot of, I don't know how many people in this room are forces. Obviously, Stevie is, Zed is, a lot of the guys is, Simon is ex ambulance service, I'm ex signals. And we do it for the fact that we suffer a lot of down days. Well, you've seen my down day where I get smacked off the bike, but I still get a lot of down days where I'll wake up in the middle of the night, and I get it 4 or 5 times a year, where I'll just wake up in the middle of the night, cold sweats, and the missus will say to me, "You having all right?" I'm just having a bad night. I'm going to go off, and I go off to the spare room, and I have to have that little bit of time on my own where I'm having like a really bad night. Simon gets it as well. We all have flashbacks, and we all do. Being ex-services or ex-forces, we all get that little bit of down days.
You get those days where, like tonight, where I'm laughing and joking and chatty and everything else, and then you get another day where I don't want to talk to you, and I can't. No, it's not I don't want to talk to you; is I can't. I'll acknowledge you. I'll do the bare minimum I have because I've got to be on my own. So yeah, and that is why I do what I do. That is why I do the job I do. I want to help everybody I can because that's what I feel I have to. So
yeah. Paul, need a big loud bike.
Sorry,
Charlie, and big thanks to Simon tonight. You know, I messaged Simon in the
week. Thank you.
I've got to take this bike back. Any chance of a lift back? I could have literally phoned the local taxi firm, Skylines, and said, "Can you run us back in a taxi?" It probably cost me about the same amount that I've given. I dropped Simon some money, and he refused it. He walked across the yard tonight and went, "This is yours, mate. You know, it's a bit of money for you." The guy's paid me petrol money. Simon actually refused it until I slammed it in his hands. And look, you take that money. I'm not going to say how much I gave Simon, but Simon took the money.
Yeah, I said that to you when you dropped the bike off. I can't remember where it was. You dropped the bike off, but I said, look, if I'm about and you want a fucking pilly back, I'm about. Or even if I can get hold of the car, I'll give you a lift back, mate. You ain't got fucking get taxis and shit like that.
We do that because we're buddies. But at the end of the day, it's nice just to acknowledge, you know, it's a little bit of petrol to cover you. You know, it's a little bit of money to cover your petrol.
No, I'll tell you what. If Rhythmic Biker or MT Tank or Uncle Red, Sarah, Gareth, anybody I know said to you, "I'm really stuck. I need a lift. Can you help me out?" I'll go and help you.
Yeah, exactly. We do it for everybody.
That's the sort of person I am, and that's what you do for each other.
You're going to regret
that's
saying
what you do for. That's what you do for.
It's
It's not even friends. It's close acquaintances and things like that. You know, it's what you do. But I'm not going to go and pick MT Tank up off the floor of a nightclub because he's drunk too many sambucas while trying to chat that bird up with a big boot. I'm not going to do that. No, that's where I draw the line.
I thought we were friends.
Obviously, I'm gonna mention this guy. Where are we?
That won't be me, will it?
No, that corner up there. And Red come into me. Oh, got a puncture in back tire. Blah blah blah. Can you sort me out ASAP? Right, I'll bang you a tire in. I can't mention in case Phil's watching, but I chucked that tire through at a decent price for him. Just because it was
at the RRP. We all know that. It was RRP.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But obviously I said to Phil, I said, I booked Red in, this is the price of the tyre. And he went, "Oh, right, why is that?" I said, because obviously Red comes in a lot to the garage, he spends a lot of money with us. And he went, "Yeah, just push it through."
Regrets it every time.
Yeah.
So there is a story behind that, because
if I was to do that, for any other customer, I'd be getting it in the neck. Why have you put it through at trade price and not the retail price? At the end of the day, I'm going to get a good review from that corner.
Yeah. Burning Gas, Gareth and Sarah have gone now. So,
all right. Tonight, guys.
Jump.
We've missed them. It's getting a bit bloody hell. Have you noticed what the time is? It's like 20.
I have. You're encroaching on my live stream time. I'm not happy.
Hey.
We'll give it another few minutes and then we'll switch over to your channels. I've actually got Alison and Hayden in tomorrow. Ali's bringing her bike in for its, I think it's second or third service. So they're down tomorrow with me. So if you're about, Simon, pop in and see Hayden and Alison. We are not riding this Sunday. Super Sausage this Sunday is abandoned because the weather for this Sunday is looking on.
Gonna have a bit of rain, isn't he? It's like a woman.
Yeah. It's going to be absolutely horrendous Sunday. So yeah, I think that's
supposed to be a training day for BBN. It's supposed to be a training day for us.
Yeah, Nick's abandoned on that. He put a message up earlier said it's abandoned for Sunday.
I was going to say, looking like it's going to be that nasty. It's not worth it. So yeah.
Yeah. But 2 weeks' time, obviously, is the next training day for BBN. I shall be out on that one. So that
next Sunday's going to be a social ride because we do
and the
alternate.
following
So,
Sunday is the training ride. So I should be out on the training ride for that one because
excellent. I look forward to pointing and laughing at you.
Yeah, pointing and laughing and seeing how many shoulder checks I do and seeing if I can get over 14%.
Yeah,
but yeah,
I think it's funny when I followed you up there. Like I wasn't even observing or anything. We just followed you up to the start of the meeting. You went, "How did I do?" I went shoulder checks.
It's funny.
You got to do shoulder checks, mate.
It's funny you guys talk about this. So I've just been invited to Thames Valley Advanced Motorcyclists event. And I just said this could be your start to become a qualified advanced motorcyclist. So I don't know if I'm going to go to that, but
it could be. I mean, if you join a advanced motorcycle group, whether it be, well, no, it's not all about how you ride a bike.
I just want to be lectured.
That's not what it's about.
You get.
I hope it will come off. You better hope it comes off. Yeah, good luck, Crazy.
Yeah, good luck, Crazy. Yeah, good luck on your Mod 1 and 2s, mate.
Yeah,
good luck, mate.
Buy a Triumph when you've done it.
Yeah, I'm going to mention a couple
especially
of
if you want to waste oil. Do it.
Shut up.
I'm going to mention a couple of people. So, Starbucks, 9 a.m. every Sunday morning, up at the place, Milton Keynes, weather permitting. BBN ride. 1 week is a social ride, and the other one is training day. You can find them on Facebook. Beds, Bucks, Northants, Advanced Motorcycle Riders. I think Simon.
Yeah, BBN Advanced Motorcyclists. And if you do want to join the group and get as much training as you want, it will only cost you £25 for the year.
Yeah, so you can do as much.
And that doesn't include any test fees or anything, but you will get all the tuition you need from the likes of Dave and Nick. And eventually me, once I get myself up to gold standard, because I'm only at silver standard at the moment. So I can't tell you how to do it, even though I know. So,
yeah. Of all the pillions that I've ridden, I've been on a lot of pillions, but it's the first time I've done a pillion in 3 years. And to say that I was totally at home sitting behind Simon tonight, thank you, Simon.
You're welcome.
Totally had faith in you all the way back. We only did literally Castleford back to Milton Keynes, but it was a great ride. Yeah,
it was two main roads, weren't it? And I did say to Phil how much for me to scare him to death, and he didn't offer any money, so I didn't do it.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, coming round the Stony roundabout when you come off, obviously Northampton Road, coming on the A5, you did lean that bike over, and I'm like, yeah, it's going. How far can I lean? Yeah,
just follow me. I know that. Just follow me. I know the limit.
Yeah, exactly. And it was great.
It's like I said, I didn't notice you was there because you weigh about 4 stone. So
obviously Ali's looking to do it soon. So Ali, I've got plenty of bikes in. If you want to come and look at a bigger bike, I've got some gorgeous little bikes. I tell you what, Alison would be great on that street triple, Simon.
Yeah. Yes. And I'll tell you what. Any of your customers that would like any tips on how to pass their DAS, if they want to come and talk to me, I will give them tips. Yeah.
I am gonna mention a couple of.
I'll take your tip. What's your tip like?
CBT and CBT and Mod 1, Mod 2 and DAS riders in Milton Keynes, and a lot of people watch our live streams on the replay. And people say, who's the best motorcycle school in Milton Keynes? Now, I'm going to chuck this across to Red and Rhythmic. I use 2 motorcycle schools in Milton Keynes. I use, what's his name? Mark Page at Ridewell. Yeah. And I use the guy from Learn to Ride. Now, I went out with Learn to Ride, and I'm not going to mention his name. But we came out.
Martin, was it?
Yeah. Obviously, for disclaimers. Learn to Ride, so you know who I'm talking about. Come out Milton Keynes Bolt, turn right, and you go to the first roundabout at the Knoll Hill roundabout. Soon as I got on, and we're on Cardo, so we're linked up. And as soon as I got into the roundabout, get off your fucking brakes! Into the second roundabout down at Shenley, get off your fucking brakes! And I went, what's the problem? And he went, why are you braking going into a roundabout? And I went, I'm trail braking. I'm on the front wheel, trail braking the front wheel. You shouldn't be doing that. It's not a track. Get off your brakes. You should be gearing down into a roundabout. And I went, I always trail brake going into a roundabout. You shouldn't be doing that. It's not the thing to do. And I went, all right. So I went out, did me ride, and I went, how did I do? And he went, 60%. You need to get off your front brakes going into roundabouts, and you need to slow yourself down going into roundabouts. All right. I went out with Pagey, who was Ridewell, and he second roundabout in, not a thing in my headset. Third roundabout, not a thing in my headset. And then he said to me, he said, just watch your speed going down the dual carriageways. Why? You're at 75. All right, slow it down a bit, mate. Slow it down a bit. I had a perfect 92% ride with Mark Page from Ridewell. And I said to him, all right. I said, but I went out with a previous school that I can't mention. And he went, all right. And I trail brake going into roundabouts. And he went, what do you mean? I went, I hold the front brake going into roundabouts and roll the throttle and let the front brake off, trail braking. And he went, yeah, but you're putting extra brake force on your front wheel. He said, track habit. And I went, yeah, I do a lot of track days. And he went, it's not a problem on the road. Have you been pulled up on it? And I went, yeah. And he went, that's not a problem. He said, if you're trail braking going into a roundabout, you're actually putting better brake force on the front wheel, so you're not going to wash out. I went, yeah, but I've been pulled up on it. And he went, I don't see it as a problem, mate. What's your problem? And I went, okay. Mark Page and Ridewell, I would give 100%. So if you're doing CBT in Milton Keynes, Mark Page, Ridewell.
I mean,
Horizon,
can I say something about Mark Page?
Yeah.
So I actually passed my. I didn't do my CBT when I was 16 with him, but I did my test with him for the A2. And I passed first time, and I put that down to Mark Page. Yeah, he definitely knows his stuff. You know what I mean? He's very, what's the word? You know, he gets you out on the bike. Yeah, he's on the ball kind of thing. I will say this though about Mark Page: he is one of the most scariest men on the world. Right? He will come down you with a ton of bricks if you get it wrong. So we were going to the test centre, and we were running a bit late, and so he took the lead, and he's absolutely gunning it, getting through the traffic. I just didn't see there was a roundabout or a turn, and I just didn't see which way they went. So I can't talk to him on the headset, and he hadn't set up the headset with us. So we were just trying to get to the test center. So I take a guess at where he's gone. Obviously, I'm completely wrong. Calls me up on the phone. Where the fuck? Because he thinks I've stolen the bike. Absolutely traumatized, right? So he eventually, I tell him where I am. He comes and gets me. He takes me to the test center. He's not in a great mood because he thinks I tried to run off with this bike. Blah blah blah. I'm nervous now anyway. I was nervous enough anyway to do the A2 test. Let alone now I've got Mark Page, who's absolutely, like I say, very heavily on me. The guy who we're with, I can't name any names with that, but the guy who I'm also with, he's doing his mod 2 as well as me. He's up first, but he goes and he's forgotten his paper license. Straight away, Mark Page is taking him out into the hallway, screaming at him about wasting his time and everything like that. And I'm like, oh my god. I thankfully have my paper license and my card, so he set me all up. I go out on my mod 2, I come back, I pass, and as soon as I tell Mark I passed, switched up. Mark was like, fantastic, mate, really well done. I knew you could do it. And I should tell you now, I was like, when you're so like relieved, you're like
fucking bipolar.
I honestly thought he was gonna. When he came to get me when I got lost, I thought he's gonna absolutely spark me out. He's just gonna get here and just punch my helmet.
Mark is very, very good. He will come down on you like a ton of bricks if you've got it wrong.
Yeah.
But he will go, this is what you done wrong. This is what you done wrong. This is what you need to check up on. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Work on this. Bang, bang, bang.
I should have learned my lesson from
Guy Learn to Ride. That's who I'm thinking of. Guy Learn to Ride. The first roundabout I went into at Milton Keynes, get off your fucking brakes. And I went, yeah, but I trail brake. And he went, no, it's a track habit. Get off your. And when I said to Mark, I said, I trail brake going into roundabouts. I said, I know it's a bad. And he went, what's your problem? And he went, what do you mean? I said, because I tend to squeeze the brake and roll on the throttle and let the brake off.
Yeah.
And he went, yeah, but you're putting more downforce on your front brake, so your front wheel is gripping the roundabout. He said, what's your problem? I went, yeah, but I've been pulled up on it. It's wrong, it's wrong, it's wrong. And he went, there's nothing wrong with trail braking into a roundabout.
You're over pressurizing the front wheel when you're going to wash out on the front. Yeah.
Yeah. He said, there is nothing wrong with trail braking. If you've overcooked your corner and you need to trail brake, trail brake. I said, I'm so used. I've had 10 years, well, 20 years on sports bikes where I've gone into corners and I'm so used. Simon will tell me, what did Nick pull me up on? I had 20 years of sports bikes, and as soon as I took the GTR out, Nick said to me,
You kept sticking your fucking knee out.
Yeah, what the fuck are you doing? Sticking your knee out on a GTR? And he went, you took 2 roundabouts. He said, did you realise how far your right foot was off? He said your right toe was about 2 inches off the roundabout. He said, if you'd have hit your toe on that roundabout, it swept your leg under the bike.
Yeah.
And I went,
Can I tell you something, Red Bomb? You were sticking your knee out on that XT tonight, and I mentioned it in my video. It's coming.
I did it tonight on the XT500. I stuck my knee out going round the roundabout, and Nick actually said to me, he said the easiest way to corner your GTR, grip the tank like you're riding a horse, grip it with your legs, squeeze it, and push down with your right leg or push down with your left leg, and you will corner the bike. And I actually did it on the GTR, and I went, do you know what? I can actually corner a lot faster and a lot harder.
Can I tell you a little secret about cornering the GTR quick? Yeah. Right, you move your ass. So if you're turning right, you move your ass. You move your ass to the right, you move your ass to the left, as you would on a sports bike. But you keep your knee in, but you push it forwards until it reaches that pannier. Yeah. Yeah. And then you drop an elbow. Yeah. Which is what I do when I want to corner really quickly. And that puts you in a similar racing stance. And you drop that elbow and you're going round. Not like you do on them Yamaha MTs where all you got to do is push the bars because they're that far wide apart. I mean, they're about a yard apart. And all you've got to do is push one.
I actually
you're like a sailor, aren't you? You're like,
I can't wait for the video to go up of your ride and my ride tonight of that XT. Because I go into the corner, I went, oh shit, I've just stuck my knee out. I bet Simon's going to pick up on that I've just stuck my knee out.
Yeah, I fucking did, yeah.
And yet I'm riding an off-road bike, an XT, and I stick my kney out. Because I've had 20
and
years.
I did mention you're on them X-Trail tyres, which make it more difficult in the wet. But I did mention that. But I also took the piss out.
You cut him some slack. You did cut him some slack.
None at all. None at all.
The headlight on that XT, and I mention it, it's like holding a fucking candle. And I actually say, thank God.
I'll tell you what, if you look on my video, because it will be on there, as you went under the trees, the top of the trees was lighter than the road in front of you. Yeah. On that XP. It was like, what the fuck's up with that headlight? It's on upside down. The tops of the trees as you went under are bright, and the road is dull. It's sort of like, well, something's going on here.
I'm like, fucking hell, I'm holding the candle in the window. You got me so with your first thank God I've got Simon behind me, because I mentioned that I've got your 4 lights in the mirror. And I went, Jesus Christ, Simon's behind me lighting up the road because I can't see shit here.
Good job you had.
If I didn't think it was a blind you, I would have put the full beam on. But
yeah, you should have done. You should have done it for a laugh to see how he panics.
Quick one from Paul. He's like, most owners don't know what. Yeah, counter steering. Yeah, let's see some trail braking. A lot of people don't know what counter steering is, and you say to them like, "You're going to a left-hand bend, turn right," and they go, "Why? Because I should turn left." No, turn right. Counter. Go and watch
Most people don't know what counter steering is because most people have ridden push bikes and have done counter steering, but don't understand how they've done it.
Rock your body.
I
So
always think when you say about counter steering, I always think
mute the
about
twat was not right. It's fucking annoying me.
I was always thinking back to the that movie Cars, the Pixar one, where he's like, he's on the dirt track. He's like, oh, turn right to go left, and then he sharply turns right, and the car just goes to the right. It's like most people probably think that's what you're saying when you're like, oh no, you turn right to go left. It's not. You've still got to go into the damn corner first. Actually, have the momentum to take you over, then go. Yeah.
This is one of my best memories of teaching. I was behind a guy on a 125 and it was a windy day, and I said, look, it's going to be windy, just relax into the wind. And I gave him all the speech, and he's riding up the road, and we got to a part it was going to be windy. I said, right, okay, prepare yourself for the wind is going to be coming from the right, because looking into the distance you can see where the wind's coming from and all the rest of it with the trees and etc. And he went, yeah. As soon as the wind hit him, he steered right, and that was it. He was off. He was off across almost onto the wrong side of the road. No. And it was like, okay, pull over into the next lay-by. And we pulled up and we had a little chat.
Yeah.
And we discussed the dynamics of a bike and how everything works. And then after that, he was fine. But it's like windy conditions. Well, you know yourself, when it's windy, you do not stiffen up and steer into it.
No.
Because you're going wrong way to start with. It's all going wrong. So you got to try and manipulate it. Okay, when it's extremely windy, you don't ride at all. But you know, there are occasions when it does happen. And I gave him the little explanation of how did he asked me how I knew it was going to be windy there.
Yeah.
And I said, because I looked ahead, I looked at the trees, I looked at the T junction to the left, and I looked and I processed everything that was going on, and I was trying to help you in saying, this is what's going to happen when you get here.
Yeah.
And he just couldn't comprehend it. But I'll tell you what, that guy passed his full cat eventually. He passed it all, and he was ever so grateful, and hopefully he's gone on and been a fantastic biker. But
yeah, fingers crossed. I was going to say you didn't go out.
Because obviously we've got Paul in the room, and Paul's obviously on his. I don't know if he's passed his mod 2 yet. Did he pass it?
He's passed it, and he ain't got a bike anymore. He's not seen his last video.
I haven't even caught up to that. I've got about 14 videos to watch on YouTube, so I'm doing a lot of catch up over the weekend.
Paul put a video up a little while ago, and he sort of said, "Yeah, here we go. I got my bike. I've got me connect me Bluetooth to my headset and all the rest of it." He puts his helmet and walks towards the wall and goes, "Oh yeah, I ain't got a fucking bike."
Is he getting
Rolly?
Yeah, take care, Rolly. Paul Keaton's passed. Yay! I can't even remember. I've got so many videos to catch up on, and I tend to watch about 14, 15.
Paul Keaton passed about a month ago. You are well behind.
I know. I tend to get up about 5 o'clock every morning just to catch up on my YouTube, and then spend about 2 hours every night on my YouTube at night. That pisses off the wife, but enjoys that. But I tend to catch up with a lot of people. But the one thing that was I will pick up on, I've just got to roll back on the comments. Right, where we are. One of the guys commented to me earlier. He said, "How do you do counter steering into a roundabout?" And basically, yeah,
like Counter-Strike, really.
If you're into a roundabout,
you've ever ridden the push bike, bike, you know how to do it without knowing how to do it.
Exactly. So if you're into a roundabout, you turn right. What you're going to do is stand the bike upright. So what you're going to be needing to do is turn the bike opposite, which we call counter steering. So if you're into a right-hand roundabout, turn left. It will drag the bike over, which will get you through the roundabout quicker. But you can also aid it by doing a thing called trail braking, which is like holding the front wheel and rolling. And it's very, very hard to do between rolling the throttle on and rolling the throttle off and actually high siding the bike. If you do it on a track day, if you do it on a track day, you're going to high side the bike. So what you're going to be doing is holding that front brake, and as you release the front brake, you're going to be twisting the throttle on. So you'll be applying the power, letting the front brake off, and let it roll through the corner. So
can we just send it? This is so complicated. I just want to send it.
Yeah, but basically, hold the front brake, roll the brake off, roll the throttle on. That is trail braking. There is a very fine line between trail braking and grabbing too much front brake and high siding the bike.
Dobby is free. Dobby has no master.
What I would say is go into a car park, get yourself into the local Asda car park, grabbing the front brake
on your bike.
Get your knee down. Make sure you've got the crash bars on your bike. Holding the bike and just doing a right-hand corner or a left-hand corner and holding the
or
front
somebody
brake
else's bike.
Or somebody else's bike. Holding the front brake on, nice and low, doing low
preferably
circles.
not a Triumph.
Yeah, not a Triumph, and see how far you can get your knee to the floor.
Why not a Triumph?
Cool.
Yeah.
Red, I need to borrow your bike. Is that
yeah,
right?
because it'll leak oil and it'll go all over your back wheel.
So I've just had some work done on my bike. So no, you cannot borrow my bike.
That's why it would be perfect example, right? You just had the work
easiest
done.
one to see.
Just make sure the work's been done properly. Let me
roll
test
on
it.
to my video from the LXR 380 from December 2 years ago. Fresh tyres, 30 mile an hour, little roundabout, and I get the knee down at 35 mile an hour. And everyone said to me, how did you get your knee down? Trail braking, throttle, holding the front brake. And I basically leant the bike over, got the brake, got the knee down. Anybody can get their knee down. It's all about counter steering, throttle, brake control, knowing the bike and getting the right position at the right time, and just controlling the road.
I'll tell you what, Red, Rhythmic, meet me one weekend on a private piece of ground, and I shall teach you how to perform the tightest figure eights you've ever performed on your bike.
Mate, if I wanted to waste my time, I'd read a newspaper. All right?
I'm just going to say, I'm sure me and Red will go out tomorrow because you say Sunday the weather's terrible. Tomorrow, I hope, fingers crossed, the weather's actually meant to be A-OK. Red, from now on tomorrow, mate, I'm just going into every single corner and we're going to be on the intercom. I'm just going to yell.
I'll tell you what.
Just send it and see what happens.
Send it.
Send it.
Call an ambulance.
If I get a chance to do it, obviously the Z is in the garage. Hayden's just said it here. Counter steering. We all do it without thinking about it. It's muscle memory. And Simon will tell you because I learned to say if you roll back about 12, 15 videos ago, where I'm out on the Rosperite, and you can actually hear me in my helmet going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'm basically counting limit points.
I can't do that.
Nick has said to me about doing the sevens, and in my head I'm going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can hear it on all my videos. Now it is muscle memory because it just comes to me naturally. But the thing is, obviously, getting your knee down is exactly the same thing. So if I get a chance in the next couple of weeks, I'm going to take the ZX7 out. I'm going to take it down to the Don Stadium, and I will show you how easy it is to get your knee down using counter steering, trail braking, and putting your knee down. And I did it.
No higher than first gear.
Yeah, I did it on the LXR. So fresh tyres on the LXR 380. I did it 2 Christmases
ago. All right,
ago.
Rossi, calm down.
Yeah. I did it 2 Christmases ago. Fresh tyres on the LXR 380 going around the Lidl's roundabout at Bletchley. And I actually get my knee down in a pair of jeans. I've not got my Kevies on. And I actually took the knee out of my jeans.
I'll tell you what, Rhett. I'll tell you what, mate. You're gonna eat your words because when we come, I'm gonna obviously have camera rolling. If something was to happen, so you come off, bin it, whatever, I'm gonna take this clip, I'm gonna clip it, and then I'm gonna put what happens.
I won't tell you what happened at Santa Pod. We had a customer in. He said to me, he said, "Oh, we said you used to do stunt." I actually got caught out and slapped. I nearly got divorced by my wife because she said to me, she went, I used to go out and say to her, "I'm going riding on a Sunday," and she went, "All right." I said, "I'm going out to Super Sausage. I'm going to go and ride with the boys." I used to go stunt riding. I've actually got the photo up. So she actually found it on Facebook, me stunt riding. She went absolutely frigging mental at me. So let me just share the photo up. So share the screen.
Let me put big screen, then I'll be able to.
Hold on. She caught me a couple of weeks ago. So there you go. That is me.
Yeah.
Hello.
So that is me.
My name's King Henry VIII.
Yeah, having a little bit of fun at Santa Pod, popping a wheelie.
Yeah.
Now the video is on. The video is on YouTube. I actually got caught out. I did. There's a local centre called Brackley Festival of Speed, where the stunt show turns up and does a bike ride. So me popping wheelies down the street. I do one called. I called it the Jesus Christ because if you come off the bike, you're going to meet your mate, God and the Maker. You sit over the handlebars and you pop a wheelie. You lock the throttle and put your hands out off the controls, holding the wheelie, and then back to the controls. And they call it the Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And the reason being, if you fall off the front of the bike or you fall off the back of the bike, you're going to meet Jesus Christ. So I does the ride, pops the side stand down, jumps off the bike. Thank you very much. Pops the visor up, and I look straight into the eyes of my mother. And my mum go, and obviously I spotted my mum, dropped the visor down, fucked off to the pits quick. My mum comes down the pits and she said to me, "Is Dave down there?" "Oh yeah, he's over there with the ZX6.
Drop a gear and disappear, mate.
Yeah. My mum comes over and she went, "Have you told your missus?" And I went, "No, as far as she's concerned, I've gone out for a bike ride with Simon and the boys at Super Sausage." "Well, either you tell her or I do." So I had the ultimatum the next Sunday to tell my wife that what I'd been doing. Saturday, and I made a breakfast. I never make breakfast on a Sunday morning. She normally has a bacon roll. She went, "Why are you making breakfast?" I went, "I've got a bit of confession because I've not been going out to Super Sausage on a Sunday with Simon. I've actually been cheating." And she slapped me.
Mad.
Yeah, wrong phrase. Basically, I went, "It's not a woman, it's a bike." And she went, "What do you mean?" I went, "Watch the video." And I showed her my stunt videos. And she went, "Why did you not tell me?" I went, "Because you'd be afraid of what I'm doing. Because you'd say, 'Don't do it, it's too dangerous.'" I said, "But I'm doing 30 mile an hour maximum. It's just stunt riding. If I come off, I'm going to break an arm, break a leg. I'm not going to kill myself." And she went, "Yeah, but I've got confidence in you. I know you're a bloody good bike rider." And she went, "Carry on doing it." So we carried on doing it. But Simon's seen the video, Santa Pod.
Yeah.
And I'm drifting the bike round, getting the tyres warm. Then I go the other way.
Thank you, Alison.
Someone's done a burnout right where I'm doing my drift, and my back tyre catches the rubber and it high sides me. I come down on my right arm. I end up busting the artery in my shoulder. Northampton Hospital because I got no pulse in my shoulder, and end up going back to the hospital where I had my artery stitched up. And she went, "Oh," got home and she went, "What are you doing?" I went, "Busting my artery in my shoulder, no riding for about 6 weeks." 2 days later, I'm back at Eclipse riding bikes. And she went, "You're a fucking lunatic." And I was going to say, "You're not going to stop me from riding."
Yeah, I was going to say, do I remember that with your shoulder?
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
Yeah. And she's like, "Oh, but I haven't ridden
like a true
with Vertical Hooligans or any of the stunt teams for absolutely ages." But I still enjoy doing wheelies, doing like stoppies and all that. I could teach Brandon a few things or two.
Oh, mate.
I've never done the stunt riding thing or anything like that. But I did post a video on YouTube on Facebook many years ago when I first put a camera on my bike of me riding, and it's not on Facebook anymore. and my parents and my wife was not impressed. Now, to me, it was safe. But no, it did not look it. And when I look at it now, I sort of think, yeah, okay, maybe I was taking a few risks, but we all do it. We all do it. We all do it. And it's a passion. Oh, come on, let's face it. Every single one of us in this room, and everybody one of us in the side chat, loves the thrill of riding a motorbike.
Oh God, yeah.
God, yeah.
We all love that thrill of riding a motorbike. And I tell you what, every time you stick your leg over that seat to get on that bike, you could die. We all know that.
Tell me more. Come on.
We all know. We all know that, and we could die. We could die, couldn't we?
Yeah.
But every time we get home, we go, "Fuck you! I beat you, Grim Reaper. Yeah, I beat you."
Even the missus.
No matter what I did, what's happened. Even now at my level, where I'm riding the way I am, I sort of go. Every now and again, something will happen. You think, "Fuck me, that was close." But at the same time, I've done it, and my pulse rate hasn't probably reached above 60. Because you've just dealt with it as you do. Because I've got those years of experience behind me, and every day you do it, and you go, "That's all right." But to the untrained or the uninitiated, or the person that has never done it, would not understand why.
It's one of those things, isn't it? You've
the
got
guy that we ride with, because obviously you can check him out.
Shut up with me talking.
Go on.
No, I just said it's the same as what we've said with the Wolftails. Like, for these people who don't ride, they don't understand. Like, when someone says, "Oh, what's it like to ride a motorcycle?" It's hard to put that into words, to be honest. You just have to tell people, listen, I can tell you stories all day, or I can give you examples all day, but realistically, you need to jump on a CVT or have a mate who trusts you, and see what you can do. That's the only way, isn't it, to get them to understand that this lifestyle we have.
I mean, it's no secret I suffer with PTSD, right? I've not made a secret of that, and I've got that, and that's something I live with every day. And some days are good, some days are bad. And if I am really suffering and I want to do something that will take everything away, I will throw my leg over that bike out there, and I'll go for a ride.
Yeah.
And I've done it before now, where my wife Tracy, God bless her, long suffering wife, she said to me, "What are you doing?" I said, "I need to scrub in my front tyre because it's going to be raining tomorrow and I've got to go to work." "Okay, off you go. Dinner's going to be at 2. She'll ring me up and say, "Where you are?" And I'll say, "Swindon." And that's a long way from home. And "How did you get there?" I was like, "I don't know. I'm just riding. I'm just doing what I do. I'm doing I alluded it to your Wolftails thing, the lone wolf part. I am me and my bike, and I'm out on the road, and I'm going, I like that road. I like that road. I like that road. I'm going to challenge." And it's not challenging yourself; it's exploring. And that's what you want to do. You want to explore. You want to go. You want to find, and you want to do. And the fact I stopped and fueled up twice should have told me I was a long way from home, but it didn't.
How many wheelies
I just
did you
kept
do?
going. Sorry?
How many wheelies did you do?
None. I do not wheelie.
No, none on that. No, this is it. I think it's one of those. I think every biker deep down is an adventurer. Do you know what I mean? Like, you get on a bike, and not only are you going to find these new places, you're going because you need to.
I feel a bit like Dora, Dora the Explorer. When I get on my bike, that's exactly it.
Exactly. Yeah, getting El Mape out or whatever the fuck it. Whatever
yeah, with that short skirt. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd love that, Simon.
It's one of those where I think we've got to go out and we've got to, not in a way, not even get to know the bike or anything, but you've almost got to push the bike. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's one of those moments where you think, I just need to get out here. Getting out here right now will be the best thing for and we've talked about it already tonight about the mental health. Do you know what I mean? I know motorcycling has proved to be a fantastic aid for people's mental health, and they're just, if they're going through some stuff. Obviously, I would never advise getting on the bike like angry or drunk or whatever like that.
Never.
But if you're in a dark place, if you're in somewhere where you think, God, I need to get out, just experience the air. Do you know what I mean? The air hitting you at. And I'm not going to say, it is. It's therapy. In a way, it's therapy that doesn't cost you £200 an hour. Although with the going rate of fuel, maybe it will soon. It's you know what I mean, and I know for me, I assume for Red as well. You know, he'll obviously tell you, it's helped me, it's helped thousands, probably helped all of us at one stage or another in our lives, where we can't describe that, and we can't almost describe how it helps. It just does.
No,
do you know what I mean?
No. I mean, I will say we touch on something you said there about getting on the bike when you're angry. I've got on my bike when I'm angry and I'm pissed off, and I just want to fucking kill the world. And before I know where I am, I'm in Liverpool. And that's like a couple hundred miles.
Yeah, that's a good ride. Yeah.
And I'm like, how the fuck did I get here? And I've not done it slowly. And it's all like, okay. And that is why you should never get on the bike when you're angry. Because
Never ride angry. No.
Because you do not know what you're doing, and you do not know exactly how fast you are going. It's because you're pissed off. Do not have an argument with someone and get on the bike. I'm not saying don't ever get on the bike when you've had an argument with someone, because that's a good idea to get away from them. But
to be fair, Red helps me a lot with that. It's I have the tendency every now and then, like a car pulls out or something, I take it personally. It's a personal thing that I need to work on, because it's not healthy. It doesn't help me, and my riding goes out the window. I all of a sudden become a useless rider, and I'd use that expression. I'd say useless rider. Thankfully, because I ride with Red a lot, and you know, him and me are obviously very close. You know, Red can be that guy, the voice of reason, where it's okay. Let's stop here, then. Let's breathe. Let's have a chat. Vent to me, and I can basically.
I've been there where I've taken off wing mirrors with my hand. You know, it's just removed them completely, and I've been at the argument point with drivers, and I've pulled up and slammed my anchors on in front of cars and got off my bike and gone back and marched at the driver and told him what the fuck would he think he was doing. And the guy sat there and said, I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
Yeah.
You know, and I still want to argue and fight with the guy because he's threatened to kill me.
It works out quite well in this room, because actually Rhythmic and Red ride very, very close together. They're very, very good friends. And it's the same with us two boys down the bottom. It's like me and Simon, we're like literally ride partners together.
Are you saying that me and Red right now are looking into the future, and you two are? This is what we have.
But no, I get what Dave's saying. But going back to my point is, I've been there, and I've been that angry biker where I wanted to kill everybody that's got anybody near me and all the rest of it. And I'll tell you what changed my mind was I was watching the channels like Moto Stars and all that got 50, 60,000 viewers, subscribers and that. And I'm watching all those incidents they're having, and I started sitting there and thinking, I saw that coming. I saw that coming. I saw that coming. And I sort of sat there one day and I sort of said to myself, am I seeing my incidents coming? Because I've seen those. And I started going, yes, actually I am. What can I do to prevent them from being that incident where you've got to take somebody's wing mirror off or something, where you just slow down, toot the horn? Red Bomb tonight, the guy that was pulling out of the navigation pub, he couldn't see me, and I knew he couldn't see me. And all I could see was headlights coming out of the pub. So all I did was I gave a quick toot on my horn, and the car light stopped moving because he obviously heard something, and he was like, "Oh, what is that?" And then a motorcycle goes past.
Yeah. And I'm
prevented the whole incident.
Fuck all about it.
Yeah, prevented the whole incident. Whereas if he'd carried on, he was turning right, it would have been a collision. But it's something. So it's all like, what can I do to prevent that from ever happening, ever escalating to the point where I want to kill somebody?
The thing is, isn't it, as well, because people always forget this, your horn is meant that the actual highway code saying about your horn is there to alert people of your presence, not a reaction. Not oh, you've pulled out on me, beep.
Beep beep. Hello, mate. How you doing?
Yeah, exactly. Whereas what you did there was you obviously see the light, so you give a beep, because even if the driver doesn't see you, and you just hope he's not one of these drivers who's got his music turned up to 144. Do you know what I mean? He's let's say he has his music at an appropriate level. All of a sudden he hears, beep beep, or however it is that you did it with the horn. Yes, okay, fine. He might stop to go, what on earth was? Where's that come from? Because I know when I'm driving my car or the work van or whatever it may be, if I hear a beep and I don't know where it's come from, I think, is someone beeping at me? Do you know what I mean? So you can just hope that what you did there was, you prevented it because you alert them of the presence. And
Quick
you
one
prevented
from Exeter. I take it this is going to be the Cypher video that I did recently. Coming through the back of Bletchley. Now, Bletchley's turned, instead of being 2 lanes, it's turned into a one-way system now. So you've got, as you go into the high street, left and right turn. Simon knows where I'm on about because he had a car come down in wrong side of the road. That guy actually pulled out at me at the junction without even noticing. I went, oh, hang on a minute. I'm just going to have a quick word. And I actually pull up the right-hand side of the junction. Beep, 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 beep. Flash, flash, flash. Beep, 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 beep. Flash, flash. Wave the hands. Beep, beep, beep. It took him 400 yards for him to actually notice that I was in his mirrors, waving and screaming like a bloody lunatic. I actually pulled up. Did you not notice me at the junction? And he went, no. Next time, when you pull out, just do a quick favour. Look twice for bikers. And he went, oh, sorry, I didn't see you. Not a problem, but just look. Just do me a favour. Look twice for a biker. All right? Fist bump. I got called out on that video so many times. And I'm like, oh, Kevin Kilowatt. He's called Kev Bomb. No, it's actually Rev Bomb. But they called me Kevin Kilowatt. Why did he drive up the wrong side of the road to cut the biker off? No, actually, it's 2 lanes, split direction. And I got called out so many times. And people said to me, why did you chase that car driver down? The simple reason, and I actually answered it in 2 simple facts. One, it could have been a younger rider on a 50cc 50 on a 50cc 50 or a 125 with less experience. It was just the fact that Simon's training and the Rosper training had taught me to watch the bloody junctions. I'd already seen the car moving and I was already on the brakes. Secondly, make the car driver aware your A pillar's in the way. Look twice for a biker. That bike might be in your A pillar. And he went, oh. And then people go, oh, yeah, okay. So maybe you was right. Yes, I was bloody right. But the simple reason being, experienced biker, it could have been someone on a bicycle. It could have been someone on a 50cc. You could have ended up T-boning them.
Yeah, this is it.
And people go, oh, yeah, but you're just having to go for the YouTube views. I'm not having to go for the YouTube views. The simple reason it was put up to show you that older drivers are less aware of bikers these days.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, because it's not.
Have you also heard of the looming effect?
Yeah.
No, I can't say I have.
No. Right. Okay. You got a single headlight on your bike.
Yeah.
No.
It is stationary.
I've not.
At 60, it is stationary at 60 miles an hour, heading towards you until it reaches about 50 feet.
Yeah. And then you see.
If you look at it as a car driver, you're sitting at a junction. You look right. You see a single headlight. You look left. You look right. That headlight has not moved.
No.
And you start to pull out until that headlight reaches 50 feet from you. It does not look like it's traveling towards you. It is stationary. That's what they call the looming effect. So, as a motorcyclist, what can you do to help that? And I'll tell you one thing you can do to help that is a triangle. Okay, 2 headlights. I'll put it this way: a car approaching you at a junction will start here and go like this. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Your eyes will recognize lateral movement, but they do not recognize that.
No.
Okay. So, as a motorcyclist, you want if you look at a triangle, so if you've got your single headlight, put 2 spotlights on your bike, lower down, either side. And that way, as your bike approaches, that triangle increases.
Yeah. I had it on my phaser.
Yeah, there we go. Exeter's brought it up. Auxiliary lights. Yeah.
Auxiliary lights. Yeah.
Put some LED.
They help. They help. Now, Red Bomb will know I've got running lights on my bike, but he hasn't got on these yet.
All right. I shall get them. I shall get them.
Right, okay. My bike's got two headlights, but they're fairly close together. So what I've done is I've transferred. I've made my indicators, which are further out, as running lights.
They go white.
So while I'm driving along, they're white until I indicate they're yellow. So
Okay.
as I approach, I've got that perfect triangle as you approach, and I'll tell you what, people notice it.
Yeah. Which
People
is ultimately
notice
the aim, isn't it? That's literally all you want to do is just alert them. Do you know what I mean? If they know what's coming towards them.
They can see it getting bigger, which your eyes notice lateral movement rather than straight ahead.
Just straight.
And they recognise, oh, there's a motorcycle coming or there's something coming and it's getting closer. So I pay more attention. Yeah.
It's
in relation as to what you were saying earlier on, Rev, when you confronted the driver. So in one of my videos, I think I put it in, I was around the city centre. Now, I'll give you a quick example. On this lovely googly goo map here, there is a little parking space on the right there next to the pedestrian crossing.
Yeah.
There was a vehicle parked in there. I've gone past, so now that vehicle's reversed out. It's now behind me. As I've approached the Chi junction at front, there is a quad bike getting picked up by a flatbed. So I'm now waiting at this junction. Oh, there it is. So you can see the white lines on the floor there are very faded, but I have my right indicator on to go up there.
Yeah.
And the flatbed is straight on at that junction, pretty much where that parked car is. So while I'm sat there, I've got my right indicator on. Someone's approached from my right. They've turned in. Fine, job done. The vehicle that I have just gone past, who's pulled out, they're behind me. So because I'm waiting to turn right, that car's moved in. I'm now clear. So I do a quick look in the mirror. That car behind me has decided to overtake me on a junction while my indicator's on to get past.
Seen the video.
Yeah, and my immediate thought is, how the fudge do you do that? How do you lack that kind of awareness to your driving?
Momentum and awareness. Yeah.
No, that's impatient.
I did see that video. I did comment on that video. And like, what the hell was he thinking of?
And this is one of those.
Sorry, Red, I've not seen the video, but I say that is complete impatience by the driver behind you. They want to get going.
Impatience, everything.
Yeah, I flat out put it to incompetence, because there is no way that you, as a driver behind me, cannot see that my indicator is flashing, that I'm waiting to turn right at that junction. So I do what I think is the best methodology, is basically not to necessarily educate them, but just to remind them. So they've turned into one of the parking spaces ahead. I've pulled up beside them and I've waved at them, given them a toot of the horn. They've eventually rolled the window down and said, yeah, I'm a biker. I know I look scary, but you overtook me while my right indicator was on. Now, if I didn't check my mirror, you would have gone straight into me. Right? When you approach junction, don't just assume, right, that the coast is clear. You have to look. You have to look at what the vehicle is doing in front of you. If that vehicle is stationary, guess what? You sit behind that vehicle until you know either that vehicle, for some reason, has parked there, because we've all seen some pretty bad parking. It's a perfect example. It's like roundabouts. For me, the way I was taught, if you are second, third in line to get to that roundabout or a junction, there's cars going around that roundabout. You don't look at what's coming around that roundabout. You look at the car in front of you. Very simple. I have been rear-ended. I won't say where.
Hey!
We don't do that.
I have been rear-ended by a
friend. Are you sure?
Because they weren't looking ahead. They were looking at what the traffic's doing, the traffic that's coming, so they can pull out. And they've gone into the back of the bike I was riding, hit the pannier, and I felt a little bump. I looked behind and I thought, I know what you've done. I just reminded this driver, you need to look. You need to have that awareness about you. It doesn't matter what car you drive. They're in this fairly large Nissan, whatever it was. it strikes me, and I know it's very easy to call people out when you are in the know yourself, but even a basic situation like that, I just look at that and think, how did you screw that up?
I've had situations similar. I've had situations similar, and there's nothing you can do to avoid it. You've done everything right. You've done everything as you should have done, and yet again, somebody's incompetence, let's call it, has caused a near accident. Even no matter what level of advanced training you're at, if something like that happens, your hands in the air. And that's how even advanced riders, etc., end up in accidents and end up. There has been several killed. It does happen. Blood bikers, etc. We've done several funerals in the last year, but
I had one.
That is just ridiculous. But
I'm just going to go back to one from last year. Now it was probably, I think it was the last, and I actually took the clip out of my Super Sausage ride, and it was time. I think you met her, Simon, when I brought Danny up to the girl with the purple hair, up to the Super Sausage on my ZX7, and she actually flipped her leg over one of the Hells Angels Harleys without asking.
Yeah, bad move, but yeah,
bad move. So basically, to start the ride off, she came to my house on a taxi, wanted to ride on back of the ZX7, last ride of the ZX7 before I sold it. We went down to the Brick Hill Junction, McDonald's roundabout, down the A5, got to Super Sausage. We turns up at Super Sausage and, Harley's goes running across the car park with her crash helmet off and throws her leg over a Harley Fat Boy and sits on this guy's bike without asking. I'm like, get off the bloody bike! Get off the bike! Why? You don't throw your legs over another person's bike without asking. And she's sitting on this bike holding the handlebars. It happened to be Boots from the what's the Barrel Bikers? And I happen to know Boots from Barrel Bikers. I went, sorry, Boots, sorry, my apologies. Coffee, burger, whatever you want, it's on me. And he went,
just
not a problem, mate. Yeah, not a problem, mate. She's got tits. And I went, all right. And I went, Danny, you don't throw.
She throws her leg over my bike. It's going to cost you a burger.
Yeah, I think you don't throw your leg over another person's bike without asking if you can sit on it. Until they realised she'd got a low cut top on and her tits were hanging out. And all the bikers were like, oh, throw your legs over my bike. Bum, 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 bum. But before that ride, she'd come to my house and we got to McDonald's roundabout. Now, there are 3 lanes coming off the McDonald's roundabout going to Milton Keynes. So left, you go to Stoke Hammond and also goes to Bletchley. The centre one goes to the first lane of the A5. The third lane goes to the outside lane. I always hook the outside lane because I get a better run going down the outside lane of the A5. On the ZX7, she's over the back, goes into the roundabout, and the car crosses into my lane. First thing I do is I take the mirror. Second thing I do is I kick the door. Of course, the woman in the little Suzuki Alto has gone absolutely nuts. Bum, 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 bum. Danny's on the back going bloody mental. And she went, why? I went, because you are in the firing line. It's not me that's going to come off the bike. It's you that's going to come off the bike. So I took the mirror, took the door. Woman pulls in. I went, did you not fucking see me? Blah, 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 blah. Anyway, carries on. We gets down there. And she went, do you always smack a mirror? And I went, at the end of the day, I said, you can beat your horn all you like. It's the toe punt and the mirror smack that will make them move over. And she went, oh, blah, blah, blah. And I didn't put that on video. So obviously I didn't include that on the video. But she said, how many bikers smack wing mirrors? I said, if you go on YouTube and look at how many mirror strikes are on YouTube, bikers do it all the time. And she went, why? I said, some do it just for the fact that you're going to smack a wing mirror just to get the YouTube views. Some will do it because you're encroaching on my property. Get out the way. It's quicker to smack the mirror than it is to try and hit the hooter button. or try and move yourself out the way. And she went, oh. I said, at the end of the day, a quick toe punt to the door takes you, what, half a second to reach your leg out? You're going to try and reach for your handlebars to hit the horn, to move your position. It's going to take you a second and a half. It's better to toe punt the door. Bang. I'm going to move my car out the way. And she went,
with that said, I want to start a new movement.
Yeah.
I want to start a new motorcycle movement. And now, as motorcyclists, we're in the unique position when you pass cars to see what the driver's doing. Now, quite often we will go past cars and we will see them updating Facebook, reading their Instagrams, or doing whatever it was. Now, I want to start a complete new movement where we notify every other driver around them of what they're doing, because they are a danger to other drivers while they are on their mobile phone while driving. Yeah. So my proposal is, as a motorcycle community, we start up a signal where we warn other drivers they are doing this. So my proposal is this is simple. You take your thumb and finger and you put them together in this sort of symbol, and you move it backwards and forwards.
Yeah.
So you go, this person's on their phone, and it warns every other driver around that they are on their phone.
Actually.
Yeah.
You've had plenty of practice now, you, Simon.
I have indeed. At least 8 inches backwards and forwards. So
yeah, and you know what exactly the same junction, Simon, and you know exactly what happened at the Brickhill junction with the mobile phone and the Mini.
Yep.
For those of you who haven't heard the thing, same thing again. ZX7 going down to meet Simon at Super Sausage. I think it was about last August, wasn't it? It was the last couple of rides on the ZX7.
It was a while ago, yeah.
Yeah, come down to Brickhill Junction. Michael knows it. So come down to Brickhill Junction, A5, and I always hook the second lane, outside lane. Mini in the front, and it's weaving lanes 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2. She's between two junctions, and I'm all right. So I'm backed off about 50 feet. Pulled up next to her, knee under the steering wheel, both hands using the mobile phone.
Yeah.
Beep, 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 boom, and I dropped the throttle, red bombed her.
Yeah.
And she looked at me and she went, fuck off, wank.
I'll tell you what, I see it all the time, and I saw at least 4 this week, and I'm hoping at least 3 of them I've got good video footage of. Now, I'm not a Bertie Small, so I'm not going to fucking start sending my footage up to Thames Valley Police or Hertfordshire Police or anything like that. But what I am going to do is I'm going to show the footage of me going past them, showing them on their mobile phone, and then me giving the international signal that they are on their phone.
Yeah. Yeah. But this girl...
And that's going to be my Bellin videos.
Yeah. This girl in the Mini did it, and I went, phone down. And she looked at me and she went, fuck off. And I went, phone down. And she wound her window down, and this is the bit that aggravated me. And I went, just do me a favour, put your phone down, love. You're basically risking, you're in a car, I'm on a bike, you're risking my life while you're in that car on your phone. Why don't you fuck off? And I went, what? Why don't you go off and mind your own business? And 21-year-old, well, 20-year-old blonde, basically, and she went, but. And I went, if you're going to have an attitude like that, I'll take your wing mirror. And she went, what do you mean? I said, I'll take your wing mirror off. And she went, and spat at me. So it went down the visor, down the shoulder. Of course, RB's red misted. I took the wing mirror. Then I hear, whoop, 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 from behind me. There's a cop car behind us.
Yeah, classic.
You over. Pulled us down by Dobbies. And the copper said to me, he said, just seen that. That's criminal damage, mate. And I went, what do you mean? He said, you just took her wing mirror clean off. And I went, yeah. I said, did you not notice her on her mobile phone? I said, that's why I had a go at her. And I told her to put her wing mirror down. She spat at me. I took her wing mirror. I said, I've got no time for people like that. And he went, oh, have you got the footage? And I went, drift cam, side of the helmet, it's always on. I said, do you want the card? Because I've got another card in my thing. I said, you can have the footage off it. And he went, oh, result. Okay, give us your card. Pop the card out. There's your card, mate. New card in. Started the camera up again. And he goes up to her and he went, right. He said, I'm just going to have a word with that biker. He said, it's not an arrestable offence, but I will be reporting him for criminal damage. He said, but I've got you on your mobile phone. I wasn't on my mobile phone. He went with the biker, was arguing that you were on your mobile phone. No, he just come up beside me, effing and blinding at me and took my wing mirror. Well, his camera tells different. Oh, he's got you on your mobile phone. And he's having
I'd
a go.
say the best bit of advice I can give to anyone is if you do have a camera running, never tell them, right, until the police are involved or such.
Exactly, which is what I did. Coppers took me footage and he said, do you realise spitting at that biker is an assault? And she went, what? He went, it's an arrestable offence, assault. He's willing to drop the criminal. If you drop your criminal damage charges, he will drop the assault charges. And she went, oh, so I don't get arrested? No, you won't get arrested if you drop the criminal damage for him taking your mirror. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll get on that. And he went, brilliant. He said, so, and he looked round at me. He went, you're all good to go, mate. Thank you very much. And she went, oh, am I good to go now? And he went, no. He said, because I'm nicking you for 3 points for using a mobile phone and £1,000.
Heaven.
And as I rode past, I went, have a nice day, love. Bye.
Yeah. I don't have an incident as colourful as that, but one of the big roundabouts nearby Sports Bike Shop at the top of the hill, I'm in the right-hand lane to go straight on. And there's a similar sort of story. Young lass in the left-hand lane. Because my camera sits around my chin, it doesn't pick it up. But I pull up by the side of her. She's on her phone. And the chat bubbles were absolute fucking chonkers. They were massive. So she's basically writing essays back and forth between one of her friends while driving. So I've sort of come up beside her and I've done the signal, phone down. And she looked at me and it's almost like she had been watching like The Only Way is Essex or some bollocks like that. And she sort of looked at me and goes, oh, shut up, through the window. And I thought, oh, if I was in the frame of mind to take your wing mirror off, my lady, I would take it off and throw it onto the roundabout. You can go fetch it yourself. But, unfortunately, but kind of fortunately, I'm not that sort of person. I'm more of the observational rider.
The worst one I have ever encountered. I was behind a car on Princess Way in Bletchley, which is a 70-mile-an-hour road between two 30-mile-an-hour roads.
Seen this.
Okay? And I was behind this young lady and she was doing about 45. And I'm sitting there thinking, you're going to pull over in a minute. You're going to pull over in a minute. We've gone past the two garages. Nope, you're still in the right-hand lane. I do not want to undertake you. So, because I'm turning right at the roundabouts anyway, so it'll mean me undertaking you and then cutting you up to come to the right-hand lane. And I sat, see you later, Exeter. So I sat behind her all the way until we got to the roundabout, and then it splits the 3 lanes, and I've moved to the right-hand lane, I've looked left, and she's on her phone. So as we both pulled up at an empty junction, because there is no cars coming, I'm convinced she only stopped because I did, because she was paying that little attention. I looked at her and I said, I tooted me on and I said, wind down the window. She wound down the window. I said, get off your fucking phone. You were driving all the way up there at 40 mile an hour and at 70, and the left-hand lane was clear. She said, no, there was a car there. I said, no, there wasn't. There was nothing there.
Your car doesn't count.
Yeah, your car doesn't count. I wish I'd thought of that.
Yeah.
But there was nothing there. You could have moved over. And she said, no, there was nothing there. There was something there, so I couldn't pull over. I said, whatever, get off your fucking phone. And she said, I'm not on the phone. I'm changing the music.
As if that makes the difference.
Yeah, same stuff, isn't it? Same shit.
As far as I'm concerned.
And I just looked at her bemused and said, are you that fucking stupid? I just did. I had no answer. I was fucking lost for words.
It hurts your mind, doesn't it? To think about how
it really did. That was incomprehensible, because you could see she clearly had the phone in her hand and she was playing with it. But no, she wasn't on the phone. she was changing the music, so that's okay.
You think 1980s when you had a car, all you had was like a push button stereo with channels programmed in.
You had a push button stereo? Fuck me, I had nothing. No, I'll tell you what, that is why
Red,
I
what did you have?
say
Did you have a push button stereo? Did you have a push button stereo, Red? I assume you were old enough.
The first family car.
No, I'll tell you what, this is why I think driving standards are so bad.
Yeah.
When people like Rev and myself learnt to drive, in our cars, we had a push button stereo that had AM, FM, and you had to tune the fucking thing with a dial. Yeah. Right. You had nothing else. That was it. And if you wanted to go somewhere, you looked up the route, you wrote down the route, and you looked out the window for fucking road signs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd be used
now, you get in your car, you tell the sat nav you want to go here or there, and it tells you to turn left at the right or third exit, fourth exit, whatever. And you don't need to look out the window anymore.
Yeah.
You can just steer the car as long as it's between the white lines. That's all that matters. Sometimes it doesn't even matter if you're not between the white lines unless the car tells you it isn't.
Yeah. As Alison said, tape recorder. Oh, fuck it, I've missed the junction. Rewind the tape.
No, I've driven from one end of this country to the other with little fucking jots made down of the motorway and the junction I want. The motorway, the junction I want. The motorway, the junction I want. Where are we? We're on this motorway, right? I want junction 11. Where are we? Oh, we're at junction 10. So the next junction I want to do what?
The A to Z in London, where you used to have to fucking open it.
I love when you see those guys. They used to get out of their cars and lay the map on the bonnet and be like, right, so we're here and we have to get here.
Page 27, E14, right?
Get the highlighter out.
There is actually a picture on my I don't know if it's my Instagram or Facebook, to be honest, but it's actually a picture of a motorcycle at the Super Sausage, where there's an old girl who comes up there on a really old motorbike, and she comes a long way from it because I looked at her sat nav, which was a piece of paper taped to her tank.
Oh, God, you remember that, Simon? Yeah. She got a whole route map on her tank. Just
yeah, I'm like, that is the original sat nav. That is the original sat nav. That is how we used to do it, you know.
Yeah.
It's like M1 junction 8,
second junction, and she got it all written, and she got it taped.
But now people get in their cars and they just drive and they tell the sat nav where they want to go, and they don't even have to. That is why every time you reach a speed camera, the sat nav tells you the speed camera. The first thing they do, even if they are driving at the speed limit, is brake.
Yeah.
It's all like you're already doing 60. Why are you braking to 40? Exactly. It's because the sat nav told you there's a speed camera.
People's driving. As I said, with older drivers, someone asked me this in the garage the other day, and he went, "What do you think of the driving standards?" And I went, "Compared to 20 years ago, shit." And he went, "Why is that?" I said, "I think." I said, the thing is, I really object to CBTs. And he went, "Why is that?" And I went, "Because you do one day's training and you're let out to play with traffic." I said, when I did my test back in, and I'm talking 1982 now. So
mate. Yeah, that's a bit lenient. I would have done 1940s at least.
When Grant, when obviously Rhythmic and Red were little sperms in Daddy's ball bag.
No. Red's quite old.
I've been riding. My dad took me out down the, obviously down the Manor Fields. When I was 5, I was on a 50cc pit. They called them pit bikes back then, but it was a chainsaw engine in the bike, and you hammered around the field.
Yes.
I learned to ride years ago. Obviously I'd done a lot of motocross.
Out of interest, when was the first ever time you rode a bike? Because I am interested.
1934.
5 years old.
Yeah. What year?
1934.
Oh Christ! So 64. 69.
What year did you get your license? I'm just interested now to find out if you have been riding longer than I've been alive. So yeah.
1969, at 5 years old, I was on a 50cc chainsaw engine motocrosser round, and it used to be called it was the Manor Fields, but it was basically the park at the back of the Manor Fields.
Yeah.
Dad trained me there. 16, I got my license on a Pooch Maxi, which was a 50cc pedal along. So that was, oh God, when was I 16? So 64 plus 16 years. So 1980.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
80,
much longer.
81, I started. I passed my test in 82 because I got taken out at 81.
That's scary.
Yeah.
82, I first rode a bike ever.
Yeah.
And in 86, I passed my full bike lesson.
Was it in
So
World War One?
17, I took my bike license. My dad actually said to me on my 17th birthday, there is your driving license and there is your bike. I did my bike test on my 17th birthday. Unfortunately, I met a Mini on a hairpin bend at 17. Wasn't my fault. The car overshot the corner. And I ended up getting wiped out on the day of my bike test.
Moto Michelle?
And I ended up 17 years old with that is my right knee.
Wow. Bloody hell.
Well, that's
So
a sexy knee, that is.
I've got basically a bionic knee. A pin in the femur, a pin in the tibia.
I wouldn't mind that leg over me.
Yeah.
Mm.
3
Bend
weeks
the knee, call
later,
me John
after
Snow.
my
Your name's not Lockwood, you can't have it.
No. My dad come back to me 3 weeks later and said, we've got your bike test rebooked. I'm still in plaster. I went out in a plaster cast with a pin in my leg at 17 and did my bike test and passed second time. I did my bike ride for 10 minutes and the instructor went, get back to the test centre. Why is that? He went, I can see you're in agony. If you can ride in a plaster cast, you've passed your test. Okay, thank you very much. I went to, Simon will know who these people are, Carnell's.
Yeah.
In Houghton Regis, and I walked into the showroom at 17 and 3 months, sat on a ZX9, and the shitty little salesman in there, and I'll give you a story about the salesman. I sat on the ZX9 and I went, Dad, I want this bike. And my dad went, do you like it? I love it. Salesman come out, what do you think you're doing? Sitting on this bike, I want a bike. You're 17, you can't afford it. Get off it, it's a $5,000 bike. I want to buy the bike. You can't afford it, son. Get off the bike. And my dad went, do you want it? And I went, yeah. And the senior manager of Carnell's come out and went, what do you think you're doing? I went, sitting on the bike. Want to buy it? You can't afford it. I want to buy it. My dad's got the money. And the manager went, all right, Dad. And my dad pulled out $5,000 out of his pocket and went, there's his money. And he went, oh, is Daddy paying for it? I went, no, I've been saving since 12 years old to buy my first bike, mate. And he went, oh. And he turned around to his junior salesman. He went, never. And what do I say at Eclipse, Simon? Never assume. Never assume, guarantee, or never assume, presume, or guarantee that anything is right. And he said, that is what you do. You never assume, presume, or guarantee that anybody can afford a bike.
Yeah. You never know. You never know what people have got, how hard people have worked for this.
I worked my arse off from 12 years old to buy my first bike at 17. And I walked back in 3 months later into Carnell's and I dropped the keys to my Kawasaki on the counter. I went, I don't want the bike anymore. And the shit little salesman was still in there. And he went, oh, was it too powerful for you? Is it going to kill you? And I went, no, actually, I want to trade the ZX9 in. I want the Z1300, which is over there, the 6-cylinder one. And I bought the Z1300 at 17 years old. I had it for 3 years. And when I actually phoned Jaguar Land Rover to buy some parts, and the guy went, oh, I recognise your voice. And I went, yeah, I recognise yours. Where do you used to work? And he went, I used to work in Carnell's as a bike salesman. I'm Jaguar Land Rover's head salesman now. And I went, your name's not
You remember me?
Yeah, your name's not Steve, is it? And he went, yeah, it is actually. And I went, my name's Dave. And he went, I recognise your voice. I went, you didn't work at Carnell's, did you? And he went, yeah, I did. He said, I had this shitty. I said, do you remember a little shitty blonde lad with blonde blonde perm come in and buy a ZX9? He went, yeah, he was a fucking arsehole. He reckoned he could afford the bike, and he did. And he said, my manager actually sacked me 6 months later.
Oh, fuck.
And I went,
You ruined
oh,
it.
I said, I was that shitty little 17-year-old that bought the ZX9 that come in and bought the Z13. And he went, where'd you work now? I went, Eclipse Motorcycles, mate. And he
I
went,
I sell bikes.
yeah. And he went, what do you do for a living now? I'm a motor vlogger and I sell bikes. And he went, did you crash it? And I went, no, actually, I went from a Z1300 to a Laverda Chota 1000.
You ruined,
And he
you
went,
ruined
oh.
man's career.
And he went, yeah. He said, I'm in selling parts at Jaguar Land Rover. I went, you ain't moved up the ladder now. I'm on the parts counter. You didn't go well with your career then, did you?
Awesome.
Mad. That's what you get, though.
I've had a lot of bikes over my career, but of all the bikes that I wished I'd have caught, I wish I'd kept, would have been my Le Mans Mark II. I had a Moto Guzzi Le Mans Mark II.
The only one I wish I'd kept of mine is my Vespa P200E. No, it's Vespa P200, and it is a 1977 Italian import. Because that thing is worth about fucking $7,500.
Quick one, yes. South Africa did a theory, but if you're allowed to get on the bike or the car, that is the one thing that I do not like about the CBTs in this country. Now, Simon, I've spoken about the Magnificent Seven, Simon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there was when I was 15. Obviously, I was racing for Team KTM, so Southern England champion for 2 years. There were 7 guys in the motocross team in Milton Keynes that rode for Team KTM. So Gary Webster stepped out in front of a taxi, pissed on Stoke Road, got killed and got wiped out. Mark Furzer came down the A5D from Brickhill when they put the new roundabout in, hit the roundabout, split his skull in 2. He got wiped out. Paul, I can't remember his name now, but he died in Willen Lake, skinny dipping. One of the other guys died in
I had to get caught with my sausage out.
Yeah. Of all the riders that are left, there are 2 left out of the Magnificent Seven. Obviously, I got wiped out on my bike, but survived. And the other guy is Paul Ashley, who Simon's met up at Super Sausage.
Yeah.
And he rides, I think he's got Ducati 996 now or something. So there's only 2.
I don't think it was a bad way we used to do it, really, because at 16 you could go down the post office and get your license, as I did, and you could ride a 50cc motorcycle, which is what I did. And then as soon as you turned 17, you could ride a 125 with L plates, which was great. I was already on 100, you know, so. Yeah, no.
But Simon, you never upgraded from that 50, did you?
Mad.
No, I never did MP. No.
Yeah. But you got to 17 and you could just go straight to 50.
Yeah, I wish
And
that
I got to 17 and I went and did my test and I passed my test and I did everything that was required. Figure of 8. I stopped in the square and I did an emergency stop and the bloke went, yeah, you're good enough. And God, I'll tell you what, God sorted the rest out, didn't it? Let's face it. It wasn't a bad way of doing it. It wasn't really a bad way of doing it. Because you actually, for a 16-year-old today to get onto a 50cc motorcycle, he's got to spend at least 140 quid to find out that he really don't like riding a fucking 50cc motorcycle. Whereas when I was a kid, you went down and you paid 10 quid for a license or whatever it was, your provisional license fee, and you went out and you rode it and you went, actually, I don't fucking like this. And you stopped doing it. And that probably scared a lot of people off. But if you've invested 100 and something pound for the next 2 years, are you going to continue and then die?
Yeah.
I don't know.
With the CBT, you're basically given 4 hours on a little. You've never ridden a bike before in your life, so you go out. I want to ride a bike. So 15, 16, 17. Here's a bike. is a geared bike, is twist and go. We're going to give you 4 hours in a car park riding the bike. For the afternoon, let's go and play with live traffic on the road. And then you get your license. Right, I'm here. I'm pottering along the road. And it's like, Jesus Christ, why don't
No,
people...
I used to teach that, and I'll tell you what, the 16, 17-year-olds were the scariest people to take out on the road, because I'm like, it's part of the criteria. And part of the criteria is, have they impressed you enough on the private car park to say, I can now go and play with live traffic?
Yeah.
And can any of us in this room now honestly look at a 16, 17-year-old and say, yeah, I'm scared of cars?
Exactly. Yeah.
That's what you're basically asking. And you do not know the amount of those people I brought back early and said, no, after the first or second roundabout, it's like, no, you're going back. Yeah, you have not figured this out yet.
We had a guy, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but a guy's come in and he's bought a brand new Assault this week. So 3 weeks' time, he's taking a brand new bike on the road past his CBT. I need a loan bike. All right, what are you used to? I did my CBT on a twist and go. All right. And you want to go to a geared 125. Have you had any geared?
No, he's not allowed to.
Yeah. Have you had any geared training? Oh, yeah, but on the CBT, you're allowed automatic or manual gearbox. That is the rules of a CBT. He's never done a clutch in his life. And I said to him, all right, come in. Let's see how you get on the yard. But I'm not going to let you out on that bike unless you know how to handle a clutch. So
basically, if he's only ever passed for automatic CBT, that's
Rev's
all
still
he's
stuck in the yard.
Yeah, but the CBT allows you to go geared and automatic.
No, not. It depends on what they ticked.
Yeah.
If they've ticked automatic only on his CBT certificate, that is all he's allowed to ride.
They've actually ticked both.
No, or he's the fucking idiot then. Which school's that?
So, geared him up. This is your bike point. This is where you blah, blah, blah. This is how you change.
Here we go.
Gear.
Yeah.
Off he's gone. It took him 45 minutes to get it off of the front yard.
Why would they let him keep trying? I'd have given him 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then I'd have been like, listen.
I gave him 40, and I went, have you not moved the bike off yet? And he went, no, because there's people watching me. Right. And what is your problem?
I've always wanted.
I'm embarrassed to pull off in case I stall the bike. All right. Wow. So I goes out in the front yard, showed him, get off the bike. Let me show you. This is the bike point. Raves, bum, bum, bum. I actually followed him from the top of Tavistock Street, 200 yards down the road for him to actually
on foot.
Yeah, on foot. Him changing gear to get used to using a manual bike. And he went, and then he come back 5 minutes later, pulls up on the yard, boom, 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 down through the gear. I think I've got it. Yes, you have. Fuck off.
Yeah.
No, the only reason I said that about the automatic and the manual is my son is he's autistic and he can only do an automatic. He cannot handle gears. It's too much information for him. It's too much for him to do. So he has got an automatic only CBT.
Yeah.
So even if he goes and buys a manual 125 or whatever it is, he cannot insure it because his certificate is for automatic only.
Yeah.
But I said to this
guy, what they should be doing. But
yeah, I said to him, I said, have you done any training? And he went, no. I went, do you know what to do? And he went, what's that? I went, go down to the Don Stadium, buy Asda, go in the car park and just practice pulling away, second gear, back down to first gear, stop the bike, pulling away, second gear, first gear. And he went, what about third, fourth and fifth? Concentrate on the first two gears first. If you can get through the first two gears, up and down, you can manage the rest. But do one and
what Alison said is there is right. It is woeful, but if your instructor cannot get you to manage gears and turning and junction safety in 4 hours, then
Hmm.
I'm sorry, your instructor is shit.
Yeah.
And
not,
I've got to admit, I've been that shit instructor, because when I've taken 4 students on, before now, there has been 2 I've not taken out, or there's been 1 I've not taken out, and that's no fault of mine. It's just some people have so much trouble dealing with everything you got to do. How many things have you got to do? Or we're all motorcyclists. How many things have you got to do to change gear?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clutch.
How many things you got to do to change gear? And
It depends
they've
on
all
the
got to be done in a sequence at the same time. Some people cannot get it. Some people can. And then while you're doing that, you've got to be looking at what you're doing at a junction or a thing. Some people struggle. They really do.
Oh, you bugger.
Just MT's bloody thing. Yeah, I didn't know that. I swear though, aren't they? I've been reading this for years that the CBT is going to be like reevaluated, and they're planning to make it.
They are reevaluating the CBT every year, and at the moment they've kept it where it is.
I've been hearing, but I've been hearing that for 5 years, and obviously, within the last year or so, shall we say,
I've been hearing it for 10 years. So.
Yeah, exactly. Like it doesn't feel like it's good. Like I say, I haven't done a CBT since I was 19.
Can I say the best thing that would ever happen to this country, and it does happen in other countries, would be for as soon as a person turns 16, no matter what they want to do, they go for a CBT.
Yeah.
It'd be a good way to sort of encourage them to look out for bikes. They'd understand how.
That's exactly why they do it.
Fully, but
So everybody in the country, before they get their car license, they do this, they do that.
A bike test.
You go and do a CBT.
Yeah.
Go and ride one of them 50cc motorcycles on a 70-mile-an-hour fucking road and see what that feels like.
Yourself. Yeah, this is it. Go see what it is like.
See how you react to car drivers. Yeah.
You'll think totally different. You'll think totally different.
Quick one from Alice.
Let's feel the vulnerability that every one of us on 2 wheels feels every day. No matter what the size. I've got a 1400, you've got a 1000, he's got a 600, he's got a 1400, he's got a 1000. Let's feel that vulnerability every day that we're out on powerful bikes.
Yeah.
And at any point where we get into trouble, we can just sort of go bump and gone.
Yeah.
And I'll get out of that trouble.
Yeah.
Or let's put you on a 50cc motorcycle and we'll stick you on a roundabout in the middle of Milton Keynes and rush hour.
Oh God, yeah.
See how you do.
I'm not going to do a Lockwood moment here, but obviously Alison's just said. What I have to say, Hayden's a very good teacher, getting me through my basics. My CBT was pretty much. Me and Simon have both ridden with Hayden on the group ride, and Hayden is a bloody amazing biker. He really does. He holds a pack.
He's all right.
He holds a very good pack formation. But Hayden is a very, very good biker, and obviously having Alison as his partner to obviously move that level down and teach her his experience, but move it down. But there's only so much experience you can teach. The rest you have to learn for yourself.
It's like I said earlier. Alison, if you want to come out on a ride with me, and I've done it when we did a super sausage run. Alison was with us, and I kept pace just to make sure Alison stayed with us, etc., etc., etc. I feel very vulnerable on the 1400 as well.
I'm gonna. That's it. T-shirts next week, Simon.
Vest tops.
Yeah.
Vest tops next week.
We're going.
I'm going to be bulgy. I'm going to go to the gym beforehand as well. So
we're going riding like absolute
but Hayden's in tomorrow with me. So
Alison, if you want to come out with me, and I'll do a comms ride with you or whatever you want, and I'll guarantee. Yeah, I hate the word guarantee, but I'll guarantee I will boost your confidence, and I will get you there. So,
how long did you take me to get that GTR up to speed, Simon? And then I leapt away from you a couple of weeks ago, didn't I?
You did because you caught me in the wrong fucking gear. I didn't know you were going to do it.
Yeah,
I was in about fucking sixth. You was in third. Yeah. No, seriously. On a serious note, Rev's never done that. It comes back to riding with people you know. Now, Rev has never done that before at that junction, and he did it then, and I had to drop a couple of gears and catch up. But yeah.
And it's just having the confidence to ride with you. As I say, I've mentioned it on my video tonight. So Simon, you'll be quite bashful tomorrow. I bet I won't. Yeah. I'm sitting there going, do you know what? I've got full confidence in Simon up the front as a Rosper rider. Absolutely. I'm just smiling back here. Right, time to end the video here, and I'll just let you get on with the ride. And I'm just literally pillying up with you all the way. But I had confidence with you all the time because as a Rosper rider, you've got far more. All right, you're a damn sight younger than me, but I've got a lot more confidence in you as a rider because you've got more experience. I'm used to far more.
Let's face it, I do. Let's face it, I do 20-something thousand miles a year.
Yeah,
and a lot of that's commuting, and then a lot of that is social, and then a lot of that is training.
Yeah.
And I do it all for me. And sorry, what was Alison's comment?
She just said she's got a DAS book 6th, 7th, 8th of April.
She's gonna smash it.
Well, if you want to come out before then, feel free.
Gets of all the riders that I would say get out with Simon. Get out with Simon. Get out with Nick. Nick Freeman is Nick's
phenomenal. He's another level. He really is.
He is another level, and I've learned a lot from going out with the Rosper. I thought I was a good rider until I went out with them, and he told me I was a pile of shit. 16%. But you know, it's how you take it. But you know, I've got a lot of faith.
Don't be afraid to come out with me. Come out for a ride with me, thinking I'm going to criticise you, because I'm not. Unless you want criticism, then I'll give it. But I have had people not want to come out for rides with me because they say, "Oh, you're going to criticise my riding." I say, "Well, I'm not, unless you ask for it." If you say to me, "How's my riding?" I'll be honest, and I'm brutal.
Yeah, you haven't seen Red Ride, so you might, Chris.
I have. I've seen his videos, and I love his riding. I think it's awesome.
Simon's pulled me up on a couple of rides, and he's like, "Oh, you should have gone into this junction a bit slower, or you could have sped up into the corner a bit more there." And I always take everything on board. You know, everybody always thinks they're the best rider in the world, and I'm like, no, you have to take everything on board because you're always looking to gear up to the next level, gear up. And I always say, you know, any advice that I take is always, I love criticism. And even on my videos,
I always thought I was a shit rider, but I'm good at criticising others. That's what I always thought. Until Dave and Nick told me, no, you're a silver class rider. And I'm like, you get 3 qualifiers, you get bronze, silver and gold. And I'm like, wow, I'm a silver. It's sort of like, yeah, all day long, you are a silver, all day long. And I just sort of said, well, what have I got to do to be gold then? And they just said polish, and they give me when they say polish a ride, there's a few little things you've got to do, and you've got to do this there and and it's not that far from silver, but the difference between bronze and silver is a long way. So I was impressed because the first ever Rosper test I did, I got bronze, and I said, "Oh, fucking, I'm well happy with that." And I went out with a guy that was 25 years in the he was not transport. He was the a police rider for Kent, and his name was Paul Gallagher, and he's retired now, bless him. But I went out with that guy there, and he could ride everything. He could drive anything that was on the road. He had the licenses for absolutely everything. And this guy could quote the highway code from verse and comma and sub-paragraph. I mean, this is the knowledge the guy had.
There you go. Just a quick one for Ali. I've just posted the StreamYard link if you want to hop up on the video, guys.
Yeah. And I said to the guy, I said to him, I said, well, what we doing today? Because this is the first ride I've ever had with him. He said, what we doing today? He said, well, I'm going to go in the radio. I'm going to tell you what junction you're going to take in. And I said, okay, and what else? He said, I'm not going to take you down any roads that got any speed cameras. And I went, does that mean I can speed? He said, you can ride safely. If you feel you can do an overtake, do it. And we're not going to worry about speed. And I went, okay, I'm losing you, fucker. Because he was on an 800, I was on 1,000. After the first 2 hours, we pulled into a Morrison's, and he said, you showed some really class riding there. You was doing this, you was doing that. And he told me what I was doing good. And I said, can I be honest, Paul? And he said, what's that? I said, I was trying to lose you. He said, never going to happen.
There we go. We've got Hayden on the stream, guys. So Hayden,
how you doing? How you doing?
How you doing?
Hi, how you doing?
He said, it's never going to happen. You're never going to lose me. And I said, why is that? He said, because while you're thinking about that overtake, I'm thinking about the next 3 you're going to make.
Yeah, that's what.
And that is the process he was working at. He was sort of like, if he does this, he's going to do this, and this. And I'm with him. And I've got the space to do this. And that is how far ahead.
You've got to think 4 steps ahead. As Nick said to me, think 4 steps ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like, if you're filtering down traffic, don't think about how far you can get. Think about where your next landing zone is.
What did you say to me about filtering through Bedford when we come back from the A1? Simon's got the GTR and he said on his, I don't think Rev's going to fit through that. What did I do? Boom.
You fitted through. Yeah.
And I fitted through. And he said to me, oh, you did a good bit of filtering. And I went, like you said to me, if my wing mirrors can fit through, my panniers are coming through.
Yeah. So it's what you're thinking. When you're filtering your overtaking and everything else, it's not about can I make that overtake? It's also about if it goes wrong, where can I land?
Yeah.
I've got to have a bike space somewhere.
Yeah.
And that's what you're looking at. So you're looking at 3 different directions at the time, if you like. But it's fun. It is fun. And then when you do the because I've had the fortune of doing emergency training.
Cheeky little shit. Right,
I can kick that cunt out.
I'm in my mid-20s. I'll have him. Though.
That's all right. We'll put the oldies on the top there.
Thank you. Yeah.
Let's put it.
Am I that old?
Wait,
why
the oldies
Red?
on the top. Red, you need to go up, mate.
Red. Why is Red here?
let's set it up age related. There we go.
Oh,
well, MT will always be at the bottom.
I'm the youngest.
If you go by the age of his vest.
He's only 11 years old. He's only got his first pubic hair.
Mad.
I'm the youngest here, and I have the less hair here. Like, all of you, I just don't get it.
No, he went for a wee the other day. He thought it was a pubic hair until he peed out of it.
Boom, boom.
I heard that joke back in 1942. It's
when you was
something new.
All right, who's it in the corner?
My word.
All right, we're sorting that out there anyway. So where will we go from there? You've killed it, MT.
It's because he's constantly put those comments in. Keep catching me every time I see it highlight. I'm like, for fuck's sake, it's just caught me again. When he said rhythmic, look at my picture, and I just looked at it, and honest, the resemblance.
A quick one. I'm just going to comment on one from today because guy come in. Tried to do his own oil change on the bike, and he's rounded his sump bolt off. And he went, "How much to change my sump bolt and do an oil change? But it's the same as a standard service. We've got to try and get your sump bolt off." Yeah, but I've got my own oil. Yeah, but we still got to change your oil, your filter. Yeah, but I only want the sump bolt taken off and changed. No, you can't take a sump bolt off. Put the same oil back into the bike. It's an oil and filter change. It's a service. All right. If you want to take your bike elsewhere, mate, basically go and off. And he went, oh, standard service, 125, 109.50. Oh, my friend can do it for £60. We'll go and see your friend then. Come back to us half an hour later. Yeah. And I'm like, what point do you not understand that you've rounded your sump bolt? We've got to try and get your sump bolt off, put a new one on it, and change your oil and filter. And there's so many bloody idiots out there, and it's like out for my mate can change my oil for. And we had it a month ago. Guy come in, he went, "Can I ask what oil you put in a bike?" And I went, "Yeah, 1040." Oh, right, brilliant. Shut the door and left. He came back 2 hours later, and he went, "My friend's just changed my oil, and my bike's making a horrible noise." All right, what did you put in it? 1040, like you recommended. No, he put 1040 in it, and I went, "All right. So what's the problem?" "Well, it's making a horrible clanking noise from the top of the engine." "Where did you get your oil?" "I went to Halfords and got 1040 car." No.
Yeah.
1040 bike, 1040 car, totally different oil.
Moto Michelle was just asked the question. Go on.
Yeah. So, what should I do? Well, there's nothing we can do, mate. You've wrecked your engine. Oh, what should I do? Go and buy a new engine? Well, you told me 1040. Yeah, 1040. You've got a motorcycle, mate. It's 1040.
Yeah, Dave, Moto Michelle's just asked a question now. I think that's a good one.
Asked two questions.
A couple of questions in here. Oh, God, I've got
Moto Michelle, go on.
Right, Moto Michelle, what bikes have you all currently got? The two at the top, GTR 1400s. Hayden?
I've got a Yamaha XJ6 diversion F600, and Alison, who won't come on camera. She's got the Esker 125.
Alison, get on camera.
Alison, what you playing?
Yes, I'm in my pajamas.
I am.
We love pajamas. We love pajamas.
Red and me always look scruffy.
She's in a onesie. She's all right. Look.
I am decent.
That's all right. What you don't know is Red is naked from the waist down. If you don't know Uncle
He's
Red,
got a blue bum. Yeah.
Yeah, Vulcan 650. So that's Uncle Red.
What is Red doing?
I'm dressing.
He's putting on his Jedi robe. He's putting on his Jedi robe.
Jedi.
Man thinks he's Obi-Wan.
He's obviously got his gas. He's got his gas with Scottish power, so he can't.
I've seen that cloak in Gryffindor before.
Yeah.
Oh, I ain't got the little ears, but
energy bills are rising, guys. So Red can't afford to pay for the heating. We're going to start.
Hold on, please. Having me here.
That is my Kawasaki Vulcan S.
Yeah, Aiden's wearing a onesie as well. Look at this. But...
No, it's not a onesie. It's a jumper. A fleecy thing.
Aiden, you've gone down in my isolation. Sorry.
It's not a onesie, believe me.
You've lost street cred. Sorry, it's gone.
Grant, what are you riding?
Oh, I am. Good job with that. I'm riding a Triumph Sprint ST 1050 in glorious Triumph blue.
And little
1040 oil.
Boy down in the corner over here.
Oh yeah, I've got an MT10. What the fuck is that?
Fucking Miss Simon at me.
It wasn't a UMT.
Yeah.
Nobody likes you that much.
Yes, he does. Yes.
Fredrickson. It just makes you want to Google who is Carl Fredrickson now.
I have no idea.
This is who Carl Fredrickson
Yeah, it's
is.
Up. The film Up, the animated film. Isn't it great how we've got Carl Fredrickson, we've got Harry Potter, we've got Keanu Reeves, you know what I mean?
It's the fucking, it's the fame of the fame, isn't it? And all
yeah. It's like a fucking circus.
I thought I looked like Jeff Goldblum, but there you go.
It's like a fucking circus in there, isn't it?
Bikes and cars have different oils, yeah.
Well, we've got the Elephant Man known as Empty Tank.
Oh, he's changing the screen up. Carl Fredrickson, there we go.
Yeah, you share your screen. Come on, Rev. I want to see Carl Fredrickson.
That is Carl Fredrickson.
Yeah, share your screen though, so everyone can see it.
Hang on, let me just bring it up.
Yeah, bring it up.
Carl Fredrickson.
It'll take him a while. Keep rubbing.
Red, I think you've done the right thing. I think you've got the best one there out of Harry Potter. I think that's probably the best one.
Yeah, that is pretty good.
I bet he's done well there, hasn't he?
He has done well.
If you don't know who Carl Fredrickson was, hang on. Oh, bloody hell.
I don't know how people don't know who these people are. Like, mate,
Yeah.
like,
They're-
some
I
of the
don't-
greatest people who ever lived. Even if
So,
there are
Hayden,
any
Ali,
cones.
has the rugby finished?
Yes.
Yeah.
Who won?
Who won?
Not
The
Wales.
wrong team.
Oh,
The wrong team.
There we go. Carl
French.
Fredrickson.
Oh,
hey, look, it's Simon on the right.
no.
He's close without the glasses. Oh,
Yeah.
there we go.
There we go.
My
Carl
guy.
Fredrickson.
Look at
My
that.
guy, yeah.
My guy. What a legend.
Oh, hang on.
I rate it.
Let's see if we can find. Let's see if we can find MT Tank.
Oh, no.
Oh, here we go.
He's got to be gay, isn't he?
Why is it? You know, every time when I join this live stream, I feel victimized.
How do
Is it not something you bring upon yourself, you think? Yeah.
how do you think Red felt when he came into this and straight away we were just like, oh, why did you call yourself Red? Everything you own is orange.
We have found MT Tank, and there he is.
Oh, no. Man.
Quick one from Marine's in the room. Hey, Marine, how you doing, buddy? Go check out Marine Rider. Another one of our brothers from across the pond, ex-forces. So, anybody rode the BMW R18? What do you think of it?
Me and Red have.
Yeah. If you haven't seen the boys down the bottom, Uncle Red and Rhythmic have both ridden the R18.
Hate it.
Is it worth buying? Come on. Come on. Give me the Scooby. Come on.
Yeah, I didn't like it.
No, it's
Give
very,
me the Scooby, boys. Come on.
it's very heavy. It's too vibraty. Like the thing just shakes like an absolute unit. Like you can't. I don't know how anyone slow maneuvers that thing. I really don't. Especially now that me and Red have rode quite a few Harleys. And had something to compare it to. Yeah, the R18 is it's a nice looking bike, but it just feels like it's been, I don't know, just not put together as great as it could have been, which surprises me from BMW, to be honest.
So we test rode them at the Peterborough Bike Show, and we were very lucky to get two of them. I think you had. Did you have the touring version with the bags and that sort of stuff?
Yeah, I had the touring version with bags.
And the only thing that I could surmise at the time, once we got off those bikes, is we thought perhaps they'd done X amount of miles without receiving like a proper service or like all the nuts and bolts
all
tightened up properly.
Yeah,
because as wonderful as that bike is to look at and to ride to a point, we came out of the bike show, we went around the set route countrysides of a couple of villages and then back along, I think it was like a minor road into the bike show again. And I remember just getting off the bike, and I remember asking Rhythmic, like, did that feel a bit shaky to you? Did that feel like the bike wasn't quite put together properly? Maybe,
especially as like, I mean, I don't know, because I gunned it. I was in front of you, and I was doing that thing that they tell you not to do. They're like, stick together as a group. I won't have anyone holding off to let. Obviously, you go into it, you let them.
Of course,
you get a mile up the road and then just punch it. I tell you what, I mean, it did go like a bat out of hell when you really gave it some. I did think it cornered well. It took the bends really well, but yeah, I don't know. Just like you say, if it was maybe missing a service or if it just hadn't had a mechanic go over it, I don't know. But I'd be interested to test ride
the
R18.
is a big cruiser, isn't it? It's,
But the
I actually looked at that,
really
and it retails for around about 19 grand, doesn't it?
Yeah. But it depends. It depends what you're competing it up against. How much the Street Glide Harley Davidson now?
Yeah, exactly, 30 grand.
Yeah. Well, I think
I looked at one at the BMW place in Northampton. I actually looked at one there, and I was trying to talk the guys into like the fact I'm interested in this, and because I want a big cruiser,
same
for touring for me and the wife, and so I want luggage and everything else, and I've always wanted a Harley electrified. And that's like 30 grand bike, and if I can find something similar, cheaper, then I'm English, so I'm going to take it. So I'm part Scottish and part Italian, so You know, if anything's cheaper, I'm going to go for it. And I looked at that, and the guy would not let me fucking test ride one. Because he was an arsehole, and they were brand new at the time, I think. But yeah,
fucking hell, if they let me,
it was like the only one they had in the showroom, and he was like, "You sure you wouldn't like to ride this K1600?" I'm like, "No, I want to ride that."
Nothing. I think the only BMW really that I've rode now that impresses me is any of the GSs. Other than that, because the RTs and the KTs all. I've said this to Red. I've
ridden the. Andy, who was in here earlier, Andy GSA tractor. I've ridden his 1250, which is the latest, newest, all singing, all dancing GS. And I've got to be completely honest. As a rider, I did not like the ride.
Really?
No, I did not like the ride because he says it's because it was in rain mode, it was in this and that, and it took a lot of the riding feel away from you. Yeah. Because he set it up for me to ride it, and it was a rainy, wetty day, and I did get it really filthy, and I had to spend 3 hours cleaning it. But
it's an adventure bike. It's an adventure bike.
That's just a bonus in my book.
It's meant to be covered in dirt.
Yeah, it's a fucking tractor. So let's get it dirty. No, but while I was riding it, I felt that everything on the road was taken away from me. Now, I knew a couple of roads I was going up. I didn't know all of them, but I know they're bumpy and they've got this glitch, that glitch, and everything else to them. But while I was riding around these roads, I just felt like I was gliding around these roads.
Not actually riding.
And I was getting no feedback from the road or what the road was doing. And I thought, well, this could be dangerous to the point that if the road gets that bad, I'm not going to know it's that bad. And yes, I'm going to give it a fistful. And yes, the bike's going to go, no, you can't. And blah, blah, blah. And there's going to be all these arguments with the electronics. But I'm getting no sensation from the road on the brand new GS R1250 Black Edition, which is what I rode. I'm getting no feedback.
No.
So, as a rider, I like feedback. We all like to know what the road's doing under our tyres, and Yui Sprint and Red with his KTM and all those. Sorry, Vulcan.
Apparently, it's a Kawasaki Vulcan. I wouldn't know.
Yeah, in KTM orange. Yeah, no, seriously. On all serious note,
orange actually.
on all serious notes, you ride your bike, you love to get that feedback from the road to know what the road's doing, and you know you kind of can work out where the limit is to how the bike's feeling. But on that, I felt like I could throw that into a corner, and the electronics would sort everything out until the point where they go, actually, we can't sort anything out anymore. Tell her. Yeah. That's the kind of feeling I got that the bike is going to do to you. Now, Andy tells me that it will do this, it will do that, and you can pull your full brakes on in the corner, and the electronics to sort it out. So they're going to do all that, but yeah, if you're riding around the road, you don't know how it feels under your wheels, then how can you have the confidence to do that?
Yeah,
the other side of that, of course, is you ride that bike and you throw it around like that. Then you get in a different bike which doesn't have all that crap on it, and you're totally screwed.
Send it.
Yeah,
exactly.
I agree with you there. But as a rider, you adapt to your bike. But I felt I could not adapt to that bike because it was not giving me the feedback from the roads on what it needed to. It needed to tell me the road was bumpy and slippy and this and that. But I could give it full throttle through a corner at whatever pitch I wanted to, and it'll keep it going. And it wasn't giving me that feedback. It was taking all the rider ability away, and it was replacing it with all these electronics that are doing all these wonderful things. Now, I don't say these electronics that do these wonderful things are a bad things, because they could save your life at the end of the day. But it took that thrill away. It took that passion and that feeling away from me. I got off that bike feeling, for want of a better word, sterile. I just felt I'd ridden a bike for the sake of riding a bike.
Ali, just get off and push it. None of this reverse nonsense.
I was going to do something for MT Tank. I was going to say to Brandon, I've got something up for you. But I'm only going to put it up now. Oh, you bastard. MCN have just announced this week. Have you not seen it yet, Brandon?
No.
Nope, that's a no.
Oh, that's a no. Right, I'm going to announce something for you. MCN have just announced this week. I'm going to share the screen up. Just to beat you a little bit out of the starting grid. Yamaha have just announced the new MT10.
I had this discussion with my
And
dad
that is for all girls that would like to carry a handbag with them because it's got a little slot there for it. Look at that.
Yeah, you got a little slot on the back. Yeah,
I had this issue. I had this conversation with my dad actually earlier today. A whole 55-minute conversation with him. My dad's Boo Rider, by the way, if anyone didn't know that.
Yeah, S1000RR remapped, 205 brake horse.
Yeah, mate, mental bike. Carries. He spent more money on carbon fiber than the bike's actually worth, probably. Crazy, mate, absolutely crazy. If you go on my Instagram, you'll see a picture of it. But so the issue we have with bikes is all bikes are great, right? We all love our bikes because of the different sort of personalities they kind of give us. And the media and social media betrays bikes to be better than they actually are. So advertising the new 2020 Ducati Panigale 1199, they're going to say it's an amazing bike to upsell them. They're going to get YouTubers to do reviews on these bikes to try and upsell them. They're going to get Rossi to do a fucking review on the video because they know if we pay Rossi 20 grand, he's going to upsell this bike. We're going to sell 50 of them, right? Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a great bike. You look at like some of the other bikes, like the Tuono, for example, right? Tuono V4, when it first came out, everyone was like, oh, this bike's amazing. Look at all the rider aids and everything like that. 3-4 years down the line, they're like, oh, actually, this bike's got so many electronic issues on the bike. It's kind of not worth owning. Like the electronic issues on the Tuonos are just crazy. Same with all the Prints, right? So it's how media betrays the bike. And although I do like the new MT10, the MT10 I have at the moment is more sentimental value than it is worth anything else to me.
I think the old one looks nicer as well. Personally, I don't like the looks of the new one. I don't like that headlight unit at all. I think the MTs were famous for having that really big sort of Transformers looking headlight. Do you know what I mean? And yeah, now they've done the typical thing where they've replaced it with LED strips, like almost like they're just, you know what I mean? They're these big bright beams, but they're really thin lights. Not for me.
So
I think it does highlight.
Of all the bikes that I like, the one that we've got in our showroom, and I was very, very tempted to buy it before I bought the GTR, was that 675 Street Triple. And Simon knows the one I'm on about, the bright green one that's in the front showroom. And I absolutely fell in love with that because it's got the Transformer look from the front end. It's got the twin headlights, but it was just not enough poke for me because it just does not match up to the ZX7R. And then obviously when Phil got that GTR in, and I'm like, oh, okay, let's have a ride of it. And that is, I've spent so much money on that bloody GTR now. It's like ridiculous money.
Don't forget, you spoke to somebody local that said it's a brilliant bike.
Yeah. I'll blame you for that.
Have you been disappointed by it yet?
No.
Yeah,
to say that, I proved you. I think I proved you wrong a couple of weeks ago when I came off the A5 at Stoney and I downed it a gear to fourth and opened it up, and it was the first time in I think 6 months that I'd actually given it a bit of welly because I've been taking it easy.
First time ever. But yeah.
And I opened it up and just like, holy shit! As soon as I hit 4K on that bike, the thing just took off like a scolded cat.
So.
I wanted
to talk about Ali's comment here, right? It's a very controversial topic that Ali has just brought up here. So if the bike had a reverse, it takes my vote every time, right? So this is the controversial bit, right? If you've got
can I be completely honest? I wish sometimes my bike had a reverse because it wouldn't be a bike. Heavy.
It wouldn't
And
be
if
a
you
bike.
pull up into the wrong parking spot at
I
time,
mean, you try
and you want to
backing
try
a
and paddle that
GTR up,
fucking
yeah, it's like,
backwards,
oh, I've got to walk.
oh, you're like, it took me 5 minutes to get out of your parking lot earlier, fucking Red Bomb, when Phil pulled in, and I had to pull round, and there's that fucking lump in the middle of your parking lot, and I fucking got caught on it, and I was like,
That's just your
you
belly, mate.
fucker move.
Oh, considering all I deal with potholes in my day-to-day life, mate. That Eclipse parking lot does my fucking head in. I'm just like,
It's not level, is it? It is not level. No, there's
It's
a
not a
lump in it
parking
as
lot,
well.
mate. It's like a fucking cattle grid.
You lot need just some. I'll bring you some tarmac. Just fucking lay it.
Well, when the landlord actually gets round, well, Red will know because Mr. Giggs are in the same position. We own units 4, 5, and 6. Mr. Giggs, I think, are 2 and 3, isn't it, Mike?
I think so.
Yeah. And then you've got obviously Mo next door deals for wheels. The landlord owns the whole building, and he owns literally the entire top of Tavistock Street and all the garages down the bottom. And then you say to him, "Oh, the building's got a leak on the roof." Well, do it yourself. Hang on, you're the landlord. You're meant to be maintaining the building. That landlord, all he will do is just take your rent out of you every week. Right, you owe your fees. You owe your fee. We've asked him for, I think, the last year or so to get the drive sorted out, get the tarmac sorted out. Mo's asked him as well. All he's interested in is taking that.
Yeah, the money.
Money. Yeah.
And
Well, it's
if
all
you
about-
don't like it, I've got other people that are waiting for your building.
Yeah.
That is
And
his
this is the
idea.
thing,
That
yeah,
is his idea of making money.
You're in a good
Fucking
location.
let him,
mate.
mate.
You're in a good
I'll
location.
fucking
you know.
let him.
You say that, but
Gee.
all the other industrial estates would be really like, I suppose, Wolverton, but Wolverton's quite cramped for space. Kiln Farm, but who the fuck goes walking around Kiln Farm? The great thing about being on Tavistock is that you can get some foot traffic. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so we've got to like it and lump it.
Yeah.
But obviously, the other thing the other day is obviously we've got what they call the NEIC electrical tests.
Yeah.
So we have to have the electricians out to check all the meters on the building. That's another £1,200. And you say to the landlord, "Oh right, well these meters are out of date. We need like new consumer units putting in." Oh well, you can pay for that. You rent the building. You supply the consumer. Hang on a minute, it's your building. You're meant to be maintaining the building. And he's like,
that should be in the lease.
Yeah.
Be in the lease.
Yeah. And all the buildings in the area are all in the same predicament. He will not fork out for anything. He's quite happy sitting in his London townhouse making the money out the rent every week, but he won't.
Yeah, but I think legally you can force his hand because legally he has to do that.
Yeah.
If it's a requirement.
Especially if it's health and safety regarding, your electrics and all that kind of thing. That would come under your lease. That's not for the land. That's not for the tenant to do. That's for the landlord to do.
Yeah, but
not to mention the World War II
to try and get him to
battlefield.
do anything. It's a pain in the arse. We actually have every day it rains. We get more rain in the building, and we might as well just stand outside in the rain because you get less rain outside than you do inside the building.
Yeah, I mean the unit behind was an old train shed, as far as I remember.
Yeah.
And then you've got the garage and whatever that's been put on the front of it. And I don't think, like, if you go down that alleyway towards Mr. Giggs, you can see how old those buildings are because they are properly 1950s, 60s, even before that.
My granddad used to work there because my granddad was telling me the history before he passed. He said, believe it or not, it used to be the railway engineering yard, and that backyard used to be dead flat before they put the banking in and put all the extra mud in there. And he said they used to roll the trains in, pull the bogie wheels off the trains, and lift them up into what's now our MOT bay, which is why we've got that big concrete slab out the back of the yard. He said they used to lift it up on the crane, put the wheels in, and they used to weld the wheels up and put them back on the trains. And I went, Jesus Christ, when was that? He went, that was 1962, which was 2 years before I was born. Obviously, I'm 58, so that's 60 years ago. And he said the buildings haven't changed, but obviously with the buildings now, you've got asbestos roof. So they won't change the roofs unless you strip out all the asbestos, and you've got to have like the all the
Specialist
firms in,
equipment.
obviously with asbestos to remove asbestos roofs. He said it's a nightmare. So where do you go from there? We're actually looking to find a decent unit or downsize or upsize in the next year or so, but there is nothing in Milton Keynes for garages to actually move into. We were looking at about 3 or
Not
4
that you can do
units.
class 1, 2, and 4s. No.
Yeah, people won't do it. We looked
not
at
to do what you're trying to do, like you sell bikes as well. With on the outside, have the whole shebang. Like I know Kiln Farm wouldn't be much use because Kiln Farm's mainly people who do like servicing work.
Well, believe it or not, when Mission Motorcycles went down and shut their doors last year, Mark that actually owns those units, and a lot of people have inquired as to buying Mission Motorcycles out. So they've got 2 units there. So they've got the small unit at the bottom. They've got their big motorcycle and MOT, and they said to him, "How much do you want for you?" He's looking for £800,000 to buy those units.
Because Mark owns it, and he will sit on it.
Yeah, he'll just sit on it all
for
the
a
time.
simple reason. Mark owns it. That's his, and he will sit on that for the rest of his life if he needs to. Yeah.
It's a shame as well because when you do walk past Mission Motorcycles, you've got like 4 or 5 other shops right next to it. They're all closed. That's basically an entire part of that high street, which is just dead.
Yeah.
No, you got the tattoo parlor, you got the fish and chip shop, you got the news agents. They're all open, but it looks like it's all closed because Mission Motorcycles is empty. Right? Yeah, very
Oh, because myself and Rhythmic went down there.
Yeah, when we went, the tattoo parlor had a fucking stack of letters, didn't it? That was fucking. I thought, that's gone out of business.
The whole lot just appears to be completely closed.
Really? Because Studio 54, that's quite a lucrative tattoo parlor. They're still going. Yeah.
Yeah. As far as I remember, you've got the Chinese, then you've got the fish and chip shop, then the fishing tackle shop. 1 or 2 other units, then Missions, and then everything else is just.
Then you got the little Pakistani shop, and then you got the next Missions, and then you got what used to be Viking Tattoo at the bottom.
Yeah, that's what I mean. All of that.
So you got Studio 54 tattoo there, which is where my wife got all her tattoos done because Jeff is an award-winning tattooist that works there. They don't open often, but they are very, very good. So it's hard to get in there, but I know that about the tattoo parlor. But yeah, Mission is a big lump of that whole high street there.
Sad to see.
I'll tell you what, Mark will sit on that till the day he dies, unless he gets 800,000 for it. He will.
Yeah.
That's the sort of guy he is.
It's a lot of money, though, isn't it? For the units. I know
it is a lot of money for that, but I mean,
it's the cost in it now.
I can't remember what it was called before it was called Mission Motorcycles. In 1985, I got my first bike from there. But
I can tell you, it was called Males.
Mail. Thank you.
The two guys in there, you had Eric on the front counter, which was the boss's son. And then you had John, who was the mechanic. And John was actually my mechanic when I was on Team KTM.
John is the one that souped up my first ever motorcycle, which I'm not embarrassed to say it was a Vespa PK50.
John was a bloody good. He's passed on now. He passed about 2 years ago, I think.
Oh, bless.
But John was my mechanic because obviously when I got to 15 and I was doing schoolboy motocross, and Team KTM come and snapped me up and said, come and ride our 420. And I actually went up I was senior schoolboy. I'd already won 2 years of Southern England Championships. Team KTM approached me and said, would you ride for us? And I went, all right, take the 420 out. We're going to put you in a seniors race, but start you from the back of the grid. Now, you only ever have 8 motocross riders in a race. So it started me in 9th position. I went out and I actually it was a 10-lap race. By lap 6, I was up behind position number 1 and chasing this guy down. Every time I chased him down, he pulled away from me. So for 4 laps, I was chasing this guy down and he just kept pulling away from me. Coming in second place, went back to the pits, parked the bike up. KTM team went, brilliant, well done. Go back to your van. And my dad was sat with me. Go back to your van, sit with your van. We'll come over and chat with you in a minute. My dad's sitting there, and this bloke walks up with his crash helmet on, takes his crash helmet off, and he went, "Hello, what's your name?" And he went, "Oh, I'm Bob." And he went, "All right, this is my son Dave. He rides." And my dad's sitting there going, "Hello, nice to meet you." "Oh, all right, yeah." He walked off, and I said to my dad, "Who's that then? Is he famous?" And he went, "That's Graham Noyce. He's world champion." And I'd actually chased down Graham Noyce. And it wasn't until I obviously smashed my knee up that they wouldn't give me my motocross license to continue, because you have to have a full medical every year. So medical revoked, couldn't carry on my motocross career. But I used to chat to Noisy all the time. But obviously John, because they said, "Do you want your own mechanic or do you want to use a KTM mechanic?" I said, "Well, I use my local mechanic, which is John from Mayall's Motorcycles." So John was my mechanic for Team KTM for 2 years. And John was a bloody good mechanic down at Mayall's.
He was good.
He was bloody good. He'd strip a bike down. He would have your engine apart and back together in the frame in about 2-3 hours.
Like I say, I bought my first bike from there, Mayall's, and it was a Vespa PK50. It was standard. It was 2 years old. It didn't need an MOT or anything. And John said to my parents when, because obviously I'm only 16 now, I hadn't left school yet. "Do you want me to soup it up a bit?" And my mum went, "What do you mean?" He said, "I'll change the jets in the car. I'll do this, I'll do that." And my dad went, "Yeah, do it." And my mum went, "Is it going to make it go much faster?" And he went, "Nah, not really." But it did. And yeah, I had the only Vespa PK50 that would do 45, because he changed the jets in the car, he done this and that, and he also changed the air filter, and he did all the little things that made a big difference to a two-stroke back then.
Yeah.
And you know, he
was
would do
good at what he
45.
did.
I'm the only one, and it wasn't 6 months later. I put a 110 Velocity in it, but that's besides the point.
He was good at what he did, but yeah, bless him.
He knew his stuff, and
Yeah.
he told me as a 16-year-old when I went to pick it up with my dad, and he told me as a 16-year-old, "Yeah, I've done this, I've done that, I've done that." Like I knew I knew what he was saying. I would just sort of went, yeah.
Yeah, you've done that. Okay, yeah.
It's all like, "Yeah, okay, it'll go faster then." He went, "Yeah, all right, brilliant." You know, I've never ridden anything faster than a push bike before.
It's all you want to know, isn't it? You just want the facts, not the whole everything that's gone with it.
Yeah, I just want to know the fact I could go on it, you know, and you know, it's a two-stroke engine, and he knew what he's doing. So yeah, but bless them, Mission Motorcycles, yeah, or Mayall's as it was then.
Yeah.
That's where my biking story began, shall we say?
And as they say,
and then I entered the whole mod phase, shall we say, in the 80s, and I ended up with lights and mirrors like you would not believe. I went to scooter runs all around the country, Isle of Wight, Brighton, Skegness, and I spent nights sleeping on my bike. So, good night, MT. Sorry to see you go.
No, you're not.
I love MT Tank. Brandon's lovely.
Brandon's a great guy. Yeah,
we have a bit of banter, but Brandon is a great guy, and he's doing a great thing for
the mental health awareness.
The event's great.
Talking of obviously 16-year-olds and first bike, Simon, I've got to share this up with you. Everybody must remember owning a Fizzy.
Oh, fucking hell. All my mates own Fizzies. I'd never had one because I didn't like them. But
just to share this one up for you. So,
Jesus Christ.
Get an eyeful of that. There are 2 on eBay at the moment. 11,989, and so basically nearly 12 grand and nearly 11 grand.
Fucking hell! When I was 16, you could buy one of them for 100 quid.
You could, I'm about to say you could buy those for about 100 quid, mate.
Yeah.
God.
Jesus Christ.
The people that kept them, they're buzzing.
Yeah.
It's
where I feel sorry for people like Rhythmic Red and that they've not lived through what we've lived through with the biking and the changes to the license and what you can do, what you can't do, and everything else. I mean, it's so hard now to get a motorcycle license. I mean, for myself, it was turn up, fucking stop here and do a U-turn here and do a figure eight. Yeah, you're all right. You got a full license.
My very first bike. So here we go. Where are we? That one. Share that up. There we go.
The Pooch Maxi.
Pooch Maxi. I had $2,000.
Even that would have been worth keeping.
I tell you what, that was to go from a 420 KTM and my granddad saying, "Oh, here we go. You can have my bike out the garage." When all my mates had FS1Es and like Honda SS50s, and then I had a Pooch Maxi for a year.
Between the ages of 14 and 16, me and my friends were riding a, I think it was a DX 185 Yamaha. I think it was a DX. It was a 185 anyway. Yamaha around school field, and we used to get told off by his dad for churning up the playing field because it had knobbly tires on it. You know, between 14 and 16, you were doing that as kids, and then at 16, you went out and you got your fucking license, and you started on a 50cc bike. It was like a letdown, but my point is at that age, you'd already learned how to ride a motorcycle.
Yeah.
Because parents weren't so constrictive, and they didn't stop you doing anything. Jesus.
Yeah, that was my second bike at 17. So I went from a ZX9 to a Z13, and they're fetching incredible money now.
Yeah, you're sort of pissing all over my point here. No, my point is, as kids between 14 and 16, you did these little illegal things where you'd be like Elmfields and everything else. You learned how to ride a bike, and you knew whether or not you wanted to ride one. And when it comes up to the license stages and everything else, you sort of knew how to do it.
Yeah.
And you got on with it. And people used to sort of say to yourself, "Oh, why are you riding a bike?" You sort of say, "I don't know. It's in me. It's what you do." And now you're getting kids come through at 16. They say, "I want to learn how to ride a bike." Why do you want to learn how to ride a bike? So I can do Uber Eats.
Yeah,
I can do
whatever. A lot of people get into it because it is cheaper than cars. You pass your car test at 17. You might be able to. You can buy a car. You could I think a lot of people can buy a car, but I passed my car test at 17, and I think a year's insurance on a Peugeot 206 that I'd got given to me was about $3,000. It was worth about 4 times the car.
Yeah,
it's a bit like it just puts you off. Do you know what I mean? So if you can get a bike that's a little bit cheaper to run, a little bit cheaper to tax, insure, and whatever have you, repair, no brainer.
My whole point being that when we grew up as kids, you did things, but now kids aren't allowed to do anything until they get to the age of it, and then it's sort of like, well, here's a motorbike, go out and ride it. And I've got to now teach somebody that's never been on, maybe even on a push bike, how to ride a motorcycle, and it's incredibly difficult. I want to blame nanny culture because it drives me mad where the whole culture wants to sort of no, you can't do that, you might hurt yourself. You can't do that, you might hurt yourself. So since the year 2000, we've had this whole generation of children that come through that said, I can't do that, I might hurt myself, but I'm entitled to it.
I feel attacked. Bloody hell.
See, as I always say, a driving license isn't a given gift. It's No, it's I'm entitled to have a driving license. No, you're not. It's something that you have to work to earn. And if you're going to screw your driving license up, then you don't deserve to own it. If you're going to ride around
it's like people say to me that it's not safe for kids to be out playing on the street. Right? Okay. Well, I'll tell you, in the 1970s and 1980s, I was out playing on the street when there was the two worst killers around in the history of the UK. And they were the Moors killers. And we all know who they were. So I'm not going to mention their names. But I was out in the 70s and 80s around when they were around. And they were kidnapping children and killing them and everything else. I was travelling all over fucking London. And, because that's where I lived. And, if somebody came up to me and said, do you want to come home with me? I would have said, fuck off. And I would have run away. Yeah. Because that's the way I was built. And that's what I was taught. But some children didn't. So they went with them and they got killed. But we won't go there. I don't even know where I'm fucking going with this rant.
You make it, the problem is the world's changed.
The world has changed so much.
Quite a bit.
It has changed so much.
Like
it's
you say,
such a nanny state.
Yeah, you doing your test. I mean, you say you do what, one test?
Yeah.
No. So for me to get my motorcycle license, my full A1, I've had to do the CPT, the A2 and the A, because I did it actually in the years stages bit by bit. I could have I think Red, you did direct, didn't you? You went from CBT, DAS, yeah. I didn't do that. I decided at 19, I thought, no, I want that bit more power. So you got to do the A2. And the A2 and the A are the exact same two tests, Mod 1 and Mod 2. And the bikes that I did it on there was nothing in it. Maybe 20 odd brake horsepower or something. There was nothing really to make it any harder than it was 2 years previous. Because at 21, you can then do the A. And it did feel like there was this big, restriction to make you wait as long as possible. Because if you didn't do the A2 at 19, you had to wait till you were 24 to do the A. And it made, do you know what I mean? It really puts you off. I can picture a lot of guys, thinking, God, that's a long time. By that point, you've probably already got your car, had a few years cheaper insurance, and you never get into the biking. Do you know what I mean? But that's why
there is a fella in Aylesbury who has a Vulcan S, restricted, of course, because he's been stuck on his.
Has he actually restricted?
He's actually got it restricted, yeah. Because he goes to a authentic dealership.
Are you saying I don't go to an authentic?
I'm just saying, it's not every other month that one of my sensors is going on my bike.
Mad.
I feel so bad for him because he's got this lovely Kawasaki Vulcan that has all this potential, and it's had to be restricted.
What color is it?
It's
red.
White and green. Shut up, you.
Not KTM orange.
Not KTM orange.
No.
I like KTM orange.
Yeah, and I can see the look on his face that he's obviously well into the biking and such, but to be restricted, it's such a blow to his self-confidence, if anything.
I'll tell you, if anybody came out with me and they said I'm on a restricted bike, I'll say, what's some speed you can do? It means nothing. It means nothing to me.
Yeah. What a lad.
It absolutely means nothing to me. And I went out with a ride with Eclipse Motorcycles, which is a little motorcycle company in Milton Keynes.
Don't know who they are.
And I took a ride up to a certain biker cafe, which has got something to do with sausage. But we had a young lady with us that was on a 125, and I kept the speed down. I was leading the ride, and I kept the speed down to let her stay with us. And we only lost her at the roundabout. But
well done.
That's a crucial moment. That's when you least want to lose someone.
As I said,
it was a crucial moment. Yes, it was.
we do the rides out. We ride at the lowest pace rider's speed.
Yeah. I knew we had Alison. It was Alison that was with us.
Cheers, guys. Whiskey time.
Cheers, guys.
And you two out tomorrow.
I knew we had Alison with us, and so I kept the speed down purposely, although the other guys were going up, coming down, going up, coming down, and I knew they were going to do that. But because it was said that I was leading the ride, I kept the speed down, and I kept it slow so at least Alison could feel part of it. So
yeah.
Hey, I took a Iska up to 67 the other day. That was down a hill with the wind. It did well.
Yeah. Downhill, wind behind it, over a cliff.
Right open. I couldn't open it any more than that. As fast as she went.
It,
Did it get to?
It actually does 120 off a cliff.
Well, I'm interested to know what speed did you get to?
67.
Ah, gutted.
No, I've changed
and
the.
on that day, Alison, I kept it at about 60, didn't I? So yeah.
I really enjoy going out with you guys because you always bear that in mind. That I can't keep up with you, and I do feel a bit guilty when I go out with you because you're all on your big bikes and there's me trundling along behind.
3, 2, 1, send it.
We always ride at the lowest rider's speed. So if you're doing 45, we stick to 45. Some of the other guys do bugger off at times, but
and that's fine because
we know where to go.
Yeah, exactly. But it's at the end of the day,
if someone says to me, "You're leading the ride," and I know there is a 125 with us that is only capable of 60, I'm not going to exceed that. You guys can do whatever you fucking want. Because you did on that day, and you do the flybys, and you do we're gonna have this. I will keep it at that speed for that rider. But if someone says to me there's no limit on speed and all the rest of it, I'm gonna be you ain't getting in front of me.
Sorry, Grant. What I was saying, I got that speed because I changed the front sprocket to get
down a couple.
Did you when you say you changed it, did you take the caliper and off the pads off? Just basically weight reduction, bro, and set.
Not quite, just the sprocket.
No brakes.
I got tired of Alison being too far behind me, so I wanted a bit more speed out of it.
Fair, I like that. That's
up
the way.
Up the front sprocket, down the rear. Yeah, the thing that I do actually love about 125s is like on one of our bikes, for example, we could do as many modifications as we want, and we'll probably only ever save. Do you know what I mean? We'll probably only save a milliseconds that we're talking now, or maybe a second or two at most. You do a mod on a 125, you've suddenly added like 5 miles. It feels so much better. I love doing that. What we need is a couple of second-hand missiles from Putin strapped to the side and just ignite them. Oh, right, I'll get a bit faster.
Get you.
No. All you need is a bungee from Alison's bike to the back of mine, and she's staying with me.
There you go.
There you go.
Slingshot.
Again, with
as soon as I hit the brake, she's overtaking me. There you
go. Late for you, boys.
Hi.
MB.
You say it's late.
Hey, how are you doing, Scouts?
Yeah, he thinks it's late. We got some of us are on the whiskey now. So,
Scouts, you bastard. You
enjoying that?
Realise it's 1:10 in the morning. I have got to get up in 4 hours.
Rev, mate, what are you playing at, son? What are you playing?
Guess what? The time it is, I'm not doing the post show, so you can fuck off.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Red. If we see Ali and Hayden tomorrow riding, we've just got to look out for the ones that are swerving on the sides. You know oh, that whiskey was a bit late, wasn't it? Oh, that one was.
I was only meant to be on 8 till 11, so I don't know what's happened here tonight.
I'll tell you what, it's a good job your other half's got to stay. Yeah.
MB, are you doing a live stream soon? Because I'll jump on that rather than run my own. So,
Stevie, are you doing a live stream, mate? Answer us in the chat. Or bloody hell, pop in here for 5 minutes, you bastard.
That's a nice welcoming way, isn't it?
Well, he's
no, you got it wrong. You're a Scouse bastard.
Yeah, Scouse bastard. Yeah. Has he got his Man United colours on, or was it Liverpool?
Oh. No, he's got his Man United bike though. It's bright red.
Don't you be saying anything about Man United, mate. I won't have it in this chat.
Oh!
I won't have it.
Got another Scouser.
I love him, mate. I love him. Did you not see my Instagram post? Red, I dragged Red out to watch the final with me. I went absolutely berserk. I have no idea what
I
happened.
tell you what, you're lucky. You're lucky. I don't support football.
Honestly, mate, I go absolutely nuts.
I have never watched football in my life. As I said,
neither.
you know, you can watch a MotoGP. There's like 22 guys hurling round, and the highest paid guy in there is worth about 500,000. And you can watch a football game, and there's like 40 million pounds worth of players running around chasing a piece of leather around a bit of grass.
Nah, mate, Mohamed Salah's worth anything. I'd give him any of. I'd give him any
Literally,
of the money.
you're-
I'll tell you what.
you're-
Let me think. I'll tell you how much I love Klopp. Like the manager Klopp is on my entire arm. Like he is on my whole bicep.
I do not know this man.
I love him. I love
None
him
of us
so much.
do.
Is that a tattoo of the Pongster?
Yeah. that's how much it means to people. People
That
go
looks like
nuts about it.
Pongster to me, mate.
Yeah. He's my
MB,
inspiration.
if I do a live stream, you're going to jump on.
Oh, MB's just said no, mate, no stream tonight. Easy.
Easy.
Oh, there we are. Yes, good lad. There we go.
See, there's one who knows. There's one who knows.
It still looks like Pongster to me.
Nah, it's fine. That's all right, mate.
Or Zed on a bad day.
Mad.
I like this kid.
No, but I've got to tell you, can show if he's still watching the European Cup there when we've won it 6 times. I've got the
Oh,
You'll Never Walk Alone. I love it, mate.
You're going to get man love from the military biker now. That's what you're going to
You'll
get.
now get man love from Stevie. You'll never walk alone.
Every single time we win the Champions League, I'm just going to get more stars added. That's the plan.
That is a very old military saying. You'll never walk alone.
Yeah, it just everything matters. Hockey boys.
So you say hockey? I've actually got him involved in the local ice hockey now, and he loves
don't
it.
say this.
He
loves
it. He's even put down
Yeah.
money to try and win a shirt in a raffle. He's so invested already.
Red took me to go to an MK Lightning game, and within an hour, I was smacking the glass window, saying to the ref, "What fucking game are you watching then?" Do you know what I mean? I'm already getting.
The officiating was terrible.
There you go,
but
Rhythmic. You've got to check out Military Biker's license plate. So,
all right, there we go. You guys follow MK Lightning?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Leeds tomorrow.
Hang on. Let me just bring up my Facebook.
We're off to go see Leeds, aren't we?
Oh, please do.
MK Lightning versus Leeds.
No, where's Nikki? I have a very old friend from school, Nikki.
That's it, Red. My guy, Red.
Now her son. Oh God, where is it? Where's she? Her lad plays for MK Lightning.
Oh,
I've just got to find his bloody name now.
we don't talk about this one. We don't talk about this one. It doesn't
we
exist.
don't talk about in the elite. Get rid of it.
Where is he?
We used to go watch
Another
MK.
news. I put my bid in for Chelsea, 15
Just a
quid,
second
and
to
I
scroll
told them I
through.
want change.
Mad.
I've
I
got
love
to
it.
find, I've got to find her lad now.
I
But
just love it.
ice hockey is good fun to watch live. It's fantastic.
So good. Like I say, the last week there were brawls on the ice, and I was just
I was going to say, it's so much
how badly you just want to get involved. Like
There was an announcement over the tannoy because apparently people in the crowd were like making rude hand gestures and
Yeah,
such.
no idea what they're talking
This
about.
is a
No idea what they're
family
talking
sport.
about.
It's a family sport.
wankers.
Yeah. In the second, we've just seen 2 separate fights of 4 blokes basically just trying to throw haymakers at each other.
I won't,
Here we go, boys.
I won't
MK
say anything.
Lightning. That is my friend Nikki that I've known from school. That's her lad Jack.
Jack. Oh.
Jack Davis.
Madness.
Davis.
Crazy.
Name drop.
I won't. Oh yeah, I was about to say name drops now. Exposed. Exposed.
Yeah, I don't know what he does for MK Lightning, but yeah, her lad works for. He plays for MK Lightning. I don't know whether he's reserves or whatever, or. But they had a day in because obviously they go everywhere. you'll spot Nikki because she's got alopecia. She wears a wig.
Okay.
So you'll spot her in the crowd. But her lad Jack, I don't know whether he plays for MK Lightning or he's on the reserve team or whatever. But they went out to America a couple of weeks ago. I've got to find her post because she sent me the post and she went, "You'll never guess who we saw on the train." And I went, "Go on." And she sent me the photo and I'm like, "Bloody hell, really?" And she went, "Yeah, we said hello to him and he was just a normal, absolutely normal guy." I'm just trying to find the photo. She posts every other day, so she's got so many posts on her bloody Facebook.
Is it a famous musician by any chance?
It's not a famous musician, it's a famous actor.
Ah.
Let me find him. And I said to her, I thought, Jesus Christ, has this guy... Why is he on the subway when he's such a celebrity? He rides the subway every day to work. He will not take a cab. He will not do Uber. Yeah. Met him on the subway.
Hello.
Keanu Reeves.
Keanu Reeves. I've seen him give up seats for people on
Yeah,
the subway.
she said, I was sat on the... They went out to New York and she said, we were on the subway, we're riding along and this guy just walked on and he stood in front of us and they both spotted him. Like, "Hello." And he went, "How are you?" "Oh, you're English." She went, "Yeah, we didn't realise that you'd be on the subway. I ride the subway every day." And she went, "Oh my God, blah, 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 blah." And they stood chatting to him for 5 minutes about Milton Keynes in England. And he said he was such a nice guy. He said, and then he shook me, Jack's hand and went, "Have a nice day. Enjoy New York. See you later." And off the train.
What a guy.
Yeah. And I
One
was
of the very rare
interactions
interactions
what a
you'll get
guy.
with someone
Yeah.
that's actually down to earth in New York. Everyone else apparently is just
up their ass.
But
That's probably why the Americans don't take much notice of him because they're probably so indulged in their, you know what I mean, in their own activities, whatever it is they're doing. They probably don't notice.
Because Jack actually said, "Can I take your photo?" And he went, "What do you want me photo for?" "Just to show that we've ridden on the train with you." And he went, "Yeah." And he actually turned away and he's just stood there with his satchel over his shoulder and he took a photo of him. And I'm like, bloody hell. I was like, Jesus Christ, that's Keanu Reeves. That's like the guy from The Matrix and everything. And he went, "Yeah, he's just a normal guy."
Fucking great. That man's got a killer bike collection as well.
His arch motorcycles are wicked. But he did the London show about 2 years ago because we were walking around the arch stand and he was actually on the stand. But I was more interested in getting over at the Kawasaki stand because they had the H2 there.
Oh, of course. So your mind was completely, that's where I'm going. I know.
That's Keanu Reeves, H2.
It's like this year, apparently, like Paul Hollywood was down there, wasn't it? It was really
God, yeah.
I couldn't give a shit.
But
you sound gutted about that, Ali.
Yeah, it was rather.
The thing that got Phil.
Don't shake his hand, whatever you do.
Me and Phil were the only ones that went to MCN this year. And I said to Phil, I said, "Oh, we're getting the MCN." I said, "I've been invited up on the stand because Bruce was there, Teapot One." I've been invited up to meet Bruce and Richie Vida from Wild Bad Touring. So, of course, walked up on the stand, met Bruce, and then Richie's like, "Oh, blah, blah, blah." He went, "How's Mel?" And I went, "How do you remember that?" He said, "Because your missus messaged me about me doing, it was an old country song. Tennessee Whiskey, Chris Stapleton." Because he did his Wild Bad videos, like him singing in the garden. And I said, "Oh, hang on." And I brought up my WhatsApp and WhatsApp me missus at home. And he went, "Hi, Mel, it's Richie, blah, blah, blah." And had a little chat and that. I said, "Oh, I'm going to go off and I'm going to go up the bike shore stand because username Kate's there. I want to meet username Kate." Yep. Of course, me and Phil walking down the middle of the MCN, and this guy runs down the middle of the aisle, slaps me on the back of the head and the shoulder and runs off. "Way up, boy!" Runs off. And Phil went, "Is that who I thought it was?" And I went, "Yeah, bastard, I'm going to get him in a minute." It was bloody Fogarty, slapped me on the back of the head.
Mad.
Went up on the stand and we did the Q&A. And I said to Phil, "Watch this, I'm going to get him back." And he went, "What's that?" Q&A with Cole Fogarty live on the stand. And I went, Carl, quick question. If you had a chance to go one-on-one with any rider from like the 1980s, Sheen and all the boys, up to like Marquez and Rossi and that, who would you race one-on-one? You and another rider. What circuit and what rider? And he went, "Oh, you fucker, you got me." And he went, "Oh, sorry, I swore because it was going out live on the stream." And he went, he sat there for 2 minutes. He answered 4 more questions and he went, "Come back to you." And he went, Kenny Roberts, 1980s, and it would be Silverstone. I went, "Favourite corner?" And he went, "Club Corner." And I went, "Yeah, but Club Corner's not there anymore because they modified it in 1994. And he went, "Oh," he went, "Still be Club Corner."
Yeah.
Why Kenny Roberts? He went,
He raced back in the past.
Yeah. He said he was probably the best rider that I've ever seen. And he went, "Bloody good answer." He said, "It's probably the best one of the day."
Yeah.
Me and Phil were stood round the back, and it was at the time that I was changing the ZX7 insurance across to the GTR. And he said to Phil, he said, "Have you boys eaten yet?" And I went, "No." I said, "We're going to go and grab a bite to eat at one of the cafes. It's going to be an arm and a bloody leg, probably 20 quid. He went off, come back with the manager of Bike Show, and he went, "There's 40 quid's worth of meal vouchers, boys. Go and get some food." Right, cheers, Carl.
Yeah, what a guy.
He's what a bloke. And then, of course, username Kate come over. And she said, "Oh, can I get a quick photo with you?" And I said, "Why is that?" She went, "Oh, come on, give us a quick selfie." She said, "I've never met you before." She said, "Bruce is always chatting about you and Richie, but I've never met you." So I had a quick photo with username Kate. And I went, "Oh, all right, cheers." Yeah. And she's so down. She's got such a following.
Yeah, her and Ruby rides, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sometimes
and
together,
I'm like,
yeah.
bloody hell, she's asked me for a selfie, and I'm like, I said to her, "I'm only a small little channel. I've only got like 2,000 followers." She went, "Yeah, but it's nice to catch up with all the people that follow me."
Yeah.
And she's got such a good attitude about it. That's like, say like for instance, like Hayden or Alison, they've not got a YouTube. "Oh, can we get a selfie with you, RB?" And I'm like, "Okay, yeah, fine." It's the same sort. But I've said to Phil, I said, I am getting to the point now where I'm getting sick of people coming into the garage and asking for Rev Bomb. And I pulled someone up the other day, and he said, "Oh, he come in," and he said to Becca, that's on reception, our blonde receptionist, "Is Rev Bomb here?" And she went, "Who?" "Rev Bomb."
Yeah.
She went, "You mean Dave?" And I actually come out and I said to him, I said, "When I'm in the garage, mate, you ask for Dave." I said, "When I'm outside of the business, I'm Rev Bomb.
Yeah.
When I'm actually in the business, please ask for Dave." And he went, "Why?" I said, "Because if anything goes wrong and you blame Rev Bomb for it, it's going to come back on the garage." I said, "So Rev Bomb is totally separate to the business. Please don't mention Rev Bomb."
You gotta keep it separate.
Yeah.
Unless you're me when you turn up and you say, "Where's the twat?" And they go, "He's over there."
He's over there.
But, people
We'll try that tomorrow.
Yeah.
We've seen your video. We've seen a video on YouTube with Rev Bomb. Yeah, and I'll go, "Yeah, okay, I'll put you in for a viewing. Put you in with myself, Dave." And they go, "Is that Rev Bomb?" "No, it's Dave." "Yeah, but you sound the same." "Yeah, outside of the business, I am Rev Bomb, but
But that's how I tracked you down, isn't it? I stalked you.
Yeah, you stalked me, yeah. And then you come in the garage. "Oh, is Rev Bomb here?" "Well, Dave's in the front office, yeah." But you've got to draw a line between where Rev Bomb stops and where obviously Eclipse Motorcycle starts.
Yeah.
In the garage, I'm Dave. Outside of the business, I'm Rev Bomb. But you've got to draw a line, where the ground stops. Because if anything goes wrong and it falls back, it's going to come back on us, or it will come back on me. And Michael's playing Call of Duty somewhere.
Yeah, he's doing coasters. He doesn't stop.
Coasters. Oh,
it is coasters, isn't it? Let me show you how many he's made me now, because it started off with just like
we've got to see these amazing coasters.
I've now got like loads of them, and they're all different. Like, hang on, I'll show you from the front because I'll get them through. So he started off with just like one, and now it's quickly became that there's 6 of them. They're all different in their own unique way. Some of them have
camera one at a time. Go on.
Sorry, mate. Sorry.
So we have a Simon GTR 1400 one.
Yeah, how much are these coasters?
Well, that's
They
the
are
thing. So
well
at the
thought,
moment, I'm just collecting stickers from people. I've done one for Dave, the sidecar dog. I've done numerous for him, for his 500 subscribers. I sent a couple of stickers off to the VS chick in Australia, and she sent me a few back, and now I've made this one for her. And then
That's
it's not
cool.
just the front; it's also the back, which has a bit of detail as well. So that needs a bit of work. But yeah,
that is a marketable. That is
what you sit there doing for your spare time.
Yeah, basically this entire stream, like when I was playing around with the resin earlier on, that was me pouring resin on top of this. So this is now sealed, and then once that dries, that's going to be a perfectly usable coaster for anything that you want. Basically.
Wow. The one that you put
how
nail
much are we
varnish on.
marketing these out at? Quick plug for the channel. Come on.
Well, that's the thing. Like at the moment, I've only got 2 molds, so I'd need to buy more. But then I'd need to calculate how much resin I'm using, of what quality, because obviously resin costs various amounts.
Oh God, yeah.
And yeah, I don't have the brain power to just sit down and go, right, bish bash bosh, A, B, and C. That's how much it's going to cost each. But depending, because I can, as long as you stick a fit.
Work it out. Let's get it out on the channel.
Hang on.
No, I'll tell you what. Yeah.
That is a marketable item.
Hell yeah.
There we are. Simon GCR 1400 coasters.
Yeah. Like I said, if you got a sticker,
I have at least one of them because at the moment my drink is leading ring strain. So.
Yeah, so you need a coaster.
That's it. So I've got little ones for my channel as well, but I'm gonna try and get a new design for that sticker.
Talking. Oh, you can spot it. Actually, it's right there. Look, right behind
there
my
he is.
head.
Oh yeah, it is.
There he is. What a lad.
Let's.
And then at the same time, I've got this.
There we go. There's the sticker wall.
Yeah, I found mine.
So we've got where are we? Junkyard, Dadski, Biker Steve, me, Mama Soph, Dad and Mad,
somewhere.
Uncle Red, Rhythmix is there.
There, that's me. Yep. Rock on.
My sticker wall is getting bigger.
Getting there, isn't it?
Yeah. And obviously Pride of Place is that fit. Oh, look, Kawasaki neck thingy.
Look at that.
Where'd that come from?
Yeah, I don't know where that come from, Simon. Yeah, that's where I can hang my keys around my neck, and obviously my PC Harper thing. So yeah, I do obviously have a lot of respect for our boys. I'm gonna pull the up. How does people feel about the police and the ambulance service and the fire brigade? Would you? Yeah. Would you, if they were in the garage or they were in a coffee shop, would you buy them a drink?
Yep.
Yeah.
I would ask them first.
Well, yeah. You can't just assume how people take their tea now, can you, Red?
No, some of us like it without milk.
If they were queuing up, I would say to the person that's taking the cashier, whatever they want, give it to me, I'll pay it.
Yeah,
that's what I would say.
It would get me served quicker as well.
Now, you know Shell at Brick Hill, Simon, where I always fill up. Yeah, I always use the same garage every time for my cars and my bikes. Couple of weeks ago, and it was a Saturday morning. Pulled into the petrol station. I think it was about 6:30 in the morning, just before I got to Eclipse. And we had the local traffic unit in there. So big unmarked is in there. 2 coppers unmarked clothes, but with their epaulets on their shoulders, getting a cup of coffee. Gone and paid for me fuel. Morning, boys. Hello. Yeah, all right. Yeah, Bob. Gone up to the cashier and I went, when they're ready, put their Costa coffee tickets into me and I'll pick up their tab, pay it forward. And she went, oh, that's nice of you. Always do. Just a quick thank you to our boys that work in the services. Give us your vouchers, boys. And they went, oh, what's that? I said, I'm going to pick up the tab for your drinks. It's only a couple of coffees, medium coffees, $1.20 each or something stupid. This guy that's queuing up for petrol behind me called me a CUNT.
Nice.
Wow.
Why?
And I went, what's your attitude? And he went, why are you paying for pigs to have a cup of coffee? And I went,
oh, it's one of these people, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I went, hang on a minute.
He's so clever.
What's your problem? And he went, oh, he said, all they do is spend time just nicking people that don't deserve it. And I went, all right, so when you're getting burgled, mate, and your house is getting raided, who are you going to call? He went, oh, well, it'll take a
Ghostbusters.
God, I can't be asked with you. And they just looked at me and went, it's all right, mate, we get it all the time. He said, we get used to it. And I went, it's like, it was, and he was only, I reckon he was only about 19, 20. And the attitude that I got, because I bought these guys a cup of coffee.
That's the entitled fucking.
Yeah.
Barely got
and as I said to him, I went,
Millennium generation.
Don't you fucking attack my generation.
Millennial snowflake. And he went, I said, I'm quite happy to pick up your tab. Do you guys want a sandwich or anything? And he went, no, that's all right. No, we'll get our own. I went, do you guys want a sandwich or anything? No, just pay for the coffees. We're fine with that. And I went, all right. Just want to say thanks for your service, boys. And he went, oh, much appreciated. And I went, just one service to another. And he went, what's that? I said, I make signals. And he went, oh, thanks for your service. What did you do? I said, Falklands, mate. And he went, oh, more respect there then. I said, no. I said, it's across the border, mate. I said, thanks very much. Went out. And of course, these two coppers walked out the petrol station, looked at his car, and then walked round it and I went, get out your car, mate. They made
If he had any brains in it, he'd have just got out of there.
I looked at this copper and I went, has he done something wrong? And he went, winked at me and he went, we'll see.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah.
Serve him right.
You just think you'd be smart, wouldn't you, and get out of there?
Yeah, but
don't be an idiot.
For some people, just to come out with like that word, just because it's a couple of police officers, that are having their morning cup of coffee.
Yeah, exactly.
Just
if we try and think of like a
children.
bigger picture here as well, chances are that person's had possibly a negative reaction or interaction with the police. Fine, I'm sure we can't always have that good interaction.
Yeah.
But now he's done that. Now he's drawn attention to himself.
If you ever come down to our bike meets, we've got a couple of firearms officers from Luton Airport that are members of our group. So you'll come down, you'll meet them, and they are the loveliest guys you'll ever meet. And,
of course. But when people have these
they
interactions,
they do a job. That's what they do. They do a job. Yeah. It's just unfortunate or fortunate that their job is protecting us from evil.
Yeah.
I've worked in the emergency services, and I still know and mingle with people that do these sort of jobs, and they are in.
Riff, mate, pull your pants up.
Pants up, Rhythmic. Pants up.
Do I want, mate?
It is just a job. That's all it is. It's just a job. But they do a service as well. And if you can appreciate that service, then, fucking just be nice. And if ever you get pulled over by the police, that I have done many a time in my past, be polite and do what you got to do and comply, because it gets over so quickly. Is this your car? Yes. Is it insured? Yes. This is who I am. Here's my license. Yep. Okay. On your way. Bye.
Yeah. Job done. Yeah.
Be arsey, then expect to be there for a while.
Yeah. Well, you consider that day when we did the run back from Super Sausage with the Ducati and the VFR, and I was on the ZX. We were going for it, and we got collared coming under the Granby Bridge, well over the one, and we got all pulled in the same petrol station, Little Brick Hill petrol station at McDonald's. We all pulled out, 4 cars, 2 from the top, 2 from the bottom. You 3 pull over, took our keys. And they said to the first guy in the Ducati, how fast were you going? And it wasn't until the Hayabusa pulled in, Simon Michael, on the Hayabusa. And he's a bike copper, and I know him very well because he actually lives 2 doors away in the village. And he said to the guy on the VFR, how fast were you going? Be honest. And the guy went, all right, I was over the ton. And he went, all right. Went up to the guy on the Ducati and he went, I stopped looking at 150. And he went, oh, right, I'll be back to you in a minute. License, registration, went through it. And he said to the guy on the Ducati and he went, all right. He said, you've got two choices. I'll take your license or I'll give you a kick in the bollocks. Which one do you want? And the guy went, you're taking the piss. And he went, get off your bike, open your legs. I'm going to take your license and ban you, or I'm going to kick you in the bollocks. And the guy actually stood there and opened his legs. And he leant up to him and he went, and what are you going to say before I kick you in the bollocks?
Thank you.
For speeding. And he went, what do you mean? He said, it begins with S and ends in Y. And he went, sorry? And he went, are you going to do it again? No. And he leant in close to his ear and he went, take this as the biggest kick in the bollocks. If I catch you speeding again, I'm going to take your license. Get on your bike, fuck off. And he let him off. We're doing 150 plus. And I'm like, I'm sitting there on the bike and he went, and he pointed at me and he went, and the same goes for you. Slow the fuck down. And that's my neighbour that lives down the street. And he actually told me to slow it down. He said, I know what you were doing when you come under Granby Bridge. He said, you may have been doing 80, but I heard you come down 2 gears. He said, I knew you were over the limit. And he went, slow it down, Dave. And for my neighbour to tell me that as a bike copper, and how fast do I go down the A5 down, Simon? 70?
65.
Yeah, but he's, if you actually things now, he has not got the higher. He has now got an unmarked K1300. And it's exactly, it looks like, it's the same, I think it's the same as Nick's bike. And it literally looks like a road-going BMW, but you can't spot the blue lights in
it. K1300 is touring, yeah.
Yeah, it's the touring bike. So he's got the K1300. So yeah, unmarked Milton Keynes police bike. That is the new one.
Saying that, when I was getting
Thank you,
some
Alan.
parts put on my bike, they had a Kawasaki H2 come out, and I thought, because I was on my way to get my bike and the guys are bringing it out the back, I said to him, "Oh, for me, you shouldn't have." And he says, "No, mate, it's unmarked police bike."
Yeah.
I said, "Really? Like all the lights on it and everything?" He goes, "Yeah." So I'm going to assume somewhere in the Aylesbury area there is a unmarked.
Yeah, well, they've got
very fast bike.
Yeah, they've still got the higher boost, so I think that has gone over to Northamptonshire. The Milton Keynes one is now a K1300 BMW, but obviously they've got H2 as well then. But a lot of the coppers, you can't spot them now because they ride in black leathers with just the epaulette on the shoulder. So
sometimes they don't even do that. They do it as a camera bike. So,
yeah.
It will be a camera bike with a police car 2 mile up the road.
Yeah.
And they'll follow you as a camera bike, and there'll be another biker, and you and him will be challenging each other, and you'll be doing silly things, and next thing you know, the blue lights go on, the car in front, you pull over, and this other bike carries on.
Yeah. So they're
But
getting
do they not? But do they not?
No.
When they come past.
The buggers.
That's how they tell them apart.
The only thing I could say that would deter them is you used to get a black rat on your license plate or somewhere on the bike that would say, "Don't pull me over." Now the newest thing seems to be a blue line across the bottom of the number plate. All I'm saying.
Yeah, right. Get a bit of tape out tomorrow then.
You need a blue line across the bottom of the thin blue line.
That's all right.
I was behind a couple of bikes on the way.
Can I get one on on the bottom of there?
That'll do.
That'll do, yeah.
I was behind a couple of bikes on the way to
quick,
Hunstanton.
I wish you all a happy evening.
One at the back had a blue line under his number plate, and he was being a complete fucking arse. And both myself and a serving police officer said that was a serving police officer that was stopping us from passing his friends because they were riding like cunts. They wouldn't get out of our way. And I made myself known to him and I let him know that he was an arsehole. So, yeah.
Right, it is 22, guys. I have got to be up.
Just saw it.
Just
Yeah,
in the time.
I'm up. I am up in 3 hours and 20 minutes, so I've got to get some sleep.
Yeah.
I've got someone coming in for a service tomorrow, so I may be on a lot of coffee tomorrow morning.
I am not running a live stream after this. No.
We're only there in the afternoon.
Let's get out of here.
Yeah,
We'll
don't
be
forget,
sober by
as I say,
2:30.
check out all the channels down here. Check out Rhythmic Biker. Follow Wolf Tales.
Who's still fucking standing?
He's still standing with his pants on, yeah. We are going to have to do some sort of thing in your studio, me and Simon or something. Do a chat.
Mate,
with the
yeah, without a doubt. Like I say, at the moment we're doing quite well. Like we've got the next 6 episodes planned.
Yeah.
But I do.
Anyway, yeah.
I have plans. I have plans to basically get everybody in our network on.
That'd be good.
So that does include you as well, Hayden and Ali. So yeah.
Can you please include Ian in my 59 club member?
Yeah, you're gonna have to tell me. You're gonna have to either message me as well his surname, because I know an Ian who does a lot of work.
Atkinson, but I'll tell you what. If you come down to the, you're a member of our group now.
Yeah,
and,
I'll definitely
you'll
be
get
down there.
you'll get an invite to the meet, and he's always there. So
perfect. Yeah, it'd be good just to talk to some guys.
Whatever week you can make it, he'll be there. Trust me.
You make it sound like I've got a busy life, mate.
Brilliant. Right. Thanks so much for coming. Final chat's out on the screen. Simon, advertise your channel.
Simon GTR 1400, talk bollocks, chat shit, and tend to piss people off. So come follow me.
Take breath on the back of his bike. Yeah. Hayden and Ali.
We don't have one, but
We don't have one. We're just happy little viewers.
nice to chat.
And we love to have you along.
Check these guys out. They're normally at Super Sausage on a Sunday down.
Yeah, we'll be there.
The big boy down the bottom rides with Uncle Red. Grant, take it away, mate.
Rhythmic Biker. I have my channel where I don't chat shit like Simon does. I chat absolute sense and all intelligent stuff, and I also present a great show called Wolf Tales. So go check that out. And thank you all so much for watching.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, guys. It's been a great stream. 5 hours and 42
nearly
minutes.
6 hours. Awesome.
Yeah,
Nearly
you
6
overrun.
hours,
You run into my time.
I know. What a night it was. Thanks for everybody that's joined us. If you are watching this on the rerun, if you managed to stay to the end,
you're a legend.
Don't forget there is no Super Sausage run this Sunday because it is going to be raining. But watch out for Simon out on the bike doing some more rides. Me with the GTR with the new paint job. Hayden and Ali are in tomorrow. We shall get some photos of the bike, get it up on YouTube, and Alison's bike being serviced. And of course, don't forget the big channel we're plugging at the moment. Go out and watch Wolf Tales, guys. It's better. It's better than watching Top Gear. It's better than watching Clarkson and Hammond.
It is.
You're all too kind.
It's even better than watching old Henry Cole and Missenden Flyer. So it is the channel to watch down the bottom. It's going to romp home this year. Wolf Tales, Rhythmic Biker, Uncle Red. Thanks very much, everybody, for watching. And as I always say at the end of the stream, myself, Red Bomb, be well. Ride safe. Thanks for all the guys here. Follow all their channels. Links in the description. And until the next time, guys, be well. Ride safe. And as always, it's a big goodbye from me. Take care. Good night, everybody.
Ride side down, guys.